experiencing football betting.
Start building your portfolio today at footballindex.co.uk or download the app now. New customers only, minimum deposit and conditions apply. Gamble responsibly.
At Dromoland Castle, there's no escaping the fact that you're walking in the footsteps of kings. So why not start 2019 with a royal experience of your own and join us for a very special stay? In January and February, you can enjoy a 5-star experience at Ireland's most impressive address from just €252 per room per couple. This offer includes bed and breakfast for 2, complimentary upgrade, an exclusive treat on arrival, and a daily estate experience for 2. Book today at dromoland.ie.
Discover a new dimension of freshness with Whirlpool's Fresh Care washing machine range. Fresh Care keeps your fabrics fresh for up to 6 hours after the cycle is finished. For more information, go online to powercity.ie or call in store today.
So as they go over the chair at Aintree, it's Ruby Walsh in front. And now he's a length clear as they head into the dip with only 2 fences to run at Galway.
From Cork to York, Newbury to Tipperary, watch Racing TV for complete coverage of 61 British and Irish racecourses, live and now in dramatic HD. Watch free-to-view coverage throughout January on Sky and racingtv.com.
Oh, what a way to finish!
Racing TV, welcome to the new home of British and Irish racing.
Hertz means car rental, right? But Hertz also means car sales, with a massive range of nearly new cars from €39 per week. Flexible finance options with zero deposit. Call into our showrooms in Dublin, Cork or Blarney or online at hertzcarsales.ie. T's and C's apply.
Feeling panicky? Experiencing regular night sweats? Find yourself picturing the inside of your fridge? You could be suffering FOMO, fear of missing out on milk. It can affect anyone, at any time, leading to bouts of dry breakfast cereal, tasteless tea and bitter black coffee.
Overcome FOMO with mymilkman.ie and never miss out on milk again. Sign up online and wake up to fresh Avonmore milk delivered by your local milkman. mymilkman.ie. Fresh milk is just a click away.
FOMO symptoms also include checking shop closing times and mild swearing.
It's time to take a fresh look at Homebase. We've launched our new furniture and storage range with over 150 new lines now available in store. Like the Harlow dining table and 4 chairs, now only €260. Save €113 and 10 cents when bought together. And with storage solutions for every room, help keep your home tidy and organised. Hurry, don't miss out while stocks last. Make your house a home you love at Homebase.
Mattresses-delivered.ie. Nationwide delivery within 48 hours for free. That's mattresses-delivered.ie. Lowest prices guaranteed. Don't forget the hyphen. T's and C's apply.
This isn't gonna be easy.
Why are you talking in the voice?
Late nights, intensive research. Forget about seeing your family.
Well, you're my wife.
We'll chase every lead. Shake down every witness.
Wait, what?
Cross-reference every offer and triangulate every promotion until we find it.
Find what?
The way, Peter. The way to save on car insurance.
But I already went on to 123.ie. Save 10%, no questions asked.
Oh, I better cancel those sniffer dogs.
Simple is smarter. Get 10% off new car insurance when you buy online at 123.ie. Acceptance criteria, T's and C's apply. 123 Money Limited trading as 123.ie is regulated by the Central Bank of Ireland. RSA Insurance Ireland Act provides 123.ie car insurance.
The world has changed. How we play is less this and more this. It's about time finance changed too. At Linked Finance, we're revolutionising the way lending works for Irish SMEs. With game-changing business loans, online, fast and very straightforward, it's real people lending to local businesses at very attractive rates. This is business lending for a digital age from Ireland's leading peer-to-peer lending company. Apply now or find out more at linkedfinance.com.
This week at Power City, get free delivery on selected Neff, Slide and Hyde ovens. The only oven with a unique disappearing door. To find out more, go online to powercity.ie or call in store today.
At Carphone Warehouse, sticking to that resolution to save more is easy with the best deals across every network. Save up to €150 compared to the network stores and get the iPhone 6s for free or the Huawei P20 for only €49. Both on a €30 a month plan with all-you-can-eat data when you switch to 3, but only when you switch at Carphone Warehouse. Don't overpay. Switch today. Any network, any phone, any plan. Only Carphone Warehouse. T's and C's apply. Offer subject to 24-month contract.
Everton versus Bournemouth, live from Goodison Park.
On Off the Ball.
Brought to you by Boyle Sports. Now with same-day withdrawals to your Visa debit card.
0-0 at Goodison Park between Everton and Bournemouth. We have Spurs hosting Manchester United at 4:30 after the second half at Goodison with Stephen Doyle and Kevin Kilban. Neil is alongside me here in studio. We're just working out how the permutations work in the European Champions Cup to make sure we're right, because Exeter have done the business against Castres today in Munster's pool. They had the bonus point. They beat Castres at 34 points to 12. In short, we make it that it goes on head-to-head. Exeter are 4 points behind Munster. So if they were to beat Munster by more than 7 points and finish level on points with Munster, then Exeter would go through. Obviously, if Munster managed to score 4 tries, Exeter would have to score 4 tries. But assuming that the bonus point for tries is level, then Munster can't lose by 7 points, by more than 7 points at Thomond Park next Saturday. You'd still make them firm favourites. Firm favourites.
Yeah, I was going to jump in and say, I suppose the simple scenario is just go out and win, and that's that. And you are through. And
it's like you're a player. It's like you're a player. I'm trying to be a journalist here.
Just thinking one game at a time here, Joe. You know.
You reckon they can only control the controllables? Is that what you're telling me?
That is a nice way of putting it. Who coined that one?
So yeah, that's the situation. I mean, it does. As I said, you still make Munster huge favourites to progress, but Exeter will now go to Thomond Park and they can target a win by more than 7 points and go through, which would be quite the turnaround.
Yeah, because Munster on 17 points at the moment, Exeter second on 13, so 4 points between them. A 5-point win for Exeter next week, and they would go through, providing Munster a bonus point win for them would be absolutely fine.
Or a 10-0 win.
Or a 10-0 win as well.
They don't need to score the 4 tries. They can go out and just win by more than 7 and not let Munster score 4 tries, and they'll go through as well. So
yeah,
it's possible, but you'd still fancy Munster to go through.
Yeah, one team though that don't have to worry about any permutations really are Leinster. They're going to be going through to the last day of the Champions Cup. A win next week against Wasps, and that should be a home quarter final for them. They were 29-13 winners against Toulouse yesterday at the RDS. A bonus point as well for them. Adam Byrne, Sean Cronin, Dave Carney and Jack Conan with the tries for them yesterday. Afterwards,
well remembered as you looked at me frantically there for the try scores, and I was at the game and looked back at you blankly.
Yeah, but anyway, here afterwards, Leo Collins spoke to Off the Ball's Conor Morris.
Toulouse, they're, as you mentioned, they've been on an incredible run of form, so to come away and win and obviously get a bonus point as well, we're delighted.
It was a 1-23 effort, it always is. Gary Ringrose, deservedly man of the match, is displaying defence in particular today. I mean, in terms of the way you were able to shut down what they had coming through from the backline was incredible.
Yeah, Gary's still someone who's very, very young as well. People tend to forget. If you've been around for 2 or 3 years, people think you've been there a hell of a long time. But he's making progress all the time. Gary works incredibly hard at his game. Very, very smart footballer, and he's someone who's on top of his game, and we're very, very lucky to have him.
Tactically with Ross at 10, I don't think he kicked the ball for, could have been 35 minutes, maybe not even into the second half. Carried the ball flat and hard to the line. Something he obviously spoke about this week.
Yeah, no, definitely. Into the win, I think it was important that we manage possession, and if we control the ball, it shuts down some of the threats that they have. So managing possession was going to be very important. With the win, it was going to be very difficult to kick into it. So how we control possession, and even though we get hit back a few times during the first half, we still regenerate well from slow ball and manage a couple of periods where we're 30 odd phases. So so generally we're pretty pleased. Even though we didn't pick up that many scores in the first half, it does take its toll on teams, and I think it makes it pay during periods of the second half then where you see some of those defenders are a little bit more fatigued. So I thought Ross controlled the game well.
And while we're talking about Ross, just a final one on what the try that'll take most of the headlines, I suppose, and the highlights, certainly the crossfield kick for Dave Carney, exceptional.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, no, Dave, it's a great opportunity for him today. He's been so unlucky. He pulled out before the game then in Thomond Park, and obviously missed his last week then as well. So to come in today, I thought he did incredibly well, Dave. He's had to fight very hard to come back from a few different niggly injuries, but hopefully he gets on a run of form now, because I thought he was outstanding today.
Yeah, our coverage of Leinster against Toulouse is brought to you by Leia Healthcare, official health and wellbeing partner to Leinster Rugby. Now, there are 5 games across both coasts taking place this afternoon in Gaelic games. Tipperary and Clare are currently battling it out in the final of the Munster Senior Hurling League at the Gaelic grounds. Clare running away with this one, 4-14 to 15 points in front into the second half. That'll make it a double for them after their footballers won the McGrath Cup yesterday. Staying in hurling in the Walsh Cup semi-finals, Wexford are 12 points to 11 in front against Kilkenny and Enniscorthy. Galway lead Dublin by 15 points to 8 at Parnell Park. And also in Ulster football's Dr. McKenna Cup semi-finals are down for decision. Armagh have a 9 points to 1-5 lead over Donegal. In the other last 4 game, Derry and Tyrone are tied at 6 points apiece.
Okay, lovely stuff. So don't forget, we have a huge game for you at 4:30. It is Spurs against Manchester United at Wembley. We've just seen Ole Gunnar Solskjaer arrive, and as usual, big smile on his face. So we'll see how they get on this afternoon. Everton against Bournemouth is our first live game. We can go back to our dynamic duo. That's Kevin Kilban, who is alongside Stephen Doyle.
That makes me Robin then, Joe, I suppose.
You're Batman. You're Batman all the way.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, welcome back to Goodison Park. The rain has eased off, thankfully, but we're just looking at the groundsmen out there with the pitchforks, just trying to make sure that rain does drain off the pitch, because as I said, it got a good sprinkling beforehand, so we don't want it too wet and spoiling the play here. We're just watching the Bournemouth team take their positions again. I'm just looking out there, and it does look like it's the same team that started the first half, so it doesn't look like there's going to be any changes for Bournemouth at the second half. We're just awaiting the Everton side to come out, and here they are now. So it is Everton 0, Bournemouth 0 after that first half. If you're just joining us, Bournemouth getting off to the better start and really dominating play for the first 30 minutes, but for the last quarter of an hour, Everton started to find their passing range and definitely came into the game a lot more and started to find a couple of chances around the box, Kevin.
They did. I mean, pretty poor, I think, overall. It's a decent open game, that's the thing. I think Bournemouth have certainly contributed to that. I think Bournemouth have been the better side, but as you say, going in at half time, I think Marco Silva will be a little bit happier. That's what I think the message I'm sure that will be to him is that, look, try to continue, try and get Sigurdsson, try and get Gomez in the game, but more so your 2 attacking players, try and get Bernard and Luckman, because they look the more threatening for Everton. But as for Bournemouth, David Brooks had a huge influence on the game. I think Josh King's done great through the middle, and Ryan Fraser on the left hand side has been excellent for Bournemouth. So I think Bournemouth, I think they'll be happy most definitely, but Everton slowly coming into the game as the half progressed.
So Everton are going to be shooting into the Gladys Street end as we look on here, shooting from right to left in their blue shirts, white shorts and white socks. We'll just give you a quick rundown of the Everton team again, which, like Bournemouth, showing no changes from that first half. Pickford in goal, Coleman in right back, Keane and Zoom at centre half, Digne at left back, the holding midfielders Gomez and Gay. Ahead of them, Ademola Lookman, Sigurdsson in the hole, Bernard to the left hand side playing behind, Richarlison leading the striking line, as we've just seen Gomez there inside the Bournemouth area, just having a shot there, but it went well high and wide. And I'll just give you a rundown on the Bournemouth team playing in their away strip of white shirt, navy shorts and navy socks. It's Begovic in goal, making his 250th career Premier League appearance today. Nathaniel Klein making his first Premier League appearance for Bournemouth since making that loan move from Liverpool at right back. Cook and Aki centre half, Smith at left back, his first game back in 11 games after that knee surgery. Gosling and Lerma as the holding midfielders, Brooks, Stanislas and Fraser playing behind Josh King up front. And the clearance from Begovic there wasn't a good one, and it left Aki scrambling back there, Richarlison just sniffing over his shoulder, but he did manage to make the clearance, but it's out for a throw in to Everton on the right hand side, which Coleman has taken. He's gone back to his centre half, Michael Keane with the ball now looking for options. Gay drops deep to take the pass. Gay in the centre, just spinning the centre halves there. He goes to Zuma here on the left hand side. Zuma goes ahead to Bernard's quick pass to Digne, but he's tackled by Stanislas, and it's out for a throw in to Everton. Again, the atmosphere around Goodison Park pretty quiet here again, Kevin, after the half-time break.
Excuse me, I was just getting updates on the Mayo Galway game over there.
How's it going, Kevin?
Yes, Galway won on penalties. Can't believe it.
Galway winning on penalties. And the Dubs won on penalties, of course, last night, the O'Byrne Cup against Meath.
There you go.
No players from the 2018 championship winning team.
Yeah.
So we're just watching Sigurdsson make a cross into Bernard in the 6-yard box there, but it goes over the head of the point-sized playmaker for Everton. Bernard only 5'4".
Good ball though, good play from Everton. Excellent ball from Sigurdsson out wide, just drifted into the inside right channel, whipped a really dangerous ball into a good area. You say that Bernard, the only one really that was going in with any sort of conviction.
It's Digne with the throw in to the near post. Zuma tries to head it backwards towards Richarlison at the near post, but it's cleared again by Bournemouth. Back out for a throw in.
It's a better long throw though, isn't it, as well, put into a dangerous area.
Medium. This one maybe is
medium. It's not Rory Delap, is it?
Digne again towards that front post looking for Zuma, but the danger sniffed out there by Lerma, who heads it away, but it's out for a corner to Everton, and Digne will stay out there to take this corner. This one is the fourth corner for Everton of this match so far, the first one of the second half. So Digne's corner straight in towards the front post there. About 6 yards out was Richarlison, but it went straight past him. Cross back in from Lookman. It's headed back in by Richarlison. And Richarlison tried to cross it back in, but there was a block there from one of the Bournemouth defenders. There was about 2 or 3 Bournemouth defenders went in together. It came off one of them. Lookman puts it back into the danger area again, but this time it just drifts out for a goal kick.
Poor quality actually out wide there from Idrissa Gueye, but I think in general there, Richarlison was on the ground actually as that cross come in. He was actually claiming a foul.
And that was just cleared off the line by Aki.
What a chance, wasn't it? It's a great clearance actually. The header was across goal, as you say, but he's actually gone for goal with his second attempt. Nathan Aki doesn't know anything about it. He just hits him as he stood on the line. Big chance there for Everton and Richarlison. Great clearance though by Nathan Aki.
Yeah, the header down just come off Lerma, and Lerma, it just kind of rebounded off and back out to Richarlison, whose instinct was just to shoot there.
Richarlison's a good player. You can see he's got real quality. He spends a lot of time mourning at refs, doesn't he? You know, sometimes you think, get on with that game and start to have an influence on the match.
And maybe he needs a bit of consistency as well, Kevin.
Yeah, that's certainly the case. As I said before, I don't think it's his best position playing through the middle as a number 9, but Everton simply don't have anybody else to play there.
So Brooks is on the attack here for Bournemouth down the right hand side, but Zuma out to sniff out the danger, and he clears that one out for a throw in. Kurt Zuma playing pretty good here in the first half and opening stage of the second half here for Everton, and replacing there's a lot of thought that maybe Yerry Mina might start this game, but Zuma given the starting shirt today.
Yeah, I think the thought round here is that certainly Zuma and Keane as a partnership are better than Mina and Keane, or even Mina and Zuma. So I think Yerry Mina, given the money they've signed for him, it's not looking a great buy at the moment for Everton.
Yeah, Zuma of course on a season-long loan from Chelsea, and it's Bournemouth trying to generate an attack here on the far side of the pitch. It's Fraser just at the byline, but his cross just blocked there by Seamus Coleman, and that's out for a Bournemouth corner.
Yeah, mentioned before, Ryan Fraser as well. So often he's been a real threat. Excellent season he's having for Bournemouth this year. He looks leaner, he looks trimmer. I think he's able now to look after his body a little bit better, Ryan Fraser. He has spoken openly about weight issues that he's had and maybe not controlling his diet well enough.
He takes the corner, it's going towards the front post, and that's a header there from Cook, and just over the bar. Actually not too dissimilar to Michael Keane's headed effort in the first half for Everton.
No, that's Stephen, honestly, every time when you're marking zonally your areas that you're vulnerable, front and far post, or if you move it short, front post corner, you attack areas, you get yourself into great position. Steve Cook looking to glance it on target, he's really unlucky, but again Everton so vulnerable on set pieces.
So we're just over 5 minutes into the second half here. It's still Everton 0, Bournemouth 0. You're listening to the live action here from Goodison Park with Stephen Doyle on commentary duty alongside Kevin Kilban. Later on, of course, don't forget, we're going live to Wembley. Nathan Murphy commentating on Manchester United's visit to Tottenham Hotspur, and he'll be aided there by Brian Kerr as we watch Bournemouth get ready for their fifth corner of the match. It's the second one of the second half. Stanislas will take this one. It's on the right hand side for the right footer Stanislas, and he sends that one in right into the centre of the box. Michael Keane was up for it, drifted over his head, but it spills out to Fraser on the edge of the box. He puts it out to Junior Stanislas, who tried to put it back in again, and it's drifted out for a goal kick to Everton.
Yeah, Steve Cook couldn't control that clearance there. Everton again just vulnerable, aren't they? Just had a good start to the half, created a couple of chances, a couple of openings, but just gone a little bit flat again here at Goodison.
Yeah, we mentioned there in the first half about their vulnerability to set pieces. Kevin, 10 goals conceded.
Yeah.
Only Newcastle with 11 conceded.
It's not just here at Everton as well, Marco Silva. Watching his Hull side, watching his Watford side, defending like this. And every time I've seen a Marco Silva side play, they look like they're going to concede from set pieces.
So Zuma with the ball. He goes to the other side of the pitch to his centre half partner Keane, who was under pressure there from Josh King. This long clearance though has Aki in a chase with Richarlison into the Bournemouth box, but Aki doesn't take any chances, tries to put it out for a throw in, and the ball does drift out for a throw in eventually, just trickled over the line, and it's going to be a throw to the men in blue. And it's Seamus Coleman coming up to take that one just near the corner flag as he looks for movement from the Everton players. Sigurdsson and Lookman over there giving him support. It is to the Icelandic attacking midfielder, gives it back to Coleman. Coleman tries to play 1-2 with Sigurdsson. The cross in towards Richarlison is headed away by Aki, and that's going to go out for another throw into Everton. So Coleman again to take the ball. He's got Lookman there and Sigurdsson again looking for the throw.
Always difficult when you get in these wide positions like that. Take a throw in to try to find a teammate. You always kind of lose the ball. I think you just feel as though you just got to get into the corner, take a quick throw in, give your teammate a chance to have a decent touch on it.
They did lose it eventually, Kevin, and Fraser kicked it away towards Brooks, but Everton have won it back. And Bernard was the man in possession. He's taken down by Lerma about halfway into the Bournemouth half. 10 yards.
He's got to play advantage. He's got to play advantage there, Anthony Taylor. Yes, it is a foul. Totally agreeing with the referee's decision there. Lerma, yes, on Bernard, but there was a real chance for Everton down the left-hand side. Luca Digne made a great run overlapping Richarlison. Richarlison's not happy with it, but anyway, chance for Everton maybe from the set piece, I suppose.
We did see him playing advantage for Bournemouth in the first half, so again another reason for Everton fans here to get a little bit unhappy with the refereeing of Taylor so far. And it's a free kick to Everton. This was about 30 yards out. Too far for a shot, Kevin, maybe?
Yeah.
Sigurdsson, Digne standing around it.
Probably is. It's a difficult angle, isn't it, as well, to really find a teammate as well. They've created an overload out onto the right-hand side.
It's nearly back in line with the penalty spot.
Yeah.
Centre of the pitch.
But you're 35 yards out from goal.
There's a three-man wall there. And he tries to dink it to the left-hand side to Zuma, but Aki heads it away. Bernard tried to volley that one, but it came off an Everton man last, and that's out for a goal kick.
Flat, isn't it? That's the thing, Steve. You hear, as I said before in the first half, like, where is this spark going to come from these Everton players? Yes, they had a bit of a go towards the end of the first half, but it still wasn't great in my mind. It still wasn't, brilliant open football or attacking football. Very loose in possession throughout this game, Everton. And I think, I said before, Bournemouth by and large have dominated possession, certainly in key areas the possession anyway.
So it's Coleman here with possession for Everton, and he takes a safety back pass to Pickford. Kevin, you played over 100 times for Everton yourself. Do you remember many quiet days like this around Goodison Park?
Once or twice, yeah. That was maybe when I was on the ball though, Stephen. That's probably what it was, yeah.
Now it's Richarlison in possession here. He latches onto a long pass from Kurt Zuma from the Everton defence, and the referee's blown for offside.
Yeah, it's a late flag again though, wasn't it?
Very late flag. And
great ball forward actually from Zuma. Yeah, he probably is. Yeah. Good decision actually.
Just beyond Aki there. Gosling sends a forward pass to Stanislas. Stanislas in possession just inside the Everton half. He finds Lerma. Lerma spreads it out wide to Smith. Smith finds Fraser in an advanced position. He goes back to Smith. And it's Lerma now on the halfway line. He's tackled by Gay, but he rides that tackle, finds Gosling. Gosling challenged by Gomez, but Lerma comes away with it, finds Klein. Klein gives it back to Gosling in the centre circle. He hits it forward to Brooks. Brooks tries to put a through ball to Josh King. And Josh King in the Everton box in a really dangerous position there, but it's cleared away by Pickford and Coleman, it looked like, in that box there.
Yeah, I think just the offside flag went up as well. Playing on the shoulder again, both King and Stanislas there. Yeah, just offside. But again, it seems so easy for Brooks to pick the ball up, doesn't he? He's 30 yards from goal, 30 yards from goal. He's able to take the ball on the half turn. No Everton player that's going to go and engage and get contact with him. David Brooks, heavily influential, certainly in the early stages of the first half. That's certainly got to be an area where you're looking at Idrissa Gueye and you think, you lock onto him, that's your responsibility. Go and stop him turning and creating chances, because that's what he's good at.
And I know players are protected, and especially the more creative attacking players, they are more protected these days, but he's a pretty wiry, thin guy, only 21, David Brooks. You'd imagine if you're a tough tackling midfielder, it'd be very easy to get the ball off him.
Well, he's just got to lock onto him as well. I think he's a clever player, isn't he? When you're watching him here as well, his movement's very, very good, but I think think sometimes Idrissa Gueye is not really going to influence this game for Everton with the ball, is he? That's the thing. I think the only way he's going to influence the game if he stops.
There's a dangerous cross in there from Michael Keane, and it was towards Bernard, but Nathaniel Klein just ahead of the attacking midfielder, just to tidy it up and head it back to Begovic. So Begovic with the ball now in the Bournemouth box. Just looking for a bit of movement from the Bournemouth players. He's urging Cook and Aki to push forward. Puts it on the ground, kicks it long and high towards Stanislas. It's actually Josh King now, heads that ball down, but it's given away to Lookman. Lookman goes out to the left hand side looking for Digne. It's not a great pass and allows Klein to get in there, and he gets in there ahead of Luca Digne, and he gives away the free kick, the Everton man, to Bournemouth. Again, the Everton fans not happy with Taylor awarding that free kick to the visitors. So Nathaniel Klein looks like he's going to take this one himself, getting some words of encouragement from the dugout from his manager, Eddie Howe. Eddie Howe, a boyhood Everton supporter himself.
Well, that's why there's been huge links with him, haven't there? You know, could he be the man that was to come in the summer, maybe instead of Marco Silva? He's not necessarily thinking it's the right time to leave Bournemouth, but certainly with the pressure that Silva's under at the moment, talk of Eddie Howe again.
Yeah, he used to apparently go into the away end when they come down to play Watford, Southampton, any teams around that area, Kevin. Eddie Howe used to jump in with the visiting supports, all the travelling toffees. Probably watch yourself in action. Manage your time, shout abuse at you.
Ah, jeez. Well, we are about the same age, so I think I'd be struggling if I was playing then when he was in the away end, wouldn't he? He would have been watching those great Everton sides, you know, the main man Kevin Sheedy playing in those days.
Yeah. Now it's a throw into Everton right down there in their own end. Digne with the throw. It was a long one towards Sigurdsson, but it's headed back towards him by Dan Gosling. So Digne to take the throw in again. So we're just approaching the hour mark here. It's still Everton 0, Bournemouth 0, and neither side really kind of dominating the opening 15 minutes of this second half, Kevin.
Well, we spoke about before the game, no draws, no 0-0 draws in this particular fixture in the Premier League, and that's the sort of thing that does kill it. But I think there's been enough life, there's been enough in showing in the game where you suggest there's going to be goals, but certainly Everton have lacked.
With a cross here now for Everton, but it's headed away again by Aki. It was a lovely little move. Lookman found Bernard, and Bernard to Digne on the overlap. Here's Seamus Coleman across for Everton, but again it's Aki with the block down, and Everton are claiming it was a handball. Coleman put his hand up straight away.
I don't think so. I think, yeah, you're always going to call for that in that position where Seamus Coleman was right on the byline looking to pull it back. But I think as Aki gets out, I think he's just going to, it's off his chest. And even if it was, I don't think he can do anything. He's about a yard away from him, Seamus Coleman, as he tries to put that cross into the penalty area.
So corner to Everton. It's going to be taken again by Sigurdsson on the right hand side. Outswinger. And it's in right into the centre of the box, but it's headed away. Luca Digne picks up possession on the left hand side. He's got Josh King tackling for that ball.
Yes.
And it's headed in at the near post by Kurt Zouma. A brilliant cross, absolutely brilliant cross from Luca Digne at the near post, and there was Kurt Zouma attacking that one, and the centre half heading that one in for Everton.
Well, they don't deal with the second ball well enough. He dealt with the first ball from Sigurdsson well, cleared from Jefferson Lerma, but as it comes out to Luca Digne, he arrives, beats Joshua King. It's poor defending from Joshua King to allow that cross to go in, but the quality on the ball as he's running away from goal, it's such a difficult skill to try and get that back across the 6-yard box. He puts it into a really dangerous area, Luca Digne. He gets across, Begovic in goal, Kurt Zouma, and he just heads it on target. There's nobody in goal, the goal's vacant. It's a great header, but it's a really well worked Everton goal, and Everton have started this half a little bit brighter.
Fantastic header from Kurt Zouma. So that, on his 18th appearance for the Toffees, on his loan from Chelsea, that's his first goal for Everton, and in fact his last goal for Stoke back in November 2017. playing against Brighton.
Great ball, wasn't it? What a cross, wasn't it? Do you know when you're going away from goal, it's such a difficult skill. You're trying to explain it. Where what he was doing, he was going towards a corner flag almost, Luca Digne, and your body shape. It's almost like really difficult to try and swivel your body and get the cross back in across goal. And he does that. It's almost like a pullback as well. He falls over Luca Digne as he crosses it. It's a great cross from him. Kurt Zouma, unmarked, gets across. Begovic in goal. It's a great header from him to finish it off. But what a cross!
And his celebration living up to his middle name, Kevin. Kurt Happy Zouma. And with a beaming smile like that, you can see why. Brilliant stuff from the centre half, and he has had a really good game looking after his defensive duties so far.
Yeah, he has actually. I've been impressed with him actually when I've seen him play for Everton. He's had a few injury problems, but I think he's certainly been Everton's best central defender this season.
So that goal coming in the 61st minute. It's Everton 1, Bournemouth 0 if you're just joining us. Not the greatest start to the second half, but the goal has really livened things up here now. Everton leading by a goal to 0. You're listening to Stephen Doyle here with Kevin Kilban at Goodison Park, live and off the ball, calling the action.
Yeah, I'm just seeing the replay of it. I just want to see the skill on the cross. As you say, you're going away from goals. He falls over. The only way he can possibly get the cross in, like he did, you have to fall away from goal, and he does that. It's an amazing cross from the position he's in. Great header, yes, from Zouma as he arrives, but what a ball that was from Luca Digne.
That's his third assist of the season. And he's also got 3 goals in the bag as well. I'd have to say, Kevin, when you kind of consider how well he's played as a left back, but then the attacking options that he offers as well, the assists, the goals, would it be fair to say the best signing they made in the summer? Yeah,
I'd probably say that. Leighton Baines has been an excellent servant here at Everton. I think it's a natural progression to change the club around. It's the way if you move him forward, and great signing for him from Barcelona. Gone are the days where Everton are going to lower league. I'm not saying it's the wrong thing, but going to lower league signings, they're going to Barcelona to sign players now, and he's been an excellent signing for them. So yeah, I'd probably say I'd agree with that. Yeah,
€20 million from Barca in the summer. Luca Digne. And just see Michael Keane make a mistake here, and Bournemouth are on the attack. Josh King just on the edge of the box. He's got Brooks on the far side. He has a shot, and that just comes off the side netting. Really dangerous attack there from Bournemouth.
You always feel as though you've got a chance with Michael Keane. Honestly, I do. And it was a weak touch from him. He allowed Ryan Fraser to get in across. He cleaned Ryan Fraser out. He's been booked off the back of it.
You have to wonder, Kevin, what is he doing inside the Bournemouth half, making a tackle like that?
Honest to God. Well, what's he doing with his first touch? He didn't sort his feet out, didn't get it right. That's what I feel with Keane. And I mentioned there the central defensive partnership. It hasn't been right for Everton this season, and for all that I'm saying, Kurt Zouma has probably looked the most stable of the centre halves. Keane, I feel as though he gives you chances whenever I've watched him.
Well, he's making his 100th career Premier League start today. He turned 26 on Friday.
He struggled last season, didn't he? When Everton a little bit more open and expansive at the start of the season, the Ronald Koeman struggled really badly. He did.
There's no way to celebrate a birthday anyway. And he's actually had a pretty decent first half, getting in all his blocks and tackles and headers.
Well, he does that well. That's the thing. He's very good at that, getting himself into good positions. You say heading crosses, coming in, defending that type of situation well, but I think he just gives you a chance. I think it's easy to run off his shoulder. He's not particularly quick.
Lookman here on the edge of the box after exchanging pass with Coleman, but he gives the ball away. Lerma comes away with it for Bournemouth, but he gives it away in turn to Everton. And again, Anthony Taylor giving a free kick to Bournemouth. Andre Gomez getting into a bit of, and the hands were raised between himself and Jefferson Lerma. It's getting a bit tasty out there, Kevin.
Yeah, I like him. I like Andre Gomez. I think he's got a little bit about him. I think he's a very good footballer. He's a hardy buck, I tell you. And I don't understand why he's been booked there though, because he's got involved in something. I don't think there was any pushing or shoving or anything like that. Crowd not happy, of course.
So it was the first challenge there from.
Yeah, I think Everton's frustration is because they think Idrissa Gueye has actually won the ball. There was a shove right under the nose of Anthony Taylor, so it's probably right actually. He shoved Jefferson Lerma, didn't he? Yeah.
And Gueye. So they joined Bernard in the book, and Dan Gosling as well for Bournemouth. So Anthony Taylor, who'd given out 57 yellow cards so far this season. And they're coming out thick and fast now here at Goodison Park. All getting a bit spicy between the toffees and the cherries, Kev.
Yeah, there we go. But do you know what? You want that life in the games, though. That's the thing. And so often you'll go to Premier League games and no life in the match. Everyone technically very good, but where's the spark going to come from? Where's that real match winner that's going to do something different, that's going to create a bit of life to the game? And I think within Everton's ranks, I think they've got that type of player, but I just don't think we see it enough, that little bit of spark. I mean, if someone's going to put a challenge in that's going to create a little bit of atmosphere, I think Gomez has got the ability to do that, as well.
You saw a bit of head tennis there, but eventually Gay got the ball down on the ground. It's now with Bernard attacking down the left-hand side. He checks back, gives it to Gomez about 10 yards out from the 18-yard box. He finds Sigurdsson. Sigurdsson spreads it to the right-hand side to Coleman, inside to Lookman. Lookman with the return pass to Coleman. Coleman's attacking in the Bournemouth box, but that one is tackled by Ryan Fraser. It looked like it might go out for a corner, but I think it came off Coleman last, and it's the goal kick given to Bournemouth.
Good football, good football from Everton.
So we're going to see the first substitution of the match. It's going to be Bournemouth making the change, and it's Lys Mousset, the man who's going to come on. The French centre forward is going to replace Junior Stanislas. So Lys Mousset on to make his 14th appearance for Bournemouth. He's their most used substitute, 13 substitutions.
Yeah, I was just going to say, David Brooks has come out onto the right-hand side now, in Junior Stanislas going off, and it'll be Mousset and King right through the middle now for Bournemouth.
So the ball is with Bournemouth, but it's given away by Lerma to Gomez. Gomez with a nice forward pass there to Richarlison,
right through the middle now for
clears the danger and gets it away to Fraser. Plays a nice little flick. The ball is with Bournemouth, it's given away by Lerma to Gomez. Gets it off to Gosling. Everton trying to make to Richarlison. Bournemouth just holding them off. It's with Brooks now on the right hand side of the box, and his pass through to Mousset, and it just trickles over the byline, and it's going to be a goal kick to Everton.
Yeah, wrong decision. Yeah, wrong decision there from David Brooks, really. I just feel as though he's got Luca Digne backed off into the penalty area. Could he go and shift it onto his left foot, try and get the strike away?
And it was a nice little move from Bournemouth. Actually, probably the best attacking move we've seen so far in the game so far. It's about 10, 11 good passes as they advance forward, but it's back
certainly
in
the second half, isn't it? That's the thing, we've just not seen enough of Bournemouth, and saying I think they've been quite content just to retreat. I spoke about in the first half being very good without the ball. Good pressing from them. We've not seen it enough in this half.
Sigurdsson's got a cross in here now for Everton, and it's headed away by Klein at the far post. Bernard was sniffing around, and he picks up the second ball. He gets it away to Digne. Digne looks for the cross. He puts it in towards the back post, but that drifts way past the Bournemouth goal, and it's out for a throw in to the visitors.
Yeah, just a little bit overhit there, really, wasn't it?
He doesn't usually overhit too many of them, I should say.
No, not when he's got time like that as well. That's the thing, he had enough time really to try and measure a better cross in there.
Nobody putting pressure on the ball from a Bournemouth point of view. The Everton fans getting a little bit restless over that far side. But we see Bournemouth taking the throw in, and it's going to be a free out now. Nathan Aki went to take it quickly back to his keeper Begovic, but Richarlison blocked that pass, and Begovic tells his centre half just to leave that one for him. The goalkeeper just outside his own box, going to send this free kick long and high into the Everton half. The Everton defence playing a high line here. The ball sent forward up towards Mousset, the substitute, but it's headed away by Michael Keane. Picked up by Gosling. He sends it forward to Mousset, and Mousset is off to Brooks. Brooks on the right hand side exchanges passes with Nathaniel Klein, but Bernard is there to make the tackle, much to the delight of the home support.
I think the one thing I spoke about Bournemouth in the first half, you've been good without the ball. I think Everton in the second half, noticeable, there's a better tempo when they don't have it. They've been closing down Bournemouth, have been putting more pressure on it. You said at half time, what would Marco Silva say? And that had to be a message from him really to his side. Look, without the ball, start to press, start to maybe sit from the base of midfield. Idrissa Gueye and Andre Gomez, can you play a little bit further forward, and can you engage a bit higher? And in turn, that's created chances for Everton. Everton looks so much better when they have it because they're in more advanced positions.
So Brooks with the ball here on the near side. He plays a pass into the midfield to Lerma. Lerma skips past Gomez. He's got his head up looking for the pass. He goes back out to the right to Klein this time, and now to Brooks. Brooks under pressure from Luca Digne, gets it away to Klein, but Klein finds Fraser on the inside. He tries to go back to Lerma. That trickles away from the Colombian midfielder, and he's under pressure from Sigurdsson and Richarlison, both going in on Lerma, but he manages to get it back to Aki.
There's no Nick, that's what the crowd want. Bit of pressure on the ball as well. It's got the crowd on the feet. Great work rate from Gylfi Sigurdsson.
Players really chasing down every ball here now, and it's paid off because they won back possession. Gay was the man to get it back, but again a loose pass, and it's Begovic just coming to come out to clear that away to Cook. As Cook clears it, he's fouled by Gomez. A late challenge from Gomez.
Well, he's looking for a yellow card there, Steve.
He has been booked, yeah. Cook definitely trying to get a man sent off here.
He's got to be careful. Andre Gomez, great pressure. That, again, it doesn't necessarily mean, sometimes we look for great attacking play all the time to lift a crowd. What's lifted the crowd there was Everton's work rate without the ball. Brilliant from Sigurdsson, brilliant from Gomez and Richarlison. That's what lifts the crowd.
And something I'm kind of noticing here as well, Kevin, it looks like the players are kind of communicating with each other better. Yeah. I'm seeing a lot of them kind of pointing, talking to each other. A lack of that in the first half.
Well, I think that comes down to lack of confidence as well. Yeah, you're right. You can see Keane and Zuma have a better understanding of each other. As you say, they're pointing in front of them as well for Gay and Gomez to go and press. Go and engage.
So Zuma is out trying to tackle Josh King, who's on the ball. He's just beside the corner flag here on the near side. He's got Digne there as well, but he gets it away to Brooks. Brooks tries to cut inside, but Gomez, he wins the ball with the help of a tackle from Zuma. And there was a foul on the edge of the box on Josh King. He goes down and he's indicating that he's been hurt pretty badly. It didn't look like too much of a bad challenge, I have to say.
Well, it's not, but you get these totting up things, don't you? That's 2 fouls now for Gomez in the space of 30 seconds. So just got to be careful. It's got to be mindful of this there, Marco Silva.
There's 4 players in the book on
you see
the
it's a kick
side.
out. I'm telling you what now, if he sees that clearly, Anthony Taylor, I could say that's 50-50 whether he's going to book him there. It's a little kick out away from the ball, so
yeah, and Zuma and Gomez were the last 2 into the book quickly after Keane. Bernard booked in the first half, and it's the last thing Everton would want is a red card when they've just taken the lead. So there's 74 minutes on the clock. It's Everton 1, Bournemouth 0. Kurt Zuma's goal in the 64th minute separating the sides. You're listening to the action here live on Off the Ball from Goodison Park. We'll be crossing live over to Wembley later on for Tottenham Hotspur's game against Manchester United. Mauricio Pochettino up against the new United manager Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. Commentating on that one will be Nathan Murphy alongside Brian Kerr. So Josh King has been getting treatment by the Bournemouth physios. Ryan Fraser's got the ball under his ox there, Kev, waiting to take the free kick.
I'm just watching that challenge again. I think he's a lucky boy there, Andre Gomez. Definitely a kick out at Josh King.
And it's interesting as we watch King hobble off here and the free about to be taken. You mentioned the zonal marking. It's Gomez, Keane, Zuma and on the 6-yard line.
You can see it here as well. It's difficult as well, of course, to listen, but where you're vulnerable on the edge of the penalty area now, you get a block on Idrissa Gueye and you can pull a ball back to the edge of the penalty area. You've got a free strike at goal essentially. And again, I understand why it's been done, zonal marking, but there's flaws with it, serious flaws in my mind.
Fraser takes the free kick. It's in towards the back post, and that's towards, and it's punched away by Jordan Pickford. The header, it was by Cook, and Pickford was up there to punch it away back into his own box, but Everton making hard work of it, but are clearing it out. And it was Gay to get the pass away, trying to find Lookman, but it was cut out by Fraser. Fraser gets it forward to Brooks, so Bournemouth on the attack again. That ball sent in to Mousset, whose control on the chest wasn't good, and it gave a chance to Michael Keane to clear that one away for another Bournemouth corner.
Yeah, it wasn't the greatest of balls actually played in by David Brooks on his weaker right foot. Just got it into a decent area actually. Mousset trying to bring it down, couldn't get it under. Keane putting it out for the corner, but it's more pressure on Everton here now.
So the corner kick to be taken by David Brooks. He sends that one in again towards the back post. Aki's up there, and that's headed safely into the hands of Jordan Pickford. Pickford with the quick kick out, and that's to Bernard on the left hand side. He's got Lookman is the only man in support. He's just waiting for other players to join the attack. Gomez pretty slow there, has to be said. Richarlison bombing up here now. It's with Lookman. Lookman goes out to Sigurdsson. Sigurdsson on the right hand side. He's got Seamus Coleman outside him, but he goes inside to the box. Richarlison with the header just past the post. A brilliant cross by Gylfi Sigurdsson. Richarlison there right in the right area at the right time with the header, just past the post.
Yeah, great play though from Everton. Lookman freeing up Gylfi Sigurdsson into a decent area in the inside right channel, as you say, just puts it into an area, and Richarlison's movement, he peeled away off the back of Nathan Ake. As soon as Nathan Ake's turned, he's gone across the front of him. Great movement from Richarlison, really lucky, just probably not enough pace on the cross actually to direct it on target, but excellent play from Everton.
The quick free kick, or sorry, I should say kick out, Kevin, from Jordan.
Yeah.
Surely the player should have been
great
alive
touch
to that,
from
though.
Bernard as well, though, wasn't it? Great touch from that kick out, yeah.
But there was just maybe a lack of support when he got up there.
True.
Lookman out, the only player ahead of him.
That's true, very true. A little bit exposed as well, weren't they, Bournemouth?
If you can try and catch them on the break, it might help. We're just watching a substitution to be made here, and it's the first one for Everton. Theo Walcott, the man, is going to come on. So Bernard, who's had a fantastic performance so far, is the man to make way, and Theo Walcott coming on here with 77 minutes on the clock. Everton's first change of the match, and I'd imagine Walcott would slot in on the right hand side, Kevin, of that attacking trio behind Richarlison.
Well, it looks to me like he's actually come onto the left hand side, doesn't it? So it's a different sort of position for Walcott. How clever is he with his runs? How clever is he playing on the inside more? Because that's where he's naturally going to go onto his right foot coming inside.
3 goals so far this season in his 21 appearances, Theo Walcott, and he'll be hoping to make it forward this afternoon. So Luca Digne picks up possession just inside the Bournemouth half, pass it off to Gomez, but a good tackle there from Gosling to halt Everton's progress, and it's out for a throw in just on the halfway line.
Yeah, Eddie Howe's looking for some spark, isn't he, from his side down there now as well, because a little bit of pressure on Everton, but no real chances. Jordan Pickford has had little to do with the second half.
Digne with the throw in. He looked like he was going to throw it back, a few groans, and then he decides to throw it forward towards Richarlison, but it's blocked by Bournemouth, and it's Lerma eventually who clears it away. Mousset picks it up, and a lovely turn by the Frenchman, and he finds Josh King on the right hand side with the pass. King right on the corner of the Everton box. He sends the ball in towards Ryan Fraser in the middle, but it's blocked by Everton and cleared away by Gomez as Richarlison tries to pick up possession. It goes into the challenger Cook, and Anthony Taylor says that's a foul.
Yeah, it was a foul. Great little dummy action from Richarlison, has allowed it to come across his body. I think he nutmegged Steve Cook at the end.
6 foot Lys Mousset, Kevin, I was just watching with that turn there. He's a big man, big physical power,
he's a unit, isn't he?
Striker.
He's a hell of a unit, yeah. Something different for everyone to think about as well. Stanislas was on the periphery for a large part of the game, really, wasn't he? I think bringing David Brooks out onto the right hand side, I think it might give him more freedom, give him more ball. I think then centrally, then you've got 2 physical strikers that can cause Everton problems.
So a free kick from the Everton side taken by Zuma, sent into the box towards Richarlison, and the ball's bouncing around, and the referee says Richarlison felled the Bournemouth defender, and it's going to be a free out just on the edge of the Bournemouth box.
Yeah, no attempt to go and win the ball there for Richarlison. He just backed into Steve Cook.
Begovic with the free short to the left hand side to Ake, his centre half. Ake finds Klein on the left hand side, and it's now in the Bournemouth half. Gosling sends that one forward into the Everton area, and Ryan Fraser picks up possession, finds Klein on the touchline, back to Fraser. He sends it into Mousset. Mousset's pass back towards Lerma was cut out by Gomez, and Everton all of a sudden on the counter attack, but a poor pass from Gomez, and he tried to go back with that pass towards Sigurdsson, but it was a loose one. Gives it back to Bournemouth, and Brooks is caught in possession now by Everton. Lookman won possession for Everton, and his feet were taken from under him by Brooks. Everton supporters not happy that Anthony Taylor hasn't produced a card here for the Welshman.
Well, there's a breakaway for Everton, that's why they're frustrated.
And it was a tackle from behind, Kevin, as well.
He's not been consistent, has he, really, with his dishing out of the cards, has he, Anthony Taylor?
So Zuma sends a long ball over to the right hand side.
There are 4 Everton players in the books, no Bournemouth player there, really. I'm not saying there's nothing in that. If there's nothing in certain challenges, fair enough, but that looked to me like it was a yellow card there for David Brooks. It should have been, should I say.
Now it's Theo Walcott in possession on the right hand side of the pitch. He goes back to Seamus Coleman. Sigurdsson, Coleman again. It's now Idrissa Gueye. Idrissa Gueye finds Zuma on the halfway line. Zuma pushes it forward to Lookman, but Lookman under pressure there from Smith loses the ball, and it's back to Brooks. Brooks now advancing towards the centre circle. He sends a long pass towards Ryan Fraser, and there's too much pace on that for the pint-sized Scottish man to chase. And it's back with Pickford.
Difficult ball, isn't it? With those straight balls and you're in a central position there, David Brooks. It's got to be so perfect. Certainly over the top it certainly has anyway. It's a difficult one for him to hit.
And Ryan Fraser, good pace but not quick enough to latch onto that pass. Pickford with the clearance for Everton. Kicks it out towards Richarlison, and he loses out the battle with Cook. He tries a spectacular overhead clearance but doesn't come off. Comes back to Begovic. Begovic kicks it out long towards Seamus Coleman, and there seems to be a bit of lack of communication there between Coleman and Keane. Coleman was saying he didn't get a call there from the centre half and he had to head it out for a throw in.
Nice little reception for Jordan Ibe there coming on, wasn't it there?
So
Liverpool
Jordan
man.
Ibe, the second substitution for Bournemouth, the former Liverpool man, which won't be fondly remembered around these parts. Here's Richarlison on the attack for Everton inside the Bournemouth box. He has a show on his left foot. Yeah, Cook there with a sliding tackle as he took the effort, and it went high and wide. A really good chance for the Brazilian.
Great movement actually from Richarlison, peeling onto the shoulder of, or over the shoulder of Steve Cook. Steve Cook did well actually, because he showed him exactly where he would have wanted him to go on his left foot. Richarlison going away from goal, narrowed the angle off him, so it was always going to be difficult for Richarlison from that angle on his left foot to get the shot on target.
Just to confirm that substitution coming in the 83rd minute, and Jordan Ibe, the former Liverpool striker, replacing Brooks. So it's Everton 1, Bournemouth 0. Live here at Goodison Park on Off the Ball. And coming up after this, we'll be going over to Wembley to see what happens between Tottenham Hotspur and Manchester United. First real test for Man U, you'd have to say, Kevin.
Yeah.
Under Ole Gunnar Solskjaer.
Without a doubt. Looking forward to the game actually. I think in general that is maybe the thing that the question of United is, can they replicate it against a top side? And this is a serious test for them today against brilliant players.
Now, there was a long kick out there from Pickford. It was long towards Richarlison, and again Richarlison in a real tussle with Cook at the back. Cook came off the worst, and the referee gives a yellow card to the Brazilian Everton striker. There was definitely an elbow in the face there, just seeing on the replay.
Yeah, there's been a bit of a battle going on, particularly in the second half, between Richarlison and Cook. Richarlison fancies himself up against him. He thinks, look, I've got too much for you, I've got too much pace for you.
And he got a red card in the reverse fixture, of course, as well, Kevin, headbutting Adam Smith in the 2-2 draw back in August.
Good knowledge, Steele.
And I tell you one thing, he just looks like he's got a bit of a hot head when things aren't going
well,
his way.
He is, and do you know what, again, I don't mind that little bit of spark in games. Yeah, sometimes it can, when you overstep the mark and you get yourself sent off, it's daft, but I don't mind. He's got a bit of fight in him, I think.
Maybe Duncan Ferguson can sit him down and have a chat
try and
with
calm him. Yeah, big dunk.
Michael Keane with the clearance for Everton, just on the edge of his box. He gets away to Richarlison. Richarlison did well to hold on to it there. He shielded the ball from Cook, but Richarlison went down. A bad challenge from Cook from behind.
Yeah, it was.
It was actually Gosling, I think. Actually, sorry, Kevin. It was Gosling coming in there behind Richarlison, and Anthony Taylor's gone over to have a word with Marco Silva, who's not happy with the referee's handling of that particular situation. He was expecting to see a card, I think, when he's looking at all of his own players going into the book, and he sees a challenge like that. I'm not surprised he's questioning the referee. So the free kick goes all the way back to Jordan Pickford, and the rain's starting to come down hard and heavy here at Goodison Park. And the ball cleared out towards the right hand side, but it bobbles out for a throw to Bournemouth.
Yeah, the Manchester ref's not going down well in these parts, is he?
So it was the throw in there taken by Bournemouth. It's with Dan Gosling now around centre field area, and he goes back to Nathaniel Klein, and it's now with Aki to Cook, the two centre halves, just the only players in their own half. Sends that one forward. And it was Jordan Ibe, the man tackled there by Luckman, much to the delight of the home support. So it's a throw into Everton here on this near side, and we're going to see the second substitution for Everton. The man to come off is Richarlison. He looks like a man who's been in the wars. He's been in a real battle with Steve Cook the whole game, and he's going to be replaced by Dominic Calvert-Lewin. Dominic Calvert-Lewin making his 20th appearance of the season for Everton. Started 5 of the last 6 games, and here to make his appearance in the 87th minute of the action, with his team Everton leading by a goal to 0. So the throw in sent down to Calvert-Lewin. His first touch is a header, and it's ball given away to Bournemouth. It ends up with Aki, who tries to clear it away straight into the Everton half, and Michael Keane is there to put that one out for a throw to Bournemouth. So it looks like an exercise of what we hold now at this stage for Everton, I think, Kevin.
Well, exactly, that's what it is now. 87 minutes now. You look and see this last spell through plus injury time. Just seek through, do your job now. This will be a must-win, or much needed, should I say, result for Everton. It's desperately needed. The results have been poor, performances have been poor. It's not been a great performance, don't get me wrong, but a win is a win, and it certainly gets them back on track.
Jordan Ibe on the attack here. He's got Lookman for company. He gets it away to Lerma. Lerma gets away to Gosling. Gosling passes to Mousset on the edge of the box, who plays a through ball in towards Ryan Fraser. Ryan Fraser attacking from that left hand side, but well done Jordan Pickford. He sniffed out the danger, and we've seen him making a few errors over the last few weeks, but you have to credit the Everton goalkeeper there. Saw the danger, brought it outside his own box, cleared it away. It has ended up back in Bournemouth's hands, and we've just seen Seamus Coleman making a tackle there on one of the Bournemouth players on the far side.
Yeah, I think it was actually Theo Walcott. You know what? He was getting back to help Seamus Coleman. I think Seamus Coleman had the situation under control. Theo Walcott just jumping into a challenge. More pressure for Everton. I'm just seeing the replay of that save by Pickford. Yes, excellent goalkeeping, very alert, diving at the feet of Ryan Fraser, clearing the danger. But this is a vulnerable part of Everton's game, as we said.
Free kick on the far side. It's about, say, maybe 10 yards away from the byline, just inside the touchline, and it's Ryan Fraser to take it, right-footed in towards the centre of the box. Pickford came out for that, and it's bobbled away towards the far side of the pitch, but Mousset picks up possession. He dances past Gomez. Gomez has another bite at him. The cross in from Mousset isn't a good one. It's cleared by Luca Digne, and it's picked up by Lookman just inside the Everton half. He skips away from Jordan Ibe, but he's tackled then by Lerma, loses the ball, gives it away to Jordan Ibe, and Ibe is tackled by Lookman, and the referee Anthony Taylor awards a free kick to Bournemouth just inside the Everton half. And we've only got about a minute and a half of normal time left to play here. Bournemouth really trying to press Everton in these last few minutes. Strangely enough, Kevin, a lot of blue seats visible here, some of the fans making way because of the rain. And Aki's up there for the header onto the free kick. It's bobbling around in a dangerous area just outside the 6-yard box, but it's cleared by Everton. It ends up with Lerma on the far side. He heads it down to Ryan Fraser, but Gomez there to make the tackle as Fraser was about to pull the trigger on the cross. It's swept to the far side then to Adam Smith. His pass to Jordan Ibe. Ibe is trying to attack here down the right hand flank. He's got Sigurdsson and Digne. He gets the cross in towards Mousset. It's flew past Kurt Zouma, the centre half, and Mousset really had a chance there to sneak in at the front post and try and divert that cross into the Everton net.
It's a chance, wasn't it? It's a good ball actually from Jordan Ibe, put into a really dangerous area. Just seeing the replay there. Andre Gomez getting involved again at the far post,
and he pulled Mousset down.
Tell you what, he should have had a second yellow on a couple of occasions here.
Definitely
Andre
off the
Gomez
ball there, Kevin.
Off the ball, yeah.
The referee wouldn't have seen it, but definitely a penalty if he had.
Without a doubt, penalty, and it certainly would have been a sending off.
Gomez has just put his shoulder on Mousset there in that attack, pull him down by the shoulder, but lucky to get away with that one. So ball headed forward here by Nathaniel Klein towards Josh King, but Everton clear it away. It's now with Dominic Calvert-Lewin. Calvert-Lewin gets his pass away to Gomez, and Idrissa Gueye in there in a battle with Lerma. Lerma comes off the better, gets it back to Cook. Cook sends that forward to Ibe. Ibe back to Lerma in the centre circle. It's back to Cook. Cook to Ake. Ake to the left hand side. And let's send forward to Ibe. Ibe trying to attack here. There's every Everton player, all hands on deck, defending here. Sigurdsson tries to make a tackle here. It's Lerma sends that ball forward to Mousset. Mousset's through ball And that's into Gosling. Gosling had 2 shots at it there, but Pickford was there to smother the danger, and he's not happy that the corner kick has been awarded to Bournemouth. He might have felt that it came off Gosling last and should have got a goal kick.
Well, Everton are just dropping deeper and deeper. They're inviting pressure upon them. I think Jordan Pickford's saying it actually came back off Gosling. It should be an Everton goal kick, but again, this pressure is just mounting, and only got the last few minutes left in this game now to see it through.
We're going to see another substitution, but it's going to have to wait because there's a corner kick to be taken by Bournemouth, but the referee is allowing the substitution to be made. Gylfi Sigurdsson coming off. The Everton playmaker is going to be replaced by Colombian centre-half Yerry Mina. Yerry Mina, another purchase from Barcelona last summer, €30 million plus add-ons, signed a 5-year contract here at Goodison Park, and he's going to come on here in the 2nd minute of injury time. Everton still leading by a goal to nil, and under a lot of pressure over the last 5 minutes from Bournemouth as they try and hold on here for all 3 points.
This is the one, the old rule that you'd say, never make a substitution when you've conceded a corner.
So the corner's be taken by Ryan Fraser. It's right into the middle of the box, and that's headed away by Michael Keane, and the afters by Walcott just in the edge of the box, but it's headed down to Jordan Ibe. He spreads out to the left hand side to King, and Ibe again with possession. He's got Idrissa Gueye just in front of him. He gets past him down the left hand side, puts the cross in, but Seamus Coleman is there to block it away, but couldn't really get it under control. He had to put it out for a corner.
Yeah, he didn't. Difficult one to control, actually skipping off the turf. Such a quick surface out there, but I think Begovic fancies coming up as well for the corner.
So the corner's be taken on the far side. It's Ryan Fraser to take this one. It's going to be an in-swinger with the right footer, and he sends it right into the middle, and it's headed away by, look like Kurt Zouma got a head on that. Jordan Pickford picks up the loose ball just over the other corner flag, sends up the left-hand flank, and it's Dominic Calvert-Lewin chasing that one. His manager Marco Silva urging his players on there as Jordan Pickford cleared that ball out. And Smith is up there for a header. He tumbles over Lookman. It's inside the Everton half again. Jordan Ibe and Mousse trying to generate an attack here, but Digne gets a foot on it there, puts it out for a throw-in.
It's a good end though, isn't it, as well? It's exactly what Bournemouth needed to sustained attacks, put pressure on Everton's goal. Long throw going in now from Cook.
Everton haven't kept a clean sheet since November, that win against Cardiff. They'll be hoping to see this one out. The throw-in is headed on to Mousse. Mousse couldn't control it, and it's a corner kick now to Bournemouth. It came off Digne last, so again Bournemouth have another chance. This will be their 9th corner kick of the game, 5 for Everton, and we're into the 4th minute now of injury time.
What did he hold up? Sorry, is it 5? Yeah,
it was 5 minutes of injury time, so just under 30 seconds, so actually less now. There's only about 10 seconds left here. This is the last chance for Bournemouth. Ryan Fraser sends that one in towards the centre. It's to Mousse. Mousse got a touch at it. He tried to guide it into the far post there, but it just went straight to Jordan Pickford, who gathered the ball up safely.
Well, he did well to actually get it on target. It was a difficult one actually to get real pace and power on it. Everton squeezing out, good handling from Jordan Pickford.
So Pickford to take the kick out. He sends it high and long into the Bournemouth half. It's headed away by Cook. Cook gets only as far as Gueye. Gueye controls it, gets it back to Digne. Digne just inside the Bournemouth half. He sends that pass forward to Calvert-Lewin. Calvert-Lewin finds Gueye. Gueye to Lookman. Lookman's beaten on the ball by Smith. It spills out to Calvert-Lewin, and it's sent forward from Gueye to Lookman. Lookman puts the cross in to Calvert-Lewin. He puts it away. A brilliant finish from Dominic Calvert-Lewin. The cross from Lookman on the left-hand side, and here we are in the 5th minute of injury time. Everton 2, Bournemouth 0.
Yeah, he's come a little bit against the run of play. It was actually good football out on the left-hand side from Everton. Lookman involved. He did well actually to make the challenge, and then the little 1-2, actually the layoff from Dominic Calvert-Lewin, it freed up Lookman down the left-hand side. He's got his head up as he advances into the wide position. Lovely pullback to Calvert-Lewin. He sees him free. Calvert-Lewin gets a shot on target. It's a slight deflection off Nathan Aki, I think, that deceives Begovic in goal, but Marco Silva truly delighted with that one. Everton haven't been great today, but that looks like that is it now. That's the point secured.
And we said it was a little bit quiet around here in the first and second half, actually, Kevin, but listen to that now.
That's it.
The supporters going home happy. The atmosphere really much better now.
It's exactly what you expect when you come to Goodison. You expect a great atmosphere. The Gladys Street end have been quiet throughout, whereas, to be fair, they've had very little to shout about today. It's not been, as I said before, it's not been a great performance from Everton. Second half's been much better, I have to say that. Got the goal at the right time. They defended much better in the second half. They've given very little away, and late on, I say, well, just as Bournemouth looked like they were getting themselves back in the game, they concede a goal.
And there we have it, the full-time whistle blown by Anthony Taylor. Everton 2, Bournemouth 0, the final score. And that goal from Dominic Calvert-Lewin, his 4th of the season on his 20th appearance. And when you look back, I suppose, over those 90 minutes, Kevin, it wasn't a great quality match, really, was it? No. We didn't see a huge amount of good play there, but, you know, Everton will be happy to get the 3 points all the same.
I think that's what it's all about today. It's about getting the result. As I said before, it wasn't vintage Everton today. I think Bournemouth in the first half played some decent stuff. I think their attacking players, Fraser and Brooks, were heavily involved and should have been in front at half time on the balance of play, but Everton looked a little bit brighter towards the back end of the first half. Second half they came out much better, got the goal, excellent header from Kurt Zouma and a great cross from Luca Digne, and then they looked solid. It was a solid performance rather than being really open, good attacking play from Everton. They've got the job done, and Marco Silva needed the 3 points today. It's big for him, it's big for Everton Football Club, and now they can move on really in the next few weeks with a bit more positivity. Really open.
They were conceding a lot of goals over the last few weeks, Kevin. Everton have been. I know obviously Bournemouth were without their top striker Callum Wilson for this game, lost to a hamstring injury, so I suppose that nullified Bournemouth's threat. But when you look how Bournemouth played, more so their attacking play today, would you praise that Everton back four? Seamus Coleman right back, Luca Digne left back, and Zouma and Keane at centre half. Would you praise their performance?
Yeah, I would. I think they made a couple of mistakes. I think Pickford looked edgy in the first half, didn't he, at times? I think it was a solid performance from Seamus Coleman today. The talk was around here that he's faced criticism. I haven't heard it when I've been to Goodison, but I think Seamus Coleman played very well in his position. Not necessarily with the open Seamus Coleman that we've seen, the really expansive player that's going beyond and getting loads of crosses in and being real attacking. I think it was a solid performance defensively from him, but Luca Digne created the first goal, brilliant cross from him, but as a four, as the pressure mounted towards the back end of the game, I think they were solid, and I think that's the thing that Marco Silva would have wanted from his back four today. I think he didn't look like they were going to concede as the game went on, and Jordan Pickford, that edginess that we saw earlier on, I think it certainly left him as the game progressed, and I think he had a decent second half from himself. But I think overall Everton probably just shaded it and just deserved it. Yeah,
that win pushes them up into the top half, into 10th place. They've got Southampton away next. Not an easy game, Kevin. Just quickly, what would you be hoping for from that, from an Everton perspective?
Well, I'm looking for certainly better attacking play from them. That's something that's been lacking from them for such a long time now. So more attacking play, better attack-minded players. They've got enough quality in this side, but we've just not seen it enough from them.
So we wrap up here now. Here at Goodison Park, it's finished Everton 2, Bournemouth 0. The goals coming in the second half. Kurt Zouma with a header, and then finished off in injury time by Dominic Calvert-Lewin. Everton up to 10th place, Bournemouth dropping back to 12th. We're back to you in the studio, Joe.
Cheers, lads. Safe home. Stephen Doyle and Kevin Kilban there. Let's go from Goodison Park straight to our second live game of the afternoon at Wembley. Nathan Murphy is standing by. It is Spurs against Manchester United. Hello.
How are you?
So team news is in. Oh, sorry, I felt like you had a Tommy Walsh-esque intro, just that I just jumped in, didn't I? I just heard you start it.
No, it's perfectly fine. I couldn't even begin to compete with the greatness of Tommy Walsh. I was going to say that it's going to be a good game, Joe, I think.
Well,
it should be a very good game. Apparently, word on the street here is that this is the first test for Ole Gunnar Solskjaer.
I've heard that once or twice.
Have you heard that mentioned? Yes, that's the sort of insight you're going to be getting over the next couple of hours.
Yeah, good. They're all about attacking football now. Do you know, it is a slight, I was going to say it's a testament to Solskjaer, but maybe it's more damnation of Jose Mourinho's Manchester United that the team news is in, and I think this feels like about the first time in several years I've been able to predict the Manchester United team.
Yeah, it's their strongest team. There doesn't seem to be any deep lying undercurrent of why certain players are in or certain players are out. Solskjaer has come in, has gone about it in a pretty straightforward manner, and it is, as you say, more or less the expected side. Antonio Valencia has picked up an injury, so Ashley Young will play at right back, and then Jesse Lingard gets the nod ahead of Juan Mata. Romelu Lukaku again is on the bench, but it is an attacking Manchester United side. They've been scoring goals for fun under Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. 14 in the 4 league victories for Manchester United. I'll go through through their team first in. David De Gea in goal. The back four of Ashley Young, Victor Lindelof, Phil Jones and Luke Shaw in midfield. It'll be Matic, Herrera and Pogba with Lingard in there as well. And then Marcus Rashford, who scored in his last 2 Premier League games alongside Anthony Martial. Bit of a surprise in the Spurs side. Jan Vertonghen has made a quicker than expected return from a thigh injury, so he makes his first appearance in over a month. Replaces Davinson Sanchez in the heart of the Tottenham defence, while Ben Davies gets the nod ahead of Danny Rose at left back. Hugo Lloris will captain the team in goal. The back four of Kieran Trippier, Jan Vertonghen, Toby Alderweireld and Ben Davies. It'll be Harry Winks, Moussa Sissoko, Christian Eriksen and Dele Alli in midfield. Harry Kane and Heung-min Son probably going to play as a front two. That front four of Eriksen, Ali, Kane and Son are in sensational form right now. The one disappointing and frustrating note for Spurs is that they may well be missing Heung-min Son for a month after this game. He's going off to the Asian Cup, and depending how far South Korea get, he may well miss the next month. He's 7 goals in his last 7 games.
Yeah, they could reach 51 points in this match, Spurs, which would be 2 games quicker than in any other Premier League season they've had. So they are in sensational form. Their last 11 matches, they've 9 wins, 1 draw, 1 loss. They don't draw very many games in the league. April is their last draw. 25 league games without draw. It really is. And for all that, they're still 9 points off Liverpool and just clinging on by their fingertips to this title race.
Well, that's it. You say they could get to 51 points. You feel they have to get to 51 points because they start this game 9 behind. They're not drawing matches. The problem is they've already lost 5 games, and probably when we were growing up watching football, the feeling was you couldn't lose more than 5 to win the Premier League title. You look in recent seasons, you probably can't lose more than 3, it always felt, to win the Premier League title. But the fact that they've been winning so many matches, they've won 16 of their 21, has kept them there or thereabouts, and they generally tend to get better at this time of the season. We've seen it over the last month or so. That front four, who at times have been hit and miss, Harry Kane generally consistent, but Eriksen hadn't scored in his first 13 games, 4 in his last 5. I mentioned Heung-min Son, 7 and 7. Dele Alli looking to score for, or Harry Kane looking to score for the 7th game in a row, and Dele Alli's been ticking away as well. So they're in absolutely sensational form. It was just that one slip up against Wolves where I heard Ali saying afterwards that maybe they did just get a little bit complacent, that it was coming too easy for them for a little while, and that sort of defeat is really hurting them. And here at Wembley, they haven't exactly been bulletproof. No. They've lost 3 matches already at home this season, including that game against Wolves. They lost to Barcelona as well in the Champions League, so maybe there is an opportunity for this attacking looking Manchester United team to get at them. They were behind inside 10 seconds in this fixture last season when Christian Eriksen scored early on for Spurs. They were beaten last time out by 3-0. So Tottenham, it's only Spurs, and all that feels like a long time ago when you look at this rivalry, because recently Spurs have very much been on top.
Yeah, and for Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, he hopes a full-time job on offer, and this game will go some way towards cementing that sense. Back to you and Brian Kerr in just a moment. We'll get Brian Kerr's thoughts on how things are going at Manchester United. I should mention before we go to a very short ad break, Off the Ball are going to preview the Dublin Racing Festival from the Sugar Club on Thursday the 24th of January, and it's a brilliant lineup as well of racing people and racing fans. Niall Quinn is going to be there, Nicky English, Davy Russell, Rachel Blackmore and Patrick Mullins, alongside Kevin Kilban, Johnny Ward, Ger Gilroy and John Duggan. So we'll preview a massive racing weekend taking place at Leopardstown Racecourse on the 2nd and 3rd of February, where top jockeys and trainers will be competing in 14 races, including 8 Grade 1 races for €1.8 million in prize money. It's an exclusive off-air event only, so the only way to enjoy it is to be there on the night. And to do that, go to offtheball.com/events. And remember, it's for 18s and over only. It's all with thanks to the Dublin Racing Festival at Leopardstown Racecourse on Saturday the 2nd and Sunday the 3rd of February. And you can get your tickets for the festival at leopardstown.com. Brian Kerr's next.
Tottenham versus Manchester United, live from Wembley.
On Off the Ball.
Brought to you by Boyle Sports. Now with same-day withdrawals to your Visa debit card.
News Talk Breakfast.
Soda bread, says Ron in Castleknock. You know it's good for you. Have it every day. It tastes so much better than white bread. McCambridge's or Sean's brown bread. Ron, I have to disagree with you, and I am more in line with this list. The other listener, Kieran.
Yeah, white bread with a good old packet of Tato crisps. Ace.
Yeah, no argument there.
News Talk Breakfast with Shane Coleman and Kieran Cuddihy.
In association with AIR.
Back tomorrow from 7 on News Talk.
The Aer Lingus January sale ends Tuesday. It's time to bring on the sun, bring on the sea and sand, bring on sandcastles, bucket spades and beach balls, bring on the days by the pool and summer nights in the city, bring on 4-star service and convenient central airports. Bring on the sun in the Aer Lingus January sale with 3 million seats on offer. Up to 50% off flights to Europe and flights to North America from €189 each way as part of a return trip. Hurry, sale ends Tuesday. Smart books now at airlingus.com. Offer subject to conditions and availability.
There's a 0% chance of you winning the lotto without a ticket. And the odds on a summer without rain? Also 0. There's a 0% chance you're going to be discovered as a pop star singing in the shower. 0 hope gone off milk won't smell as bad the second time. There's a 0% chance of your keys being just where you left them.
Keys were my keys.
And at Skoda, guess what great value starts at? Skoda. Simply clever. Terms and conditions apply. See skoda.ie.
Jack Devlin. Repeat, Jack Devlin is in the vicinity. We have a number of casualties. Suspect is armed and dangerous. All units, please respond. Suspect is believed to be heading in the direction of Prairie Field Colony. I need backup. Repeat, I need backup.
Jack wants his daughter back.
It's my daughter. Where is she?
10 Star Series 2. A Sky original production starring Tim Roth.
Give her back or we'll kill you.
Coming soon on Sky Atlantic.
At Dunnes Stores, when it comes to a choice of back-to-school lunchbox favourites, we don't do things by halves, except on price. Like a yummy half price on Petit Palou Big Pots, Muller Light Yogurt 6-pack range and Yop 6-pack range. Or how about half price on Robinson's Fruit Shoot 4-pack range and half price on Innocent Smoothies and Super Smoothies 750ml range. Plus you save even more with our €10 off every 50 grocery voucher. Back to school adds up to big savings at Dunnes Stores. Always better value. See online for terms and conditions. Minimum spend required.
This 200-page report for your board meeting was printed using a branded ink cartridge. And this 200-page report was printed using a high-grade ink cartridge from inkjet.ie. What's the difference? Oh, about €15. Get quality ink cartridges from just €2 and fast delivery at inkjet.ie.
The world has changed. How we connect is less this and more this. It's about time finance changed too. At Linked Finance, we're revolutionising the way lending works for Irish SMEs. With easy online applications, same-day decisions, and funds available within days. This is business lending for a digital age, and its time has come. Apply now or find out more at linkedfinance.com.
Sometimes you'll find something at Kildare Village that will always put a smile on your face. That wonderful Ted Baker winter coat or those sensational LK Bennett shoes. But the reason that smile stays on your face is you found it with up to 75% off during final reductions at Kildare Village. It's final reductions at Kildare Village. It's up to 75% off. Start smiling. Kildare Village, where there's something extraordinary every day.
It's time to take a fresh look at Homebase. We've launched our new furniture and storage range with over 150 new lines now available in store. Like the Harlow dining table and 4 chairs now only €260. Save €113 and 10 cents when bought together. And with storage solutions for every room, help keep your home tidy and organised. Hurry, don't miss out while stocks last. Make your house a home you love at Homebase.
A business needs to be creative to stay ahead of the game. And creative brains need space to think. Give them space. Think better. But let's do it with a little style. Castle Knock means business. Discover more at castleknockhotel.com.
Okay, learn to fly, learn 6 languages, read 2 books a day, and stop setting unrealistic goals.
We can't help you with all your resolutions, but we can help you take the first step to a healthier you. With an Irish Life Health Benefit Plan, claim up to €250 back on the things that can benefit your health, like gym memberships and fitness wearables. Search Benefit Plan. We know Irish Life. We are Irish Life Health. Irish Life Health Pack is regulated by the Central Bank of Ireland. Call us to see exactly what's covered. Terms and conditions apply.
The Harvey Norman Big Sale continues with big savings on sofas and dining furniture, with sofas from €389, up to 50% off recliner sofas. Big savings on dining furniture with up to 50% off, and big savings on home accessories with up to 70% off rugs and mirrors. Incredible savings and easy ways to pay with up to 36 months interest-free finance terms available. The Harvey Norman Big Sale, in store and online. Don't miss out.
Terms and conditions apply. See harveynorman.ie/finance.
Tottenham versus Manchester United, live from Wembley.
On Off the Ball.
Brought to you by Boyle Sports. Now with same-day withdrawals to your Visa debit card.
Lookman puts the cross in to Calvert-Lewin and puts it away. A brilliant finish from Dominic Calvert-Lewin. The cross from Lookman on the left-hand side. And here we are in the 5th minute of injury time. Everton 2, Bournemouth 0.
Yeah, 2-0 Everton was how our first game finished. We're over to Wembley in just one moment with Brian Kerr. Nathan Murphy will be on commentary as well. Kicks off in 7 minutes' time. Neil, what else is going on briefly?
Well, Joe, in the Heineken Champions Cup, Munster's Pool 2 will be decided on the final day at Thomond Park next Sunday. That's because the Exeter Chiefs have given themselves a puncher's chance with a 34-12 win at Sandy Park. Rob Baxter's side ran in 6 tries in total. Jack Noel, Henry Slade and Luke Cowan-Dickey among them, leaving Munster top of the pool on 17 points. Exeter second on 13. So should Exeter beat Munster and deny them a losing bonus point next week, they would qualify at the expense of Munster. The weekend's 2 remaining games are at half-time, both in Pool 3. Saracens 14-3 in front away to Leon. Glasgow 14-5 in front against Cardiff. So as things stand in that pool, Saracens will hit 22, maybe 23 points if they get a winning bonus point. Glasgow likely to hit 14, or likely to hit 18, possibly 19 points. But they meet in the pool's final game next week. Ulster fans hoping for a Saracens win in that one, which would keep Glasgow out of the mix. Clare have won the Munster Senior Hurling League. The Banner County beat Tipperary 420-118 at the Gaelic grounds. Wexford will play Galway in the Walsh Cup final. It's after they beat Kilkenny 16 points to 13 in Enniscorthy. Galway travelled to Parnell Park today to take on Dublin, and they had a narrow 21 points to 117 win. In Ulster, Armagh will face Tyrone in the Dr. McKenna Cup final. Armagh beat Donegal 14 points to 110 in Omagh. Tyrone got the better of Derry on a scoreline of 14 points to 1-8. And in the FBD League in Connacht, Mayo were involved in a penalty shootout for the second week running. James Horan's side were beaten this time though, losing their semi-final against Galway on spot kicks 4-2 after a 1-9 apiece draw in 70 minutes. Roscommon will await Galway in the final after they beat Sligo 218-116 today.
Lovely stuff, Neil. Thanks very much. Let's go to Wembley. Brian Kerr standing by. Hello.
Hello, Joe. How are you doing?
Once again, I find myself talking to you at one of the better games.
Well, that's as it should be, Joe.
I agree completely.
I thought I might say to you that I thought Nathan gave you a very sanitised version of Spurs' season. And it was a very bright kind of... It was a bright outlook on Spurs.
Propaganda almost. What would you say, Brian?
Well,
their best ever start to a season.
Yeah, but you know, you kind of flipped over.
I love, by the way, you've taken to slamming Nathan Murphy here. That's an excellent start to this thing.
No, not really. I'm just kind of...
We're not home until about midnight tonight. It's going to be a long few hours ahead.
I just thought I'd throw out another version of Spurs.
Go on, give us your version of Spurs then.
Well, I the 5 defeats, no draws, all that. But and yeah, they've lost 3 games at home here. And I take from that there's a brittleness about them when it comes to big games. Out of 8 games against the top 6 at Wembley, they've won 4 and lost 4. Yeah. That's not good enough. They've lost to Liverpool and Manchester City here this year, apart from the Wolves match. And these are crucial games because you're doing damage to the teams that are close to you in the league. If you turned around the result against Man City, look how they'd be closer to Liverpool. So that's... But my concern is also tactically around the midfield area. Maybe I'll discuss it with Nathan further. The diamond in the middle of the field leaves them open to the advancing with the full-backs of the opposition. Chelsea, although Spurs won the match the other night, Chelsea dominated the game. Their full-backs, Aspilicueta and Lonzo, got out easily up the flank. Ericsson wasn't able to go out quick enough to him, nor Sissoko. And I think they could have the same problem today. I think the game will be about who dominates the midfield today. The question I have is, will Winks, Sissoko and Ericsson be able to dominate against Herrera, Matic and Pogba. They could do it, but they may not do it, and if they don't do it, Ashley Young and Shaw will be getting up the flanks, because Spurs fullbacks are going to be pinned back by Martial and Lingard, or could be pinned back as they were the other night by young Hudson-Odoi and Willian. They pinned the Spurs fullbacks back.
Well, won't it be interesting to see if Solskjaer has spotted that, and I guess we're going to make quick judgments on him with each passing game. Things like, I mean, he's said pre-match today this is the first time he's had a chance to work tactically with the players over in Dubai. So to that end, Nathan Murphy, with the legs firmly cut from underneath you by your co-commentator.
Not at all.
You can take it away there.
Well, I will bow down, of course, as always, to Mr. Kerr's superior knowledge of these situations. We'll keep a close eye on that midfield battle. It has been a revolving and rotating at times Spurs midfield this season. When they beat Manchester United 3-0 at the start of the season, it was Eric Dyer and Moussa Dembele who were the midfield two. Moussa Dembele on the verge of leaving Spurs to go to China, while Eric Dyer once again misses out through injury. 2 changes for Tottenham and some good news for them. Jan Vertonghen is back fit after a month out injured with a thigh injury. He replaces Davinson Sanchez in the heart of that defence, linking up again with his fellow Belgian Toby Alderweireld. Ben Davies has got the nod ahead of Danny Rose, but the rest of the team, it feels like it picks itself at the moment. Hugo Lloris, captain Spurs, in goals. Back four of Kieran Trippier, Jan Vertonghen, Toby Alderweireld and Ben Davies. That midfield diamond, Harry Winks at the base, Sissoko on the right, Ericsson on the left, and Dele Alli playing in behind Harry Kane and Heung-min Son. And it is Manchester United that Harry Kane has struggled against most of all the leading teams in the Premier League. Just 2 goals in his 9 appearances against United. For Ole Gunnar Solskjaer's side, David De Gea is in goals. It's a back four of Ashley Young, Victor Lindelof, Phil Jones and Luke Shaw. In midfield it'll be Matic, Herrera and Pogba, with Lingard, Rashford and Martial leading the attack. It is Manchester United who are playing from left to right. Spurs right down in front of our commentary position, just to the right of the middle of the pitch here at Wembley. That, as always, isn't quite packed. They have restricted capacities. They can't get the full 90,000 in, but it looks like there's well up on maybe 75,000 here. There was over 80,000 when they met last season in this fixture, the highest ever for a Premier League game. But Wembley looking resplendent. None of the rain that we saw up at Goodison Park earlier, and we're almost ready to go. Today's referee is Mike Dean. Spurs white shirts with navy trim, navy shorts and white socks, and Manchester United red shirts, black shorts and red socks. Spurs best ever start to a Premier League season, yet still they find themselves 9 points behind Liverpool at the top, and it is Tottenham who get us underway to a cascade of noise around Wembley and a long ball forward towards Harry Kane, but it's well dealt with by the Manchester United defence. Certainly better dealt with than this time last season when they made a mess of that first Spurs attack and Tottenham led after just 10 seconds through Christian Eriksen. Well, they've managed to get through 20 seconds so far this afternoon, Brian.
And, you know, you said base is resplendent. It is. I think the pitch looks a lot better than it has done, but still would think the pitch isn't great. I thought in the Chelsea match there was times the ball was bobbling, bounced a bit through the middle, and it shouldn't have been. But all the markings from the American football are gone off, and the grass growth is better, looks a bit better. It might actually be better looking from where we were than it would be if you run it. I often find that with football pitches, you're a bit distant from you think the pitch looks great, then you get a chance to get out and walk on it, you go, hold on, there's a lot of covered up jobs here, not quite painted green, but there's a lot of bit of cover where there isn't really a lot of grass. But look, the ball's moving all right in the first few minutes. We'll just see how that tactical battle develops in the middle of the field now with Matic and Herrera trying to prevent the influence of Ali and Ericsson in particular. Can Winks control the game from Spurs just ahead of his own centre backs, or will United have a plan to stop Winks getting on it? Will Pogba try and deal with him?
Trippier on the right hand side of the area sends the cross in. It's too far in front of Harry Kane, though bounces inside the 6-yard box, but rolls harmlessly to the left and out of play for a goal kick to Manchester United. It is the current United manager against the man that many expect will be the permanent Manchester United manager, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, up against Maurizio Pochettino this afternoon. Well, the tables have certainly turned in the relationship between these two clubs. United haven't won away at Tottenham since all the way back in 2012, and it's they who start this game in the title race.
Just looking at that position, even off the kick out, Rashford is starting wide on the right, Lingard through the middle and Martial on the left. I presume it was just at the kick out but maybe not. Maybe we'll see a lot more rotation in the game.
False 9 from Lingard.
Yeah, but let's see how it works out. But Rashford is definitely on the right hand side, and Lingard is through the middle. We'll see what their tactical plan is. It looks like Lingard may be the one dropping in to prevent Harry Winks starting to play, which he's very, very good at. Winks is really good at showing for possession.
Herrera with a ball over the top for Jesse Lingard, charging through the middle. There was just a little bit too pace on that pass though from Herrera. Bounces off the surface and into the arms of Hugo Lloris, who looks one way, it looks the other, and then rolls the ball inside the area to Toby Alderweireld, who for a moment looked like he was caught flat-footed as he was closed down by Anthony Martial, but Spurs managed to get it clear up to the halfway line where United win the ball back. Shaw's ball forward is deflected. Pogba tries to get it under control, but Heung-min Son steps across and wins the ball back for Tottenham. It's with Toby Alderweireld just playing on the right of the centre-back pairing, and here's Jan Vertonghen. Looks forward and
immediately, Alderweireld got the ball. I watched Herrera running to get to Eriksson to stop Spurs playing out, and Lingard pinning himself onto wings, so they're forcing Spurs into position. The only centre-backs to be spare are the goalkeeper to play it long, but Lloris has just got a brilliant ball out to Davies.
Sissoko on the halfway line. Here's Dele Alli under pressure there from Ander Herrera. Keeps hold of possession though, Alli, and gets it back to Alderweireld. Right-footed then drills it to this near side. Ben Davies jumps high, but he can't keep the ball in play. It was a loose pass from Alderweireld, and it will be a throw in to Manchester United just inside the Spurs half on this near side, the United right, and just in front of Mauricio Pochettino's technical area. Young with a ball over the top again, trying to release Lingard. Plenty of pace in that front three of Rashford, Lingard and Martial. The ball still on this near side, the United right, hooked high up into the air there by Victor Lindelof. Hasn't bounced out of play. Nobody's really taken control of the situation. Vertonghen puts his head on it. Eriksson then helps it on, and now it's Young midway inside the Tottenham half. Young puts his boot through it and sends it into the Spurs penalty area, but Alderweireld steps across, clears it out of play out this left-hand side for Tottenham. It'll be another throw into Manchester United, who are really doing a good pressing job on Spurs in these early stages. 4.5 minutes gone at Wembley, and it's still scoreless between Tottenham and Manchester United.
Yeah, you're right, Nathan. They are. Spurs have had plenty of the ball so far, but it's mostly in the final 30 yards of the pitch because United are pressing them. Lingard, Rashford and Martial have been very busy chasing and harassing the Spurs defenders, not allowing them to get easy ball out. Here's Eriksson.
Yeah, out to the left-hand side to Harry Kane. A heavy touch though from Christian Eriksen with that pass. Kane can't get on the end of it.
That's the pitch though, Nathan. I'm telling you, the way the ball ran towards Harry Kane, it was bubbling bounce. Look how rough it is where Young is taking the throw in. The ball bubbled and bounced as Kane tried. It kind of speeded up as it got towards the touchline and ran into touch. I mean, Eriksson knows the way the pass he wants to play to Harry Kane. He knows how to play it, how the flight should go. And that time, from 15 yards away, it looked like it was too heavy a pass.
You counted what? 19 different groundsmen
18
out
in one half.
In one half
United were warming up. The Spurs ground staff, are the Spurs ground staff or Wembley ground staff? It's Wembley. Anyway, there was 18 of them walking where United had been warming up. It didn't look to me like United had done particularly aggressive session that would have damaged the pitch, but there were 18 of them there. There was 2 at the Spurs end of the warm-up sessions. You see, United also almost gone man-to-man on Spurs in midfield. Matic marking Ali, Herrera marking Eriksson, Pogba with Sissoko, and leaving the back four to deal with Spurs' 2 front players, and then the full backs are matching Spurs full backs. That's how it's shaping up.
Now Harry Kane goes down under the challenge of Paul Pogba. The referee though doesn't blow his whistle, and the ball goes back to David De Gea. The United almost daring Spurs to come at them, and now Kane does brilliantly to win the ball over on the far side of the pitch, but as I say that, this time the referee does blow his whistle for a foul from Harry Kane and his sometime England colleague Luke Shaw. Just a little bit too physical from Kane. The Spurs attacker can't quite believe it, but it is going to be a free kick to Manchester United midway inside their own half over in the left back position. And we've seen United happy enough to let Vertonghen and Alderweireld have the ball. No real options for them in a central position. They're having to go long, and United are dealing well with it. And they have it at Ashley Young on this right hand side, up along the touch line towards Marcus Rashford. Ben Davies tracked it well though, gets his head on it, but all he can do is turn it out of play for a throw in to United deep inside the Spurs half, about 10-12 yards in from the end line. on this right hand side, and it'll be Ashley Young to take this throw. United not committing too many men forward. He has Herrera back down the line if he wants Young. Lingard comes short. Rashford is there as well, and Pogba slowly strolls towards the edge of the area. Onto the thigh of Rashford, back to Young again. A little bit of trickery, trying to find a way and squeeze away past the two Spurs players, Eriksson and Davies, but they're just squeezed out of it, and it'll be a throw in to Tottenham. And the referee, Mike Dean, is just going to have a word with Ashley Young about something. It seems as though his assistant referee on this near side spotted something. Is there a little bit of dissent maybe from Ashley Young, and Mike Dean steps across to talk to Young.
He might have said to the linesman, Ashley Young this is, that he didn't approve of him awarding the throw in to Spurs, and he may have said it in a rather frantic tone that displays Mike Dean. But just looking at United, the tackling intention at the moment seems to be can they get it over the top.
Yeah, Eriksson in behind for Heung-min Son, who's forced out to the left hand side. It's the edge of the area. Heung-min Son trying to slide it through there. Oh, it's a brilliant ball in, and it's sent splashing across the goal mat. It'll be kept in play over on the far side of the pitch, down by the corner flag by Spurs. They do brilliantly over there. Kieran Trippier brings it to the end line, chance to cross it in, drills it in there low, and Phil Jones turns it behind for a corner kick. And that was good attacking play from Tottenham out of nothing. The initial ball from Christian Eriksen into Harry Winks, and Winks, he just flashed it across the 6-yard box.
Yeah, but Heung-min Son was the man making the run in behind the Spurs defence. I was going to say United's tactics seemed to be put to get it in early behind the Spurs defence. Eriksen's ball into Son, great ball. He played it on to Winks. Winks was a kind of a half shot, come cross from near the end line, just went outside the far post. Spurs rescued, they got it back in again.
And the corner kick is sent in. Pogba acrobatically clears only as far as Winks, who volleys high above the crossbar. It was always rising, set up nicely for Harry Winks just on the edge of the D, but he smashes his volley straight over the top of David De Gea's crossbar.
It was a hard one to do much with. It came out to him, good pace. Pogba got the header away at the corner in the near post there. He came to Winks in the D, took it down off his chest and was still hopping high. He tried to hit it on the half volley and keep it down. He couldn't get over it enough, and there was plenty of pace on it. Could have troubled De Gea, but went over the bar. Good attack from Spurs. The second real attack of the match. One ball from Trippier before that. Struggling to get out of their own half, other than that, to build up the passes to get Eriksson on the ball because of Herrera's position in midfield. He's been assigned to not man to man on Eriksson, but very much when Spurs have possession to go at Eriksson. Matic is dealing with Ali, and Paul Pogba seems to be responsible for Sissoko. That might be the one where he won't be too disciplined. He's actually playing on the left of the three of them, but Herrera and Matic are hanging back and sitting in defensively. Pogba is off the leash a bit to get forward, but he's not playing in the number 10 position. He's played against Bournemouth, he played there off the front. He's playing to the left, so it's a match up with Spurs 3 in the middle of the field there, with Winks been dealt with Lingard, which is a hard task for Lingard, supposed to be playing centre forward, but the match links. So we're just watching this build up in Spurs, and you see Spurs players working really hard to try and find space and get away from the man marking.
Yeah, Dele Alli there can't get away from Nemanja Matic, cleared forward quickly by Manchester United. Jesse Lingard over on the left hand side in line with the edge of the penalty area, pulls it back to Pogba. Pogba then over towards this near side, spots the run of Herrera on the right hand side of the penalty area, closed down by Davies, back to Young, decent cross in there from Ashley Young. Might fall for Ander Herrera, and it almost fell for Jesse Lingard, and he just never fully got it under control on the edge of the 6-yard box, chested it down, and he's just forced into backpedaling slightly, and then he slices his volley high over the top of the crossbar.
Great attack from Manchester United. The switch of play by Pogba was beautiful. Herrera advanced from his midfield position, picked her up out wide, took it down beautifully, back to Young, his cross to far post, not dealt with very well by Alvarez. Here goes Sissoko for Spurs.
Yeah, charging
end to end, isn't it, at the moment?
It's really opened up over the last couple of minutes. Still scoreless though. Ben Davies brings the ball forward, back to Eriksson drills across there towards the onrushing Trippier, but it was cut out by Shaw, and now it's United who'll come forward at pace. Pogba lays it off to Martial on the left hand side, midway inside the Spurs half, forward to Rashford inside the area on his left foot, gets the shot off, but Lloris saves down low. Another scintillating counter-attack from Manchester United, just not the required pace and power in that shot from Rashford.
It starts with the early ball out of defence, though. That's the fourth time in the match they played her over the top of the Spurs defence, relying on the mobility of Lingard, Martial, Rashford, who'll be getting there first. That time it was Lingard, did very well. In the end, Rashford could have picked him out again as he came into the box, went for the shot, low to Lloris's seconds left. Good save. Spurs at it now.
Ali just behind Kane. Now it's Tottenham on the attack. Kane pulls it back to Davies. Davies into the centre to Ericsson. Ericsson lays it off to Winks. 30 yards away. Gives it on to Young-Min Son on the right hand side. Helps it on then to Trippier. Trippier, first time ball in low, but it comes off Luke Shaw, who was standing just 2 or 3 yards in front of him, and goes behind for another corner kick to Tottenham over on the far side of the pitch. The Spurs right in front of the Manchester United supporters who are congregated over by that corner flag. But this game has really come to life over the last 3 or 4 minutes.
Neither team sitting back in any shape or form. Both teams go over it much more open than I think either manager would have planned for it to be.
So corner kick to Spurs. Outswinger by Trippier. Up there go the United defenders and the Spurs attackers, and it's United who'll get it cleared down this near side. Drill forward to Jesse Lingard. What a ball. There's acres of space for Anthony Martial. He spots Martial. Martial's control forces him wide. He's on the left hand side of the penalty area. Martial dinks it across towards Rashford. Perfect headed clearance though back there by Harry Winks, who got back brilliantly, tracked back, because United out of nothing again, catching Spurs on the counter attack, and that has been a pattern in the opening stages of this game. Tottenham putting and pushing more and more men forward, and United looking very dangerous on the counter. Should have done better there.
Yeah, the ball by Matic was a brilliant ball to Lingard, but the one out to Martial was probably a little bit too heavy. It bounced heavy, but again the bounce out the pitch didn't look right, and took him a bit of time to get it down, but then Spurs got players back. But Winks, smallest player on the pitch, winning the header at the far post as Rashford was winding up to slap it in. But the game is going, it is end to end. One team attacks, the other team win the ball back, and it's early balls forward are causing both teams a bit of bother. United did seem almost determined to get it in over the top of Spurs back forward. There's another attempt at one from Young, and Vertonghen has to stretch to get to a big test for him coming back. Had been out for a couple of months with the movement of the front three from United. But Spurs look just as dangerous when Son gets on the ball or Harry Kane gets on it, even Sissoko. Ali hasn't been in the match as much Ericsson in bits and pieces.
Shaw up along the left hand touchline. Pogba with that long stride, putting some pressure over there on Alderweireld, and they've won a corner kick, have they, out of this. Alderweireld's clearance was blocked down by Pogba, but it seems as though it's spun up off the Belgian centre half, and he's not happy about it. As you can hear, the Tottenham fans aren't happy about it. They're surrounding Mike Dean, but the end result is a corner kick for Manchester United, and Pogba's rewarded for the pressure, and I think actually it was the right decision by the officials. So a chance for United from this corner kick. Ashley Young playing at right back, has spent a lot of his time at left back in recent seasons, and he slowly strides over to take this corner kick. They're trying to have a man, Martial, right on top of his French compatriot Hugo Lloris, and back there just trying to put him off, I think, is Jan Vertonghen, but it'll be Ashley Young to take this, right-footed, sends it in at pace. The ball bounces just on the edge of the 6-yard box, hooked clear by Sissoko, and then picked up on the left-hand side by Luke Shaw, but it's a heavy touch by the Manchester United left-back, just rolls it out of play for a throw into Tottenham, which they take quickly. A lovely bit of ingenuity from Ericsson with the little acrobatic back heel through the air, but all he does is turn it on to Victor Lindelof, and United have the ball inside their own half. Up along that left-hand side, Martial can't get it under control, but United win the second ball in midfield, and now it's with Nemanja Matic. He'll help it to this near side to Ashley Young. There was some space in front of him, closed down by Dele Alli. Drills it forward over the top for Marcus Rashford. Too heavy though, that ball. May well have been an offside position anyways, Marcus Rashford, but it rolls harmlessly out of play for a goal kick to Tottenham. Heading for 16 minutes gone at Wembley, and it's Tottenham 0, Manchester United 0. It's been a really interesting opening to this game, and both sides are not afraid to push men forward. And Tottenham have had the best chance so far, and Harry Winks flashed a shot wide. Hugo Lloris saved well from Marcus Rashford at the other end. He might have to save again. Rashford goes offside as he dinks the ball over Lloris. It was a lovely slide rule pass in there from Nemanja Matic. Spotted the run of Marcus Rashford. He'd made it a split second too early as he just tried to, with the outside of his boot, spin it over the top of Hugo Lloris. When he did that, he put it wide either way, but the offside flag was up instantly.
He's looking very dangerous on the right hand side, Rashford. He's just standing in the middle at the moment, but he's been walking off this right wing, trying to get into the gap between Davies and Vertonghen. Every time they have it, United midfield, they seem to be looking for his run in between them. That time is diagonal run onto a pass from Matic on the left hand side, but very good. Looks really threatening the match, though he ran it slightly too early that time. Every time he wants to run in behind Spurs, they're going to have to adapt to it. He's on it again.
He is on this near side. Marcus Rashford, little step over. He's been stared down there by Jan Vertonghen. Lays it back along the right-hand touchline to Herrera, who easily skips past the challenge of Eriksson, but then a sloppy ball from Herrera intercepted by Harry Winks, and now it's Dele Alli just inside his own half. Dele Alli trying to weave away past a couple of United players, but Lingard takes it away from him, and Manchester United win the ball back. Good energy again to Manchester United in midfield. It's not giving Spurs any time on the ball at all, and well, at the back, that front three for United of Lingard, Rashford and Martial, they're looking very dangerous. Spurs holding a high line, and as you say, with Vertonghen just coming back from a long injury, looking a little bit uncertain. A mistake from Trippier. Now maybe United can capitalise. Martial on the left-hand side brings it into the area. Still Anthony Martial. A couple of little step overs. Martial gets the shot off, and it's saved somehow with his feet at the near post by Hugo Lloris. Well, Tottenham looking very, very nervy defensively so far in this game. And that was a good chance for Anthony Martial.
Well, in the 1v1 after Trippier's mistake, Pogba gets the ball out to him. He's facing up against Alvarez. He always comes inside in his right foot. Alvarez is trying to show him that he knows that and show him onto the left. But when he did that, he exaggerated it too much and allowed him to get the shot away in his left foot. And Lloris had to save. Good save with his feet on the near post. But once again, United very dangerous with the pace, but bad mistake by Trippier. Every Spurs player back defend the corner. Lindelof, Matic, Pogba, the big danger man.
Young's corner kick again, right in on the edge of the 6-yard box, cleared forward though by Tottenham, back into the Manchester United half.
It's a problem when you bring everyone back in your box. If crowds your box, you're probably less likely to score a goal. But when you concede a goal, when you clear it, you're giving the ball straight back to the opposition. You don't even leave one up the pitch. I mean, I always like to leave two up the pitch and keep three fellas back and hope one of them would be one of their bigger players. The Spurs team, it's a lot of average size fellas around the middle of the pitch, like Eriksson and Winks, Son. Not huge fellow. I'd leave Son up the pitch, and it forces Manchester United to keep at least two players back, and maybe Harry Winks a kind of a halfway up the pitch. He keeps another player back, and then you're matching your biggest players are still in defence to head the corner, and you've got an option to counter. The situation where they defend them with everyone, it's hard to get out, but it's really, really interesting game, both tactically and technically, with great technical players on view on both sides. Herrera playing very well since the start of the match. Pogba just little bits and pieces so far, playing in patches, not doing anything exceptional yet, but both teams have shown that the quality in this early stage of the match.
Dele Alli, ball over the top there for Ben Davies. There's a nasty looking coming together between Davies and Lindelof inside the area. The referee gives the free kick to Manchester United. I think both players are going to be alright. Both men firmly with eyes on the ball there, and there was a coming together. Davies was a little bit late. Lindelof won the ball, and it is a free kick to Manchester United, which again they look to take quickly. There's a potency to Manchester United. They're looking dangerous, consistently dangerous, something we haven't seen for quite a while from the team in red this afternoon, who are playing down to our right hand side. But it's Tottenham in possession. Kane, quick football there from Son to Eriksson, but Eriksson, as he tries that half volley out to the right hand side, it's intercepted by Shaw, but De Gea again gives the ball straight back to Tottenham. Eriksson forced to turn back to Sissoko, very much rejuvenated at Spurs this season. There were a lot of questions about him and question marks over that move from Newcastle, but certainly earned the trust of Mauricio Pochettino, and now it seems the Tottenham fans as well.
Well, he's had a great run lately. He's been in the team. Spurs have midfield players out, Dyer's out, Dembele's out. As you said, he might be moving on when Yama's out, and Dembele, would have been a first choicer had he been fit all the time. But Sissoko's played himself into being a first choicer and starting almost every game now. He started this 15th match. He started to come on and sub in 2, but he's earned his place. He's been consistent. He's been strong, running, coming from midfield, breaking forward, but also doing great defensive work. It's a hard job playing the right side of the diamond, having to get out to the opposition's full back, and so far he's done it well. He's probably more inclined to do it and easier in his head to do it than for Eriksson to do it. Eriksson's a midfield attacking player. He has to get out. Actually, Young is getting a fair bit of free ball here already. He's been the one pinging balls over the top for Rashford to run on the right hand side, because Eriksson isn't out to deal with him, and neither is Son or Harry Kane. It's too much for the two centre forwards to be out with the full back every time. But I would have thought Spurs would have had more of a plan to deal with that. The switch will be on for them now, and they'll get out through the full back on the other side of the pitch, and that's what's happening.
Yeah, Ashley Young switches the ball from right to left. It's picked up by Luke Shaw, who of course started his career at Southampton under Mauricio Pochettino, and now It's Phil Jones just outside his own penalty area, looks up, sees Harry Kane in front of him and rolls it to this right hand side along the ground to Lindelof. Heung-min Son putting the pressure on Manchester United, but they look calm in possession at the moment. Past the midway point of the first half, and it's still scoreless here at Wembley. You're listening to Off the Ball on News Talk. Nathan Murphy and Brian Kerr with you this afternoon. Again, United trying to spot that run from deep from Lingard. He's made that run 2 or 3 times, but they just haven't been able to find him so far. Over the top, picked up by Lloris, and he instantly rolls it to this near side to Davies. Gives it back then to Vertonghen, and now it's Harry Winks who'll bring the ball over the halfway line. Eriksson keeping hold of possession, but Spurs going backwards now, and Eriksson just plays it behind to Vertonghen. Remember, Tottenham lost their last league game here at Wembley 3-1 to Wolves. It's almost 5 years since they last lost back-to-back home Premier League matches, and in terms of a title race, well, they simply cannot afford another slip-up. 5 defeats in the Premier League already this season, 3 of them here at their, well, still temporary home. The way things are going, they may only get 2 or 3 games at the new White Hart Lane, if even that, between now and the end of the season.
There's a debate going on in relation to that one, whether they should be allowed to play any matches at the new White Hart Lane or be forced into playing all the games here for the rest of this season rather than get back to the new White Hart Lane.
United putting them under pressure, but Tottenham still in possession, and they have it on the left-hand side of the penalty area. A couple of little step overs from Son. Son then slides it through to Ali. The angle's tight. He manages to pull it back, and then Lindelof intercepts, and De Gea fires it forward from on his own goal line. Good build-up play from Tottenham, very patient, but United defend it well. Now they have it with Pogba inside his own half, rolls it out to the left-hand side to Shaw. Has Martial there for company. Luke Shaw been closed down by Sissoko, but gets it to Martial. United still inside their own half. Martial been tracked by Dele Alli. Just chips the ball back, or attempts to chip the ball back there to Luke Shaw, but the pressure from Spurs pays dividends and they win the throw in, which they take quickly. Sissoko over on the far side. Spurs attacking to our left in white. Still Moussa Sissoko brings it to the edge of the area, pulls it back to Dele Alli. Quick 1-2. Sissoko doesn't get the return ball. Ali picks it up though. Ali brings it to the end line, tries to drill it across towards Christian Eriksen, but wins another corner kick for Tottenham over on that far side. United have defended these corner kicks well so far in the game, but Spurs now looking dangerous. It's been a really interesting start to this game. One side starts to get a stranglehold on it, and then the other fight back, and now it's Tottenham in the ascendancy. It'll be taken by Kieran Trippier. Vertonghen and Alderweireld have both gone forward. Trippier sends it in there. Oh, it's Kane. He's controlled in the area. He turns, he shoots. It's blocked down from close range though, and United managed to get it clear. Eriksson heads straight up into the air. Ashley Young then wins a header for Manchester United. Spurs look to keep it alive, but acrobatically cleared forward by Herrera, and it works out because Rashford has it now over on this right hand side. Eriksson's trying to get back. Rashford brings it forward 20-30 yards to the right hand side of the area. Back to Ashley Young. Young has Pogba there if he wants him. Pogba 30 yards out. Stared down there by the Spurs defence. Lays it off to the left hand side onto his right foot for Martial. Takes on the shot, trying to bend it into the top corner, but gets a little bit too much on it and fires it over the top of Hugo Lloris's crossbar. And I think every corner kick that Spurs have had on one end
Manchester United breakaway, but the Spurs got a chance off the corner. The ball fell kindly for Kane in the middle of the penalty area off the corner. He seemed surprised. We were all surprised. It fell at his feet near the penalty spot. He tried to shift it out his feet and get the shot, but Phil Jones got his block in very, very well indeed. How Kane got free to take it down and have time is really surprising, but between Matic and Jones they did enough. On the counter again, United with Lingard, Martial and Rashford looking really dangerous. Martial tried to come in off that left front flank to get the shot with his right foot, but too much on it, up and over the bar. Spurs good defending at the counter-attack situation because Eriksson and Harry Winks again getting back so quickly to hold Rashford up out on the left hand side and slow down the attack, and that just gave Spurs a little bit of time to get Vertonghen and Alderweireld back into position and snuff out the attack at the end. But it's really interesting. Either team could score the way the game is going, and you couldn't say, well, they got a goal against the run to play. Both teams are having an even amount of possession and using their front men very well. Son and Kane coming into the game a little bit. Ali getting more space than he was in the first 15 minutes of the match or so, but it's very difficult to know which way to go. It could, one goal could even open up the game much more than it is at the moment. Both teams going for it.
And you wouldn't be surprised for either team to open the scoring. It's been that sort of start. Still scoreless though, almost 27 minutes gone. United have the ball over on the far side of the pitch, their left-hand side. Pogba now, 25 yards out, a little bit isolated on the edge of the area. Sissoko uses his power to take the ball away from Paul Pogba. The two World Cup winners coming together and then cleared forward by Tottenham, but out of play. That long diagonal ball which they love, which Pochettino's always loved from Vertonghen and Alderweireld, hasn't really happened for them so far. United have dealt with them well, and they get a throw in inside their own half over on the left hand side of the pitch. Remember, Manchester United haven't given up hope of finishing in the top 4 this season, but they start this game 9 behind Chelsea in 4th spot, Spurs 9 behind Liverpool at the top, and really a draw won't do either side much favours. Lindelof with the header on the edge of his own area. Matic is crowded out of it, but the ball does fall to a Manchester United player, and Herrera rolls it to the feet in the luminous yellow boots of Ashley Young. He tries to drill it cross field, but it's easily read by Trippier, also in those luminous yellow boots, and he chests it down, then gives the ball to Alderweireld, and now it's Jan Vertonghen. Davinson Sanchez feel a little bit hard done by to have been dropped out of the team?
Yeah, probably so. But this pair are a very, very strong pair playing together. I mean, it's kind of funny that Alderweireld has become the regular this season, whereas last year it looked like he was on his way out and that the club had to hump for him because he wouldn't re-sign a new contract, and he played very few games. Now Harry Kane driving on.
Brings the ball forward 20 yards, lays it off to the left hand side. First time cross from Davies, picks out Heung-min Son on the edge of the area. Heung-min Son goes around one challenge, just forced a little bit wide, back to Eriksson. His shot is blocked down at close range by Jones, spins out to this left hand side though to Davies. Then Davies, the Welsh defender. Lovely intricate football again from Spurs on the edge of the area. Heung-min Son can't find a way by Matic. Comes out to Kane. Kane's volley is blocked down. Might fall for Heung-min Son. Son first time shot, he gets it off. It's blocked down, but the offside flag is up over on the far side of the pitch. But Manchester United defending resolutely back there. Plenty of men in and around the edge of their own area. But are they threading a thin line at the moment? Spurs finally trying to find a way just to pick their way through this United defence.
And Spurs and Harry Kane in particular coming into the game. Lovely little interchange of passes between himself, Eriksson and Ali that time. That quartet that can be so superb, beautiful footballers, lovely intricate play. But you're right, Manchester United getting into good defensive positions, nice and compact, and getting blocks. Again, I don't think Spurs helped on that occasion by the pitch. The ball just isn't running as smoothly as I think the Spurs player, the Spurs players would like it to be if the surface was perfect. Eriksson had to delay his shot, having a second touch on it when it fell nicely for him. United got a block, and the same with Son, just in the D area. It looks a bit rough at both ends of the pitch.
Herrera, Martial slips under his feet on this right hand side now, but he keeps control, sends the ball in to the penalty area towards Lingard, but it was cleared by Tottenham. Heung-min Son can't get it under control, but that's because he was been fouled by Nemanja Matic, and the ironic cheers from the Spurs supporters are aimed at Mike Dean as Tottenham feel they finally get a deserved free kick. Nemanja Matic is the man who's been penalised. There's a lot of space for the creative attacking players in this game. Paul Pogba seen a lot of the ball in the opening stages. Half an hour gone at Wembley, still scoreless.
I think Pogba's having a tough enough time against Sissoko, because Sissoko was getting forward as well with Spurs attacks, and that's Pogba's man that he's got to deal with. But Sissoko's also getting back and pinching the ball off Pogba when he looks like doing something. He had a very good run about 2 minutes ago, was threatening the Spurs box, and Sissoko come back and got a hold of it, and he's having a big influence on the game for me.
Yeah, he's just involved again as the ball goes out to the right hand side to Trippier. Decent ball into Dele Alli, may well fall for Harry Kane, and Harry Kane turns it in, but the offside flag is up. Spurs think they've gone in front, but instantly the assistant referee over on the far side raised his flag. It was the cross from the right hand side from Trippier, diverted back across goal by Dele Alli and touched in from just a couple of yards out from Harry Kane. But the offside flag saves Manchester United.
Well, it'll be interesting to see the replay on that one. I think he might have got it right. Linesman, fair play to him. Was it Darren Kahn, the man on the far side? It was a great shout if he got it right. From our angle, we were right up the other end of the pitch, where it looks like he may have got that one right. Brilliant ball in from Trippier to far post. Sissoko involved. Son setting her out into Trippier's pass to the far post. Ali got in around the back. Manchester United defenders didn't see him coming in around the back of Lindelof. He poked it just across the goal. But good from Spurs. Nice inventive play up in the attacking part of the pitch again.
Harry Kane so close to his 15th Premier League goal of the season. Scored 30 last season and always seems to finish seasons strongly.
Well, I saw one Nathan today that he's the first Spurs player in their history to score more than 20 goals in the season, in 5 seasons in a row. Even the great Jimmy Greaves didn't do it 5 seasons in a row. He had 4 seasons in a row where he got over 20, but then he missed 2 once with a serious illness in his 5th season at Spurs back in the 60s, and he didn't do it. So it's some scoring, some consistency.
So his record against Manchester United for Harry Kane isn't exactly stellar, but he did score in the 3-0 win earlier this season, and he very nearly put them in front there, but the offside flag was up instantly. He's involved again there, manages to win the throw-in for Tottenham, pretty much on the halfway line, over on the far side of the pitch, under the floodlights here at Wembley, as darkness descends over London. I'd say it's a clear day, and while the pitch underfoot isn't ideal, the conditions around are perfect, and it's been a really good, entertaining, hard fought, a good tough game so far with 32 minutes gone. We still wait for the first goal though, and well, both these sides have been in brilliant goal scoring form of late. Spurs 23 in their last 6 games. They have a 7-0, a 6-2 and a 5-0 in there. And Ole Gunnar Solskjaer with 14 goals for United in his 4 league games in charge, and as he sits back down, looking to become the first Manchester United manager ever to win his first 6 games. Now, Heung-min Son lays the ball off to Eriksen. He's still a good distance away from the United goal. Ali flicks it over the top, trying to get the ball back to Son. Well controlled inside his own area though, very calm in possession. Ashley Young, and he dinks it up along this right hand touchline towards Martial. They've just switched sides for the last few minutes, Martial and Rashford. So Martial's on this right hand side. Vertonghen steps in there ahead of Martial and toe pokes it out of play for a throw in on the halfway line to United.
They're under pressure, the centre backs in both teams, Phil Jones and Lindelof for Manchester United. Victor Lindelof, right, have to be on their guard because Harry Kane is dropping short to pick it up off the front. Son making runs in behind, very lively indeed. Ali getting more involved in the game, trying to pick Son out with little flick passes over the top. At the other end, Alderweireld and Vertonghen used to playing together, know each other's game very, very well indeed, but they're having to deal with these runs, late runs from midfield and diagonal runs from Lingard, Martial and Rashford, depending on their starting position. So real concentration required and communication to ensure that when neither team's opposition's attacking players get free in that vital area in the final third of the pitch.
Martial again looking to slide through Rashford. That centre back pairing do well for Spurs again, managed to get the ball clear. Now it's Harry Winks, first time pass forward and a quick 1-2 with Dele Alli. Winks brings it over the halfway line and out to this left hand side where there's space for Ben Davies. Davies head down, charging forward, brings it towards the edge of the D, back to Winks. Winks takes on the left footed shot, but it was always rising from Harry Winks. It was an ambitious effort, the space just opened up for him, wasn't shy in taking on the chance, but never going to trouble David De Gea.
Well, that's the second point of the match, isn't it? You know, unfortunately he gets another one that doesn't count as a goal, but that wouldn't be the best part of his game from what I've seen of him so far. He hasn't got a goal in the league this year. This is his 19th match, but lovely interchange of passes in the middle of the field to find the space and break away from Manchester United's attack before that, and Eriksen himself and Son, they're interchanging positions, and their passing ability is giving them a foothold in the game now. I think they're getting more into a rhythm than they were in the first 20 minutes of the game or so. Eriksen starting to find space, maybe Herrera not as close to him as he was early in the match, maybe Lingard feeling, well, I could do all that chasing for a while, but it's hard to keep it going if I'm supposed to be the centre forward getting onto chances. If other big part of my job is to stop Winks playing or forcing Spurs into playing it long, they don't always continue that. They usually continue it for about 55 minutes in a match, but here I can even see it lessening a bit from United.
Alderweireld long through the air, picks out Harry Kane on the right hand side of the area. He plays a quick fire ball across the penalty area towards Christian Eriksen. Was just a little bit too quick by Harry Kane. Maybe he would have better off holding on to the ball for just another second or so, but it allowed Manchester United to clear out for a throw-in, and Spurs have it again on the halfway line. They love that long ball forward from either Alderweireld or Vertonghen in behind, and there's a good pass from Alderweireld to pick out Harry Kane. Here he is again, Toby Alderweireld. Again, diagonal ball forward towards Dele Alli. Ali though was at full stretch there, and all he can do is head it behind for a goal kick to Manchester United. That is it's their trigger play almost, Spurs. They've done it consistently under Pochettino. Floated forward by Alderweireld. So often we see it getting onto the chest of Dele Alli, but it was just a bit too heavy this time. So it will be a goal kick to Manchester United. Just over 8 minutes to go until half time, and it's still Spurs 0, Manchester United 0, and the Spurs haven't drawn a game all season in the Premier League. They go all the way back to April for their last draw, a run of 25 matches, which is pretty remarkable. Frustration is because David De Gea has yet to take the goal kick, and he sends it up the left hand side. Martial wins the header ahead of Sissoko, and it's picked up by Lingard. Back to Martial again, in line with the edge of the area on the left hand touchline over on the far side for Manchester United. Shaw makes the run on the overlap, but Statuesky stands. Martial through to Pogba. Pogba goes down under the challenge of Winks. He almost just slipped over there on the edge of the area, Paul Pogba, and that allows Tottenham to clear the ball deep into the United half. It's fired forward by De Gea, and for about the fourth or fifth time in this game, David De Gea has just fired the ball straight out of play for a throw into Tottenham.
Good tackle by Winks in his own box though. A bit of a physical mismatch between his 5'5" and Pogba's 6'5", but it was a down low one. He got in underneath him and won the challenge fair and square. No big calls for penalty or anything like that. Was able to clear the ball, just going through a quiet patch, I think, in the match.
And trying to set Sissoko free over on the right hand side, and he just pulled up as may well have just done his hamstring. Moussa Sissoko was one of those. There was nobody near him as the ball was played forward up the right wing, and he's gone to ground, and that's going to be a concern for Tottenham because he's been very, very strong in that midfield role in the opening 38 minutes. Moussa Sissoko, real good energy to him, as you say, putting a lot of pressure on Paul Pogba and helping out in attack as well. And it was just Kane, and you'll see here, it looks as though something snapped, and with Heung-min Son heading away for a month, the last thing they need now is Moussa Sissoko to be facing a period out as well.
They don't have like for like player in the subs bench either, Nathan. When you look at it, like Rose full back, Sanchez centre half, Lamela a bit of a fly by night merchant. You don't know what you're going to get from him in the match. You get a bit of fancy trickery and maybe an outrageous goal and dribble, but you're not going to get defensive discipline, which is required today in that position on the right side of midfield. Maybe young Skip would be the one brought in, Oliver, but he likes to play in the role that Winks is playing in the centre midfield, but you may have to use him there. It's a big match to throw him into. He's been getting a few bits and scraps lately. I think he's only 18, isn't he? He's been come through the academy.
Only 18, Oliver Skip, as you say. He's 5 appearances this season, but
it's big shape though. He's a good presence about him, shape-wise. He's unlike Winks, who was a small little neat lad. Skip has nice shape about him. Saw him coming on the last couple of games. Even got on against Chelsea in the last few minutes the other night, which was a big match to throw him into with a few minutes to go when they were hanging on against Chelsea. They haven't, not much happening. There's a bit happening now on the bench. We'll see who's it going to be.
Looks like it's going to be Lamela who's going to be the player to come on. Is Sissoko going to try and run this off? He's back on his feet. He's jogging along over on the touchline on the far side of the pitch. Spurs take the throw in and kick the ball back to Manchester United. It is an area at the moment they're struggling in, Tottenham, in the middle of midfield, because Victor Wanyama and Eric Dyer are both out injured. Looks as though Moussa Dembele is going to be allowed to leave the club during the transfer window, and Sissoko is back on. Well, that looked like your typical hamstring gone, but
he won't survive.
Miraculous.
He won't survive if he did. I mean,
Lamela has his training top off and is receiving some instruction, so
I would say when he has to run for the ball again, but look, you can throw all the Lewis holy water on him you like, but you're not going to have a miracle that quick if it's a torn hamstring, Nathan.
And the ball's in the middle of the pitch, and now out to the left hand side to Luke Shaw. Still scoreless, 4 minutes to go until half time. Shaw bombing forward over on the left hand side and lays it off now to Martial. Short sleeves and gloves for Anthony Martial, and Pogba then floats the ball perfectly onto the right foot of Ashley Young on this near side. Young pulls it back to Herrera. Winks comes out to close him down. A couple of interchanges there between Young and Herrera, and then Lingard drops deep to get involved, but good pressure from Tottenham and Winks, and they're forcing Manchester United back, and then eventually they win the ball back as Eriksson fires it up towards the halfway line. Lamela is about to come on, and Sissoko's gone down. They're telling him to go down so that they'll stop play. If I was Manchester United, I'd keep going. He chose to come back on the pitch. The Spurs supporters are booing, but United are dead right to keep going. And then there's a heavy challenge in there from Kieran Trippier on Anthony Martial, and they're not quite happy. Trippier is pushing Martial, and there's a little bit of pushing and shoving from both of them. Well, this is nonsensical from Tottenham. Why would Manchester United put the ball out of play? Everybody could see what Spurs were trying to do. Their backroom staff were telling him to go down while the ball was in play.
But it's all too nicey stuff in the game nowadays, and the expectancy level of that courteousness when the team opposition. If your player decides to lie down while the play is going on, you should just play on yourself unless the referee decides otherwise. Spurs shouldn't really be getting annoyed about that. Should have concentrated on it. Trippier, in fairness, won the tackle, and then he wanted to take her out on somebody, and Martial was the nearest one. Now he's apologising and it's all settled down. But no, the hamstring job wasn't going to be able to play on if it was, because you saw the suddenness when he stopped on the run. That's not a great. But I wouldn't say he did ferocious damage. It might be a 2-week job, but still for Spurs at the moment, we're out with Yama, Dembele and Dwyer. It's an extra problem they could certainly do without. How will they line up now in the midfield area in this sort of situation with Lamela coming in? We'll also have to wait to see what way they'll probably might drop Ali back as the third player and play Lamela as the head of the diamond.
Ali slides it into the area towards Harry Kane, who just made the run to the left hand side, but it was a yard in front of Kane and back safely into the arms of David De Gea. So we'll keep an eye on that as to whether there's a slight change in shape for Tottenham as we head towards half time. Up on the far side of the pitch over there was Pogba, and the ball is taken away from him and put out for a throw-in to Manchester United. But again, definite signs of improvement under Gunnar Solskjaer for Manchester United. And Pogba trying to get it under control on the halfway line, taken away from him by Winks. Lamela's first touch is out to Christian Eriksen. His pass is blocked down though at close range by Matic and turned out of play for another throw into Spurs, which they'll throw back into their own half to the feet of Toby Alderweireld.
There's the change now, as it kind of suggested. Ali has dropped back to the left side of the middle three of the diamond, the left side of the diamond. Eriksen's gone to the right side of the diamond instead of Sissoko, and Lamela playing at the tip of it. That's how it looks at the moment. He kind of gives Lamela a free roll, which...
Here come United. Trippier gave it away, and now Rashford is in behind. Rashford brings it into the area on his right foot, gets the shot off and scores. Marcus Rashford gives Manchester United the lead at Wembley, firing low past Hugo Lloris, and Kieran Trippier's mistake in midfield this time is punished. Marcus Rashford, for the third Premier League game in a row, gives United the lead, and the revival under Solskjaer continues. A minute before half time, it's Spurs 0, Manchester United 1.
Well, it was a great ball from Pogba though, deep, when Trippier gave the ball away to him in the centre of the pitch. He picked her up his right foot and he sprung a pass across the pitch, diagonal ball, the 1v1, Spurs full back out of position on the left, 1v1 with Vertonghen coming back from injury, and it looked like he was guiding him towards the left so that the angle would be impossible, but he didn't get tight enough to him, and it wasn't impossible for Rashford. Even though it was an awkward angle, it took a hard low shot to beat Lloris at the far post. Got a little touch on it, I think, Lloris, but not enough to get it outside the post, in off the post and into the net. He's looked a threat, hasn't he, from early in the match. Rashford just had 4 goals in the last 5 games I think he's got now, but he has really looked like the man.
Well, the two players who look beaten down under Jose Mourinho have shown some signs of life over the past month. Pogba's pass, Rashford's finish, and Manchester United just before half time make the breakthrough and take the lead. Marcus Rashford with his 7th Premier League goal of the season, firing low past Hugo Lloris. There'll be 2 minutes of injury time at the end of this first half, and Wembley was stunned into a sort of silence. The noise you hear is from the United fans way over on the far side of the pitch behind David De Gea's goal. And you'd have to say, well, it's been a very evenly matched opening 45.
But no surprise that United scored. It wouldn't be a surprise if Spurs had got the lead goal. But again, no surprise that it's come from Rashford. For me, he's been the one. They've been trying to play him in. They're using his pace, his dribbling ability since early in the match. Young trying to fire it in over the top from down the same side. Matic just played him in over the top from the left diagonal ball to the right to get him in. That time was Pogba's ball. Superb pass.
And Spurs trying to end this first half on the attack. Alderweireld towards Ali, but again United defend it well, and then they just smash the ball out of play for a throw-in. They just want to get in at the break now with this 1-0 lead.
A big challenge now for Spurs to rise to it. They've lost 3 games here at Wembley this year. There's no invincibility about them here. Last year I think they lost 1 game early on but didn't lose again. Previous season they were unbeaten at home all season. This season they're down 3. They haven't got that air of invincibility about them as a home team, but it's a challenge to that midfield, to the young team now, to come back from this. Harry Kane can affect it up and around the box, but the midfield have got to get a hold of the ball, get possession again. Ali's got to be more influential now in the deeper position than the number 10 role. He looked happy up there. There's half time later. He looked happy up there but not doing enough for me.
Well, the fairy tale is continuing for Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. He came into this game on the back of 5 straight wins. He's halfway towards a 6th straight win. It came just before the break on the counter-attack. A mistake from Kieran Trippier, and Paul Pogba with a wonderful ball forward to Marcus Rashford, who got in behind the Spurs defence and then fired low across goal past Hugo Lloris to give Manchester United a 1-0 lead at the break. It's been a really entertaining opening 45 minutes. Very little between the two sides. Both of them have had decent opportunities. Harry Kane had a close range effort ruled out for offside. They've had some pot shots as well, Tottenham. So at Manchester United, Lloris was well able for the initial efforts from Rashford and Martial. But well, I was going to say there was nothing you could do about Rashford's goal. Could the goalkeeper have done a bit better?
Well, Vertonghen could, Vertonghen could have got a bit tighter to him. He kind of slowed up as he was getting to him, as if he felt confident that the angle was too tight for Rashford to shoot and get it past the goalkeeper, because he wasn't going to beat him on the near post. The angle was too tight there. He had to go to far post, but Vertonghen was a bit of casual, maybe a little bit rusty and didn't close him down, didn't even throw his boot out to block the shot, but it was drilled fine, tight, accurately right across the goalkeeper. Maybe he got a fingertip on Lloris and it went off the inside of the post and back into the net behind. It was an excellent goal.
Plenty more to come from Brian Kerr then in the second half. Well, we were watching Manchester United this day 4 weeks ago away against Liverpool as they were ripped apart. This looks like a totally different team, and it's showing on the scoreboard as well here at half-time at Wembley. At the break, it's Tottenham 0, Manchester United 1.
Yeah, cheers Nathan Murphy, Brian Kerr there at Wembley. I was wondering for the first few minutes why Marcus Rashford was out on the right hand side, but I think we've seen why with that goal. Spurs fullbacks are pushing forward and Martial on one side, Rashford on the other. They are constantly looking to score in the counter-attack, and that was devastating. The pass from Pogba, absolutely fantastic, and number of Manchester United fans harking back for the days of Jose Mourinho, currently at 0. Really good performance. Both sides right in this game. Both sides trying to score. It's a really good game. Second half to come from Wembley very shortly. It is the second of 2 games we brought you here in the show today. Everton 2, Bournemouth 0, the earlier full time. And we also reviewed the Sunday papers. We had Bernard Jackman in and Brendan O'Brien from the Irish Examiner, and you can podcast that paper review in all the usual places as well. So finally poised at the break, it's Manchester United 1, Spurs 0. We're back with Nathan and Brian Kerr in just a few moments.
Tottenham versus Manchester United, live from Wembley
on Off the Ball.
Brought to you by Boyle Sports. Now with same-day withdrawals to your Visa debit card.
Join the conversation. Text us on 53106. Texts cost 30 cents.
If you're an Irish passport holder, the new online passport renewal service is the fastest, easiest and safest way to renew your family's passports from anywhere in the world. The application process is simple, and at just €75 for adults and €25 for children including postage, it's far and away the cheapest way to renew your passport. So save time and renew online. Check in today at dfa.ie/passport online, an initiative of the Government of Ireland.
The Ryanair seat sale is here. Get up to €30 off return flights on over 1 million seats. Visit Ryanair.com and choose from over 200 amazing destinations. Ryanair. Low fares made simple. Limited availability. See Ryanair.com.
At Sky, we're on a mission to thank our loyal customers. So, we've assembled a crack team of actors, sports pundits and comedians. Okay, guys, ready? 3, 2...
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Oh, a bit early, Jamie.
I thought we were going on one.
Who goes on one? It's always after one.
Idris, one more time.
You know what, guys? Forget it. We haven't even got to the reward stuff. Amelia, could you just finish off the ad, please?
Love to. Sky VIP, your loyalty programme, rewarding you for your time with us. Sky, believe in better.
There's only one thought that comes to mind when you first see the all-new Lexus ES, and that's bold elegance. It perfectly captures what this luxury saloon represents. Brave design meets supreme comfort, powered by our self-charging hybrid technology and enhanced by cutting-edge Lexus Safety System Plus, making the new ES ready for the future. You see, bold elegance. Nothing is crafted like a Lexus. Test drive the all-new ES and our range of self-charging hybrid saloons at your Lexus retailer, where you can choose from a range of flexible repayment options. Lexus. Experience amazing.
The Harvey Norman Big Sale is now on, with big savings on TVs and home appliances, like the Samsung 49-inch UHD TV for just €499, saving you €350. Or get the Siemens 8kg washing machine with iDose automatic dosing technology for just €555, saving you €144. Incredible savings and easy ways to pay, with up to 18 months interest-free finance terms available. The Harvey Norman Big Sale, in store and online. Don't miss out.
Terms and conditions apply. See harveynorman.ie/finance.
With a new car ad every minute on Done Deal, it's easy to choose one that's right for you. Whether you're planning the ultimate road trip or the school pickup, find the perfect car for any adventure on Done Deal. Discover and drive.
If you've had a mortgage for years, or you're a first-time buyer, why pay more for mortgage protection than you have to? VHI now offer cover from as little as €7.58 per month. It's easy to set up or switch over the phone. Call us on 1890 444444 or search VHI Mortgage Protection. €7.58 per month is based on a 30-year-old non-smoker for a 20-year term and mortgage protection of €158,000, including a 10% customer discount and a 1% insurance levy. Terms and conditions apply. VHI Healthcare DAC, trading as VHI Healthcare, is regulated by the Central Bank of Ireland and is tied to Zurich Life Assurance plc for VHI Mortgage Protection.
Start your story at the Woodies January sale with a handy 20% off all power tools. 3 for 2 on all crystal storage boxes. Save 25% on Dulux and Fleetwood interior colour paint. And all flat pack furniture and bar stools. Now half price. Woodies, we're all homemakers. T's and C's and exclusions apply.
The perfect holiday is a collection of precious moments. Crystal clear sea and white sands of the Indian Ocean. Endless skies of the Serengeti and unforgettable wildlife encounters. Breathtaking ancient ruins of the Far East or exotic, incredible India. Our dedicated team in Hayes and Jarvis, Ireland's long-haul specialist, will piece together a journey you'll never forget. Hayes and Jarvis, tailor-made travels. Visit hayesandjarvis.ie.
At Carphone Warehouse, sticking to that resolution to save more is easy with the best deals on TV and broadband bundles. We've fantastic offers from Sky, Air, Virgin and Vodafone, saving you up to €480 over 12 months across home broadband and TV bundles. We do it all, even the hard work, so there's no need to go anywhere else to find the perfect deal just for you. Don't overpay. Switch today. Only at Carphone Warehouse, home of all the TV and broadband providers. T's and C's apply.
Sale, sale, and still more sale. Bargain Town's biggest ever sale continues with fantastic bargains in every department. The Bargain Town sale continues.
Tottenham versus Manchester United, live from Wembley.
On Off the Ball.
Brought to you by Boyle Sports. Now with same-day withdrawals to your Visa debit card.
Here come United. Trippier gave it away and now Rashford is in behind. Rashford brings it into the area on his right foot, gets the shot off and scores! Marcus Rashford gives Manchester United the lead at Wembley. Firing low past Hugo Lloris, and Kieran Trippier's mistake in midfield this time is punished. Marcus Rashford, for the third Premier League game in a row, gives United the lead and the revival under Solskjaer continues. A minute before half time, it's Spurs 0, Manchester United 1.
It was a fantastic pass from Paul Pogba and a brilliant finish as well from Rashford. Really difficult finish. He was wide on the angle, had to hit the ball low across Hugo Lloris, and it's 1-0 at half time to Manchester United. And the decision to go to mirror Spurs and go with the diamond paying dividend for United. Rashford on the right hand side, Martial on the left. It's Lingard through the middle, and on several occasions both Martial and Rashford have been set away down the channels in the counter attack, and it's come beautifully for United with a goal. But Spurs have been right in this game as well and had the ball in the United net. It was ruled out offside, but either side could score next. It's a really good first half. Second half to come in just a few moments. And Neil is back to keep us up to date with everything else going on.
Yeah, Joe, and just a little earlier, Everton secured their first Premier League win at home in 3 attempts. Second half goals for Kurt Zouma and Dominic Calvert-Lewin gave them a 2-0 win against Bournemouth at Goodison Park. In rugby though, Munster now know what they have to do if they're to finish top of Pool 2 in the Heineken Champions Cup. After Exeter's bonus point 34-12 win over Cast today, Johan van Grand's side are now 4 points clear of Exeter going into next week's clash at Thomond Park. Should Munster lose that game, they'll need to get a bonus point, and they'll also have to hope Exeter don't secure a try-scoring bonus point of their own. So, because if both teams are tied at the top of that pool after next week's match, Exeter would go through as group winners, as they would have scored more match points in the two games between the two sides. Now, round 5 is completed. There are 2 results in from Pool 3 this afternoon. Saracens 28-10 winners away to Lyon. Glasgow also had a bonus point 33-24 win against Cardiff. So as things stand in that pool, Saracens are through. They're on 23 points. Glasgow second on 19 at the moment. The two sides meet in the pool's final game next week though, so Ulster fans will be hoping for a Saracens win there to keep Glasgow out of the mix. Speaking of Ulster, they're now second of the best runners up at the moment, because Glasgow are on 19 points, Ulster 18, Toulouse 17, Montpellier 16 ahead of next week's games. Ulster getting themselves back into contention with yesterday's 26-22 win against Racing 92. 2 great tries for Jacob Stockdale again, 1 for Robert Balakoon, while Will Addison even took the tee on a few occasions, kicking 8 points. And after the match, he spoke to Off the Ball's Oisín Langan.
Yeah, like we're still in the group stages, but this is knockout rugby now. That's what we know, and we knew that coming into the game. And luckily, we had our first one of these 2 fixtures at home, which is always a huge boost for us against arguably the top team in Europe at the moment. I think them and Leinster are just touching a bit ahead of the rest of us. So no, it was always going to be a tough ask, but I thought the guys from 1 to 50 in the squad, the guys off the pitch tonight did a huge job in preparing the team well, and credit goes to them, I'd say, tonight.
Talk to me about your form, because you've had a pretty incredible season. You've been playing very well.
Yeah, I'm fairly happy. Like my last 2 games, including tonight and against Connacht, I'm not totally happy with. I'm still building. I've got lots to work on, and I think it's just a stepping stone for me. I need to keep pushing myself and making sure I'm getting better, not resting on my laurels, which I'm happy to say I'm not. But I'm not totally happy with my performance tonight, and we'll keep building as a team as well as individuals.
Well, it must give you great confidence when, in your first season with Ulster, you're in the Ireland squad. You had that coincidental holiday in Australia where you happened to be there with the Ireland squad at the same time. So that must give you confidence. The fact that someone has come to you, Joe or whoever else, and said, look, we see a role for you, and now that's happening, you're fulfilling that role.
Yeah, I think when Joe came to me, he saw an opportunity for me to improve as a player by coming to Ulster, and that's really what I'm delighted about. I think all the stuff that has happened with Ireland has been an absolute bonus. I've loved every minute of that, but I think the move really came about me coming to the right club, and luckily for me, I've landed on my feet with a great group of guys, a great coaching group, and that's what's really kicked me on as a player.
And talk to me about Dan McFarland. What is it about him as a coach that seems to be getting the best out of this Ulster squad at the moment?
He's in the same ilk as Joe, really. His attention to detail is extremely high, but what's great is that we've got a really young group who are really developing standards of our own at the moment. We're developing a culture, and what Dan's great at is building that culture as a team for it to, number 1, enjoy it, and then number 2, to really understand how we go about becoming a really entertaining team to players. And we're building in that direction, but we know where we're going, and we're taking steps every week, which is a great thing.
Yeah, he's been very good. Interesting, if not surprising, it's Joe Schmidt who's selling the move to Addison and not
absolutely, yeah.
It's he's the main man in charge, that's for sure.
Well, look, it's working well.
Yeah, I mean, he can sign. Joe Schmidt's judgment we're not going to question.
Yeah,
sounds like a decent policy to us. And I should mention, by the way, on Wednesday coming, we're live from Garryowen for the first Off the Ball Roadshow of the year. We'll be down there in association with Heineken Rugby Club, previewing the 6th round, including Munster Exeter, and we'll have some legends with us. Tony Ward will be there, former Garryowen player, Eddie O'Sullivan as well, David Wallace, and some more special guests we'll announce over the next few days. The event is completely sold out, but we'll have some VIP tickets to give away over the next few days, so stay tuned for those. That's the latest Off the Ball Roadshow this Wednesday coming at Garryowen in association with Heineken Rugby Club.
Yeah, well, elsewhere, Joe, Clare have won the Munster Senior Hurling League. The Banner beat Tipperary on a scoreline of 420 to 118 at the Gaelic Grounds today. Clare secured the 11-point win in the second half after both sides went in deadlocked at the break. The sides will meet again in just under 2 weeks in the opening round of the Allianz Hurling League. Clare joint manager Jerry O'Connor spoke to Off the Ball's Valerie Wheeler after today's match, and he says they'll need to raise things even further in a fortnight's time.
It is, but I suppose, look, for this time of the year, I think the most pleasing aspect for us was the way the young guys played. You know, I think they've had 3 games on the bounce now in the space of 2.5 weeks, and they're asking real questions now, and really and truly the big challenge now for us is 2 weeks' time, because I don't think that was a true reflection of how Tipperary can play, and they were second to a lot of ball, and even when they were first to the ball, they ran out over it. So I expect a completely different game again in 2 weeks' time.
But looking at your own performance, I suppose the guys are going to ask you questions now. You're going to have trouble, I suppose, picking a panel and having a look out there today. You will. Yeah,
I suppose when we started off back in November, we were looking at these young guys and we were hoping that they get an extended run just to expand out our panel. But in fairness, I'm like, I don't think these guys are content just to stake a place in the panel. I think they want to start in the first 15, and they're the clear messages that they've been giving us. But look, we'll go back training again on Tuesday night. We'll review how things went here today, and we'll go about putting a plan in place for Tipperary on Saturday week.
Do you mind meeting them again in such short notice?
I know. I should look at it. Look, we could be meeting them 3 or 4 times this year. The way the new format is gone now, you know, you're going to be playing against a team 3 or 4 times in the one season. So it's really down to who's available and who's not injured. Like, I'm sure they'll have a lot of players back from injury, and we'll be hoping to have players back from injury as well on Saturday week.
There we are. Now let's get back over to Wembley. An intriguing second half awaits. Nathan Murphy.
Yeah, teams out, and the referee blows his whistle, Mike Dean, to get us underway. It is Manchester United who start this second half, and they lead, remember, by a 1-0. That goal just before half time from Marcus Rashford. And United playing from right to left as we look at it from our commentary position here at Wembley in this second half. Spurs in white jerseys, navy blue shorts and white socks playing down to our right hand side. Remember, they made that one change towards the end of the first half. Moussa Sissoko, who'd started the game very well, real energetic force in midfield, forced off with an injury and replaced by Eric Lamela. So the Tottenham team is Hugo Lloris in goals, Kieran Trippier, Jan Vertonghen, Toby Alderweireld and Ben Davies at the back. It is Harry Winks, Dele Alli, Christian Eriksen, Eric Lamela midfield, and Harry Kane alongside Heung-min Son up front. And for United, David De Gea in goal. He didn't have a save to make in the first half, David De Gea. Back four of Ashley Young, Victor Lindelof, Phil Jones and Luke Shaw. Nemanja Matic, Ander Herrera and Paul Pogba in midfield. Rashford on the right, Martial on the left and Jesse Lingard playing through the middle. So Tottenham really feel they have to get something out of this game to keep their title hopes alive. They're facing a 6th Premier League defeat of the season in the face, but they're on the attack with Heung-min Son 20 yards out onto his right foot. It was a weak effort in the end though by the Korean. He shot low, but there was no power behind it, and an easy save in the end for David De Gea.
Well, I've just spotted in this first minute of the second half, the Spurs have changed their shape at half time, Nathan. Son has gone to the left wing, Lamela has come over to the right, and Harry Kane is through the middle on his own now. So it's more of a 4-3-3. Maybe Ali is going to try and play off the front of Ali, so it might be 4-2-3-1, which puts a big onus on Eriksen beside Winks. Two small players, I would say, in the physical sense. Winks tenacious enough, gets around the pitch very well. Eriksen not so leaves Spurs more open.
Here's Martial on the edge of the area. Martial onto his right foot, thinks it towards the back post there towards Rashford, headed clear though by Spurs, and then it's picked up by Ali on the edge of his own penalty area, forward along the ground to Kane. First time pass to Eriksen under pressure there by Jesse Lingard, and he just has his heels clipped, Christian Eriksen, and he manages to win the free kick for Tottenham just inside their own half. But again, sloppy play at the back from Spurs, allowing Manchester United in. This time though, they just couldn't capitalise.
Yeah, a little bit scarce, I said, in midfield, physically scarce against United, who would be the the aggressors with Pogba, Matic and Herrera, who plays like a kind of an angry dog at times, but he's not the biggest blokes, but he's in around snapping at fellas and trying to pinch the ball back off them. He's played very well in the match so far today. So Spurs are leaving Ali in that position off the front behind Kane, but Son gone out to the left flank, Lamela to the right side, still allowing them to push the full back on the right hand side, particularly because Lamela wants to float and drift on the inside. There's a good shape about them now, I think.
Yeah, and here they are with Ali, Harry Kane free inside the area, he drills it low, similar to position to where Rashford scored, but this time David De Gea saves. Big chance for Harry Kane, first clear sighting on goal. He got the right footed shot off, but it was saved with his feet by De Gea.
It wasn't as close towards the corner as Rashford's ball, and neither was the angle as tight, I have to say. Lovely little interchange of passes. Eriksen and Kane and Ali back to Kane, pulling through in that channel just behind Phil Jones. He was in to score. Spurs fans thought he was going to score. Magnificent save with his foot by Dave De Gea, as we know he can do, but it wasn't into the corner.
Here comes Spurs again over on the left hand side. Heung-min Son has Ali just behind, 25 yards out, onto his right foot, takes on the shot. It was a sort of cross-come shot, trying to bend it in at this near post, but didn't have the required power and goes harmlessly to the right and wide.
Bit of a strange one really to take around. The two players had him in the box. Harry might go for a little 1-2 or something. Same position that Son had just had a shot a minute or so previously from the same position. So that's 3 opportunities Spurs have had since half time. Definitely Harry Kane's was the best. He'd be annoyed with himself. Phrases often used, he'd be disappointed with himself. That's too light. He'd be annoyed with himself that he didn't score that. But good for Spurs that they've made a few opportunities. I think they're going to be more open defensively as they chase this equaliser. But a lot of potential in the attack since still all the goal scorers on the pitch now for Spurs.
Yeah, they've really started this second half with a point to prove. Kane to this near side to Trippier on the right hand side of the area, sends across in, Dele Alli goes up, wins the header, De Gea saves down low again, Lamela will pick it up, sliding in, but Shaw gets there first and turns it out of play for a throw in. Well, he got up really well, Dele Alli. They take the throw in quickly. Lamela can't control it though. Pogba bringing the ball out of his own penalty area and up towards the halfway line, striding forward and then cynically chopped down there by Dele Alli, who gives away the free kick and picks up a yellow card. Well, whatever Mauricio Pochettino said, it's worked because Spurs have flown out of the blocks at the start of this second half.
Yeah, great again, lovely bit of interplay in the middle, in the central area. All the players in there in that area. Lamela, nice little pass and movement with Eriksen, Kane. But when the cross came in the right hand side, beautiful header from Ali to the far post. It was almost like slow motion. De Gea went across low to his left and saved it. No Spurs player, it could have was near enough for a tap in. It passed Harry Kane on his way by, but good save by De Gea. He poked her out to his left, away from the goal, crucially, that it didn't fall for a tap in for a Spurs forward. United on the breakaway with Pogba striding through midfield, pace ahead of him with Martial and Rashford breaking off as they have been all match to right and left, and he was just sliced down by Dele Alli on his way, running out back into the midfield area. Definitely a more open game now because Spurs going for it.
We saw just before Christmas Spurs go behind against Everton at Goodison Park and they'll battle back in sensational fashion in that game, scoring 6 goals. I don't think they're quite going to do that today, but we know they do have the character to put their head down and force their way back into the match, and they've started this second half with real promise for the home supporters. But still, Manchester United lead Tottenham by 1-0. United with just 1 clean sheet in their last 8 games, but David De Gea has kept them in this at the start of the second half. It's inside the Tottenham penalty area. The ball is at the feet of Toby Alderweireld, stepping out of his own penalty area. He has Trippier on his right hand side, but Alderweireld just strolls up towards the halfway line before moving out to his left hand side and giving it to Vertonghen. Now it's with Ben Davies. The Spurs, where you really feel anything less than a win, and they're out of the title race. They are, of course, still fighting on 4 fronts. They've that second leg of the Carabao Cup semi-final to come against Chelsea in a couple of weeks' time, and they lead that 1-0 after Harry Kane's penalty kick in midweek. Then they travel to Selhurst Park to take on Crystal Palace in the FA Cup, and that Champions League last 16 clash with Borussia Dortmund as well. Pogba, just inside his own half, under pressure, manages to make some space and gets the ball to Herrera, who first time sweeps it to this near side to Shaw, steps into the Tottenham half of the pitch, lays it off to Lingard tries the 1-2 with Rashford's ball though lacked pace, and then uncharacteristically given away by Christian Eriksen, and here come Manchester United over on the far side of the pitch with Ashley Young, helps it on to Pogba, who's popping up everywhere at the moment. Paul Pogba, he's been tracked over there by Vertonghen. He goes down under the challenge then as Ben Davies came to help out, but all Davies can do is turn the ball out of play for a corner kick to Manchester United.
They'd be happy at that to get up the pitch. They've been under a bit of a siege from Spurs since the second half began, but I think there's definitely space for United to exploit now. Lingard and Rashford particularly are the ones that are starting to get space into the sides of Harry Winks. Huge workload on him now because Eriksen wants to be up there as part of the attacking Spurs, the forward going Spurs, but they're leaving themselves more and more open that midfield area, trying to get the goal back.
Outswinger by Young towards Matic, who sticks out his long left leg, but and diving headed clearance by Tottenham, but United keep it alive over on the far side of the pitch. They're right, sent in by Young towards Pogba with the header, and Lloris with a flying save denies Paul Pogba.
Great ball in from Ashley Young down the right hand corner near where he took the corner flag. Corner kick from Pogba getting into the box just as he did against Bournemouth a couple of weeks ago. Got a great header on the goal. Lloris had to dive to his right, make a save, comfortable enough save. It was at a nice height for him, wasn't high up into the top corner of the net by any means, but still a save had to be made.
And straight up the other end it goes with Spurs, and Heung-min Son bearing down on Ashley Young on the left hand side, pulls it back to Ali, heavy touch but does manage to get it to Lamela on the edge of the D, back to Eriksen under pressure from Herrera, has to go back to Harry Winks. Winks stops, looks up and then slides it through to Kane on the edge of the area. Kane though can't step away from Phil Jones, so I don't think he knew too much about it, didn't realise the ball was at his feet there as he took it away from Harry Kane, but he gets away with it, and then calm from Luke Shaw under pressure from Kane on the edge of his own area, rolls the ball back to De Gea, who right-footed puts his boot through it and high into the Tottenham half of the pitch, and underneath it was Jan Vertonghen, hooked forward on this right hand side by Trippier. It was his mistake that United capitalised on towards the end of the first half. Pogba still had a huge amount of work to do with a wonderful ball forward to Rashford, and then a lethal finish from the England striker. He's already had some good days here at Wembley in the England international jersey, but that his first goal at Wembley in the Premier League. And it means Manchester United lead by 1-0 with 10 minutes gone in the second half. And Jones forward to the halfway line to Martial. In the centre circle now is Matic. Quick 1-2 with Jesse Lingard. And served then to this near side to Luke Shaw. The home supporters getting behind their team. They know the importance of this game as Matic skips away from a couple of light challenges from Dele Alli. Herrera trying to slide it through the middle to Pogba. Little touch back to Lingard, intercepted by Winks, but they give the ball straight back to Manchester United again. Herrera out to the far side to Young, being closed down by Son, gives it to Herrera, along the ground to Lingard, and they certainly look composed, Manchester United, when they have the ball, and Pogba finds a pocket of space, 25 yards out, takes on the shot, flies up into the air, may work out for Paul Pogba, inside the area, little toe poke, oh what a save from Hugo Lloris to touch it over the top of the crossbar. Paul Pogba denied again, and that was brilliant goalkeeping from Hugo Lloris. At full stretch, Pogba with a little toe poke, he scored a goal very like that in the World Cup final, and this time Lloris manages to save.
It was a great save, wasn't it? The ball was just dinked over his head by Pogba, tried to lob him as he broke through the middle. His power and physicality allowed him to do that, breaking away from the Spurs defenders. Had the first shot, got a little deflection off Vertonghen to put it on the loop up in the air. Then he tried to flick it over Lloris's international May, but he just got it safe.
Lloris punches clear the corner kick as far as Rashford sends it back in, but it was on the half volley, no real control on it, goes harmlessly to the left and wide. But that was a big chance for Manchester United and Paul Pogba, who kept it alive. I think it was it the Australia game where I don't even think the goal was accredited to him in the end in the World Cup, where it took a deflection and looped over the keeper.
Put them ahead, the equalising goal, was it? They narrowly beat Australia, did they? Beat Australia 2-1, didn't they? Before opening the match. It was a bit of a scrambly one, but Spurs look more look more of a threat in the attacking part of the pitch at the moment, but they also look more open defensively, I have to say. Vertonghen, United fairly consistently trying to dink that ball in behind them and make it a foot race with some Manchester United player, and it's paying off for them. But Spurs in the attack, Ali playing better than he did, having more influence in the first half. Lamela has been lively since he's come on. Son out the left hand side, he's seen him in that position before. He's probably more of a threat when he plays in the middle off Kane, but he's equally a threat against Young for the wide position. So still enough on the pitch for Spurs to get a goal, but in ways United look just as likely to get a second goal on the lack of physicality in Spurs midfield. It could tell against them. Pogba getting a lot more space than he did in the first half, and he had to deal with Sissoko.
Eriksen's got in behind him down this right hand side, brings it to the end line, tries to volley in. The cross comes off the chest of Paul Pogba and out of play for a corner kick to Tottenham just down here on this near side. And Pogba not happy maybe with some of the tracking back from one of his teammates, was it? It is a corner kick which they're going to take short. Christian Eriksen chance to size up the cross, sends it in there. Kane, diving header, and it's saved by David De Gea again.
It was Jones though Jones hanging on to the back of Kane as he tried to head it into the net from 4 yards out. He just did enough to put him off that his header, that he wasn't able to get a clean header on it.
United completely switched off for the short corner kick. Eriksen had loads of time to size up the cross, got it into Kane, and just say Phil Jones was all over the back of Harry Kane, but did enough to put off the England striker. Just couldn't get the power behind his header, and it was saved by David De Gea. Well, it wasn't a bad game before the goal, but it was the perfect moment as well to open this match right up. There's been plenty of chances at the start of this second half. 59 minutes gone at Wembley. Spurs 0, Manchester United 1, but Spurs throwing everything at United right now. They've a throw in just in front of Maurizio Pochettino's technical area. Trippier to Winks goes back to Alderweireld, and Alderweireld just looks at Jan Vertonghen and rolls the ball to Vertonghen. Not too many people criticising Paul Pogba at the moment. Just looks like a totally different player.
He's playing well. He's off the leash a bit of defensive side. He still has to do it, and he has some responsibility, but at least he knows his Herrera and Matic behind him, and he's a big threat going forward. Superb pass on the goal there with a doubt. Almost got himself a goal in that attack that we described, where Hugo Lloris, brilliant save, touch it over the bar. But he's having a lot of work to do down this side of the pitch to defend against Trippier and Eriksen, well, he's playing as a centre midfield player. He's almost playing as an inside right at the moment for Spurs. Spurs
want a free, but they go on with Heung-min Son on the edge of the area. Can't get it back to Dele Alli. It's just hooked clear by Lindelof, picked up by Winks, 30 yards out. Lamela first time back to Christian Eriksen. Eriksen has Trippier on the outside, gives the ball to Kieran Trippier, who all he can do is give it back to Christian Eriksen, and now it's Winks midway inside the United half, just puts the head down, brings it forward to the edge of the area. Trippier makes the run in behind. Kieran Trippier with the cross. Harry Kane just over his head, and then Lamela's header goes to the right and wide. I'm not sure if Kane got the call to leave it for Lamela, but either way it's another chance goes a begging for Tottenham.
I think it was just too high for Kane. Brilliant football by Spurs. Winks, the little threaded pass through the United defence, in behind the full back Young. A great ball. Actually, was in behind Martial. Brilliant ball. I think Kane missed the header as it came across, and it hit off Lamela and went wide out of the. But Spurs really in the rhythm in the attacking part of the pitch now, much more so than they were in the first half, but also much more vulnerable to Manchester United's pace.
Trippier tries to send Kane in behind. Kane forced to the right hand side of the area, been tracked there by Lindelof. Still Harry Kane onto his left boot, goes one way, goes the other, back onto the right hand side, has support if he wants from Eriksen. He can't get the ball back to Eriksen. Well read by Matic intercepts forward to Pogba, but Pogba those outpowered, outmuscled by Winks, but he does manage to win it at the second time of asking, and Pogba then into the centre circle there to Herrera, who gets there ahead of Ali, and he helps it on now to Lingard over on the far side, back to Herrera, quick 1-2, and Jesse Lingard plays the ball back into his own half to Luke Shaw.
It's great stuff, Nathan, isn't it? Both teams knocking the ball around, trying to pass it, trying to get their attacking players into the game. Some lovely individual play at times. Here's Martial.
Yeah, set free by Lingard. Martial in the area on his right foot, stands still, pulls it back to Pogba, saved again by Lloris down low, pushes it out to his right hand side, and Alderweireld picks it up for Spurs. Another big chance for Paul Pogba, again denied by his international teammate Hugo Lloris. Kane then is bundled over back there by Phil Jones, wins the free kick, which they take quickly. It's non-stop, you can't take your eyes off it at the moment at Wembley. We're past the hour mark and Manchester United still lead by a goal to nil. It's a right old scrap as Shaw wins one tackle and then draws the foul out of Kieran Trippier and wins the free kick for Manchester United.
Well, it's almost a personal battle at that Spurs end between Pogba and Lloris at the moment to see can Lloris keep him out, Pogba get a goal. Brilliant play by United down the left hand side. Martial got onto it, weighed up his options, threatening to come inside to shoot himself, but laid the ball off into Pogba in space just inside the edge of the box, drilled it low, tried to guide it past the goalkeeper. It touched off Alderweireld on the way, but Lloris down quickly to his right hand side. The good stop pushed it away from the goal. Looked like Pogba was on to score that time, just as he was with the previous one that he kind of dinked over him with a little lob. United the free kick in a good position, plenty of players forward.
They play to this left hand side to Lingard, sends it deep into the penalty area. Lloris goes up, manages to win the ball, punches it clear, and now over on the far side Harry Winks goes in, but there was a loose challenge, was there, right in front of Mike Dean by Lindelof. No, he didn't see a problem. Lindelof won the ball and Young skips away from one challenge, powering up that right hand touchline. He goes down, the referee says play on. It's brilliant stuff at the moment. It's 100 miles an hour as Spurs play the ball straight out of play there. And as I said, you just can't take your eyes off it. There's so much going on at the moment.
And Mike Dean letting a bit go, isn't he? Mike Dean, he's letting a few challenges go. It looked like a foul from Lindelof into the back of Winks that time, but he said play on. That got on Spurs people again, Spurs support to that side getting a bit annoyed about it, and then Winks just kind of blocked off Herrera trying to get to a ball. He didn't blow for that one either, so he's letting a bit of the physicality just happen and letting the players get on with it. There was nothing outrageous in the challenges, but he's not blowing the whistle for every possible free kick, that's for sure. That's helping the game flow.
The Spurs walking a bit of a tightrope at the start of this second half, or as we're heading for the midway point of the second half with 64 minutes gone here at Wembley. They are creating countless chances but leaving themselves so open at the back, and it's only the brilliance of Hugo Lloris and David De Gea, and that means the score remains 1-0. Kane on the halfway line trying to spin away from Lindelof over on the Tottenham left hand side, goes past one challenge, past another, and then finds Christian Eriksen midway inside the Spurs half. He skips away, takes a shot on from distance, but it was very central. There was good power behind it, but it was straight at David De Gea.
Probably too far out to be taking that one on, really. Probably 35 yards, not easy to get good contact in the balls. I think he's in the messy part of the central area of the pitch that's just recovered from the battering that got the American football on it. Lovely little skip run, took it past Luke Shaw after Kane set him up initially with nice play. Kane, the battle with Kane and Jones and Lindelof, sometimes it's Lindelof marking him, sometimes Jones. Really good battle at the moment. The Manchester United pair just about winning that battle. They've used the goalkeeper as well a couple of times to save them, obviously, but you wouldn't rule out Harry Kane scoring by any means.
And Jesse Lingard on the left hand side of the Spurs penalty area. Now it's picked up by Paul Pogba, lays it off to Martial. Martial going to have a run at Trippier, and back there helping out is Lamela, who's stronger than Pogba, wins the ball back, and here comes Spurs at pace again. Kane slides it through to Ali. Ali's in behind the Manchester United defence, brings it to the edge of the area. Dele Alli saved by De Gea. What a chance for Tottenham. Eriksen goes down, then wins the free kick 25 yards out. He almost had too much time to think about it. Dele Alli brought it all the way to 10 yards out, and he fired low, and yet again De Gea saves with his feet.
Absolutely magnificent save. Beautiful build up from Spurs from deep in their own half. Lamela won the ball, released it to Eriksen, forced time into Kane on the halfway line, a split pass, cut the Manchester United defence for dead. Ali had a long way to run with it, took his time on it. It was under his feet a little bit by the time he got the shot away. De Gea stayed up for ages, big long arms down by his side, almost down to his feet to save it with his hand and his leg, and just it looked like Ali was going to score, but he didn't. Spurs have won a free kick on the edge of the box. They can't take their eyes off this. Great game.
Ander Herrera booked for that foul on Christian Eriksen. It's a free kick 25 yards out, just to the right of centre. This is pretty much the exact sort of position where Kieran Trippier scored that free kick in the World Cup semi-final against Croatia. Christian Eriksen is there as well. They've no shortage of options from this type of position. Well, David De Gea, what a second half he's having. Countless saves already to deny. It looks as though it is going to be Christian Eriksen. What can the great Dane do? He steps up, right-footed, and it's a yard to the left and wide. Everyone was expecting him, I think, to go for this right-hand top corner. Instead, he swept it towards the back post on the left-hand side. and Manchester United survive again. 67 minutes gone. Tottenham 0, Manchester United 1. You're listening to Off the Ball on Newstalk, and this has been an absolutely cracking game.
Well, he tried to do De Gea on his side, so the wall's in front of him. Will he go over the wall and bend it in over them without De Gea getting across? No, he went the other side. De Gea was starting to go back across his goal, thinking it might come over the wall, but it went outside the post on that side. De Gea just looked at it. I think he knew early that there was too much on it and was going wide. But the two saves, the one from Harry Kane when he got in, that he made the save low with his feet, great save, and that one with Ali just shows his value to Manchester United. And it's been a difficult season up until now. He's still probably the player of the year, making big saves. Results will be much worse only for him, but brilliant saves today. But he's been in the action a lot more often than he usually is, and he has been into Marino times. He's a lot more involved today. United getting cut open at times, and he's saving the day.
Lamela inside the United half, plays the ball with his left foot back into the centre circle. Ericsson becoming more and more involved, tries to float it to this right hand side to Trippier, headed clear by United. Things are coming together of Lamela and Pogba again. Mike Dean says play on. Ericsson now 25 yards out, plays the 1-2 with Dele Alli. Ericsson into the area, comes to Harry Kane, just can't get it out of his feet, and that allows Phil Jones to clear. But it's all Tottenham right now. And Manchester United haven't won a game against any of the other top six this season. In fact, they've conceded at least 2 in each of those games. Can they hold firm and earn what would really be a landmark victory for Ole Gunnar Solskjaer? They continue to lead by 1-0, but come on you Spurs, is the roar around Wembley. 22 minutes remaining. Tottenham 0, Manchester United 1. Spurs playing down to our right hand side, have the ball over on the left wing. Lamela, it's a sloppy pass, but they get away with it and they win the ball again with Ericsson. Now Lamela 30 yards out, running at the United defence, falling over. He manages to get the ball back to Winks. Winks skips away from Rashford, and then Kane helps it on to Trippier on this near side. Trippier takes a second touch, plays it forward towards the end line towards Winks. Back to Trippier again. Trippier's cross towards Kane, headed clear by Jones, but not particularly well. Out to the far side of the area to Heung-min Son, who gets the shot off, takes a deflection off Ashley Young, loops high up into the air over the crossbar, and out of play for another corner kick to Spurs on this near side.
Great stuff again from Spurs, picking up the second balls every time. Winks has been excellent. He's precise with his passes. He usually picks the right one. He's getting around the pitch really, really well, and United just about hanging on at the moment.
It'll be Ericsson to take this corner kick. Heung-min Son comes short, he sends it into the near post, and then it's cleared off the line. Alderweireld side footing it, and somehow United survive again. Spurs pick it up with Lamela. Kane forced back towards his own halfway line, under pressure by Phil Jones, has brought him well out of defence. Kane goes down under the challenge of Jones, right under the nose of Mike Dean, and win the free kick. And it really does feel like it's just a matter of time before Spurs get the equaliser, because this is a hell of an onslaught from the home side.
Yeah, but it might be just a moment of time before United break away and get a second either. They've got that quality on the pitch. But another magnificent save with his feet again, a different corner, not the sort of one we would associate with any team. Alderweireld making a run across the near post, and a lovely little guided touch onto Ericsson's corner. It looked like it might tuck in the near post, but again he was across the hair, not trying to get his hands down this time, just stuck his leg out and saved it. 3 massive saves. You can stick on another couple of saves he's made, but they've been 3 massive saves with his feet in this match. Harry Kane going to have a go at this free kick.
Yeah, this one just to the left centre.
Further out.
It is going to be Harry Kane. Can he get one over on David De Gea? Kane steps up, right footed. Kane, again De Gea at full stretch manages to claim that ball. Well, he's on a one-man mission this afternoon, David De Gea. He has been unbeatable in this match at the start of the second half. He must be heading towards a dozen saves already. And, well, people talk about Alisson and Ederson as being the best goalkeepers in the Premier League. There's no shadow of a doubt that David De Gea is the best shot stopper.
For sure. I mean, that was a great save. His distribution's not bad at his feet as well. Might be quite as good as the other two. But and we, that's probably not been tested because Marino didn't play that way with him. But that was the easiest of those saves in many ways, because he could see it for a good while. He could see the height of it. It wasn't right in the corner, and it was a good height for a big goalkeeper like himself to dive to his right and catch it, which he did comfortably. probably Lukaku going to come on. Not surprised they're making a change in the team. Manchester United. Ashley Young are going to take off. Maybe put Herrera back to right back. I see Ashley Young was kind of racing across the pitch. Now
it's Anthony Martial who's the player who's going to be replaced. Romelu Lukaku about to come on.
11-9 for 11. Martial won't be delighted because he's set up some of the stuff in the second half, the attacking stuff. He's played well in the game, but it might be a sign of United maybe becoming a little bit more solid. Probably may end up with a bit of a 4-5-1 now. See what impact it has on the shape. With Lukaku going through the middle, Rashford will be more probably to the right hand side, maybe Lingard to the left or vice versa.
Well, he scored with his first touch in his last appearance in the Premier League. Romelu Lukaku off the bench against Newcastle. Different role for the final 18 minutes of this, as the free kick is sent towards Lukaku and gets his head on it, but all he does is divert it out of play for a throw into Tottenham over on the far side of the pitch. They have 16-17 minutes to somehow find a way past David De Gea, and that really is the difference in this second half. And you do wonder, will there be opportunities for United on the counter-attack as Spurs desperately try and push for that equaliser. Matic out to the United right wing, intercepted though by Spurs, and now Dele Alli has the ball inside his own half, back to Davies, plays the ball, short little pass to Ali, who then lays it off to Eriksen. Eriksen's going to fly it over towards this right hand side, doesn't come to Trippier though because Rashford had tracked back well and just about manages to get his head on that to turn it out of play for a throw into Tottenham.
So you see United shape now, Nathan, with that change. Lukaku through the middle and Lingard is gone. Jesse Lingard's gone to the right, Rashford's gone to the left, so it's more of a 4-4-1-1 with Pogba playing off the front but making 5 minutes in.
Dele Alli on his right boot again. De Gea saves down low. Well, this is a sensational goalkeeping performance from David De Gea. It was Eriksen's ball over the top. Dele Alli controlled it onto his right boot, got the shot off. Corner kick's taken quickly. Lamela brings it to the end line. He goes down under pressure from Matic. Half-hearted appeals for a penalty kick, but Matic just held his ground there, and it's going to be a goal kick to Manchester United. Well, David De Gea, this is quite ridiculous.
Another magnificent save. Brilliant ball by Eriksen over the top. Little bit of a diagonally run from Ali into the box. Took a touch on it. Was expecting the run, and then just tried to guide the boy De Gea into the far corner. Lovely touch off his tie. Good save. Was close to the goalkeeper that time, but Lamela just kind of threw his hands up in the air and say, as if to say, how are we going to beat this fella today? At the moment he looks unbeatable. 16 minutes to go. We'll see. I'm sure Spurs will get another chance or two. Maybe United will as well. I'm looking at Lukaku though, Nathan, I'm going, why are they giving him the biggest size football nicks that I've ever seen in the world to put on a bloke? He looks so sloppy in the nicks. He looks like a big bulky centre forward that's not very mobile, and I know he's better than that. He's great, good goal scoring record, not so this season, but those legs look massive on him, don't they? Down past his knees, and just
you fit too Brian Kerr.
Don't look right, and not now you wouldn't, but one time you might have, but they don't look, doesn't look right for a footballer.
Spurs on the attack again. Eriksen 30 yards out right in the centre, sends it in towards Dele Alli, cleared by Luke Shaw, ricochets back off Lamela, ball goes into the 6-yard box, and then Shaw, as he looks to clear, deflects the ball off Lamela, and it flies out of play for a goal kick to United.
Yes, good defensive work by Luke Shaw there in the end. Spurs trying to tread it through, all capable, all those lads, Eriksen, Ali, Son, Winks, capable of a little penetrative pass, good runs from Lamela. They're still probing and prodding to try and get this breakthrough, but every time they do look like it, that man David De Gea, he's saving the day time and time again.
Quarter of an hour left. United leading by 1-0 on off the ball. We're here all the way through till 7 o'clock this evening to bring you through the closing stages of this match.
He's just built with one into touch from a kick out, David De Gea, and the Spurs crowd giving him the board behind the goal, but I think they'd much prefer to see him letting one in than just kicking one into touch. I don't think it's any sign of how he's playing under his morale has been damaged or anything like that. He just happened to miss kick one into touch.
And the goal long this time, Tottenham, but De Gea is out quickly to the edge of his area to claim the ball ahead of Heung-min Son. And a win here will put United on to 41 points, level on points with Arsenal in 5th, 6 behind Chelsea in 4th, and here they come in search of a second. Lingard, a couple of little step overs on the edge of the area. Spurs clear, but only as far as Pogba. Lovely bit of skill, 30 yards out, and then he twists and takes the shot on from distance. Mike Feely isn't too happy on the edge of the technical area. Pogba stares him down, saying, what do you expect me to do?
Well,
I can fly one in from there.
Yeah, he was allowed to have a go, I think. Beautiful bit of skill, but they'll need him in the defensive role today. He's got to do his stuff in the last quarter.
Trippier trying a first time cross there from the edge of the penalty area. All he does is side foot it into the arms of De Gea.
There's United players having a word with Pogba. There's a discussion going on with Luke Shaw. Luke Shaw needs him back and helping out. He's kind of in an advanced left side of midfield role, Pogba. It's kind of, he's not level with Matic and Herrera. They're a bit deeper, but at times he's too far ahead of it, and Spurs are getting out on that right hand side, and Shaw's saying to him, I need you more, I need you back a little bit more in line with the others, and with our midfield more balance. Here he's doing tricks again, gets away with that one. Lamela gives away a stupid foul, bumps into the back of him.
And it's actually a free kick going, and Pogba's throwing the ball away. Pogba's most definitely going to get booked. He's given the free to Tottenham because Dele Alli, it looked as though he was late, and he goes down clutching his right leg and his right knee, looks a little bit uncomfortable. He gets the free kick, and then Pogba in disgust just fires the ball away and picks himself up a yellow card. Well, we're looking at the replay. You can sort of understand why Paul Pogba's not. Oh, in fact, I say that he went in very, very high and caught the knee of Dele Alli.
He went over the ball. He went over the ball.
Is he lucky it's just a yellow card?
He probably is, well, but it happened. There was a lot of players close around. The referee's view mightn't have been. You didn't see it until the second replay. It was one of them where he tried to throw his body in the way of it to stop Ali getting at the ball, but he actually threw his leg across Ali and caught him high up at the back of the thigh, and it probably looked worse than it was. Game goes on.
Again with Tottenham on the attack, playing down to our right, but Dele Alli loses out. However, there's a little bit of miscommunication between Lingard and Herrera, and Spurs take advantage and they win the ball back. Eriksen back to Winks inside the centre circle, closed down slowly by Lukaku. Winks does a little twist and turn and lays it off to the left hand side to Davies. Davies forward then to Lamela. Lamela brings it towards the edge of the area to Kane. Kane trying to find some space and then fires a left-footed shot well over the top of the crossbar. He appealed for a corner kick, but Mike Dean was right beside where Kane took that shot on from and says no, it'll be a goal kick to Manchester United.
He's not had too much space in the match today. Jones and Lindelof have been sharp. Matic playing just in front of him as well, have been blocking the space as soon as he gets it. He's played well though, Kane, in tight spaces, but the big one was missing that opportunity when he was played in with the slide rule pass from Ali. He'd be hurting about that. He's had a couple of headers as well, not quite got the finish, but he's still got 10 minutes to rescue his team.
The Spurs deserve at least a point on the basis of the second half.
Yeah, but you have to hand it to Manchester United. They've defended well. They're defending in numbers when need be. They're a threat in attack. There's certainly no lack of desire or organisation about them. Jones and Lindelof have been very solid in the centre of defence. They've got away with Ashley Young a little bit in the right back position at times. Son has faded somewhat in the second half, and since he moved out of the central attacking position, they've changed over Lamela and Son now. So Lamela's over on the side of Ashley Young. He could certainly get at him, there's no doubt about that. They deserve a point. Well, on the play so far, the number of chances to create, but we can't beat the keeper. That's the way it goes. The opposition have a great goalkeeper, and that's part of the game.
The Spurs are going to go for it for the final 10 minutes. Harry Winks comes off. Fernando Llorente comes on. Scored a hat-trick a week ago in the FA Cup against Tranmere, up against a slightly different test this time, but he the man to find a way past David De Gea.
Well, he give Jones and Lindelof a little bit more to think about. Rarely nowadays do teams play two out and out centre forwards, two big fellas up the middle. You don't get so much of that, so they won't be just able to concentrate on Mark and Kane, and the two of them running after him, get tight to him. They're going to have to be aware. That's a foul on Kane there, but Spurs have six attackers on the pitch now. Eriksen is his partner in midfield is Dele Alli at the moment, and they have a front four Son, Kane, Llorente and Lamela is the front four. So it's all out attack for Spurs, without a doubt.
Youngmin Son now on the right hand side, cutting into the centre, chips it through there towards Llorente, hooked clear by Lindelof. Herrera's in there battling away with Son, and there's a little tug in the jersey of Son. There wasn't play on, says the referee. Herrera still doing what Herrera does, kicking his way around the place and putting pressure on Spurs, who are back inside their own half now with Trippier. Goes forward first time towards Llorente. Lindelof gets an important header out to the right hand side, and then Llorente goes straight into Ashley Young and gives away the free kick to Manchester United. Young is going to stay down, waste a few seconds. 8 minutes left and off the ball. Tottenham 0, Manchester United 1.
Well, I think he's making the most of it, Young. He's using his old experience as 33 years of age to stay down in this moment and try and kill the game for a minute. It was probably a stupid challenge from Llorente, given he was on the wrong side of him, but I think he barely caught his foot as Young went to hoop the ball away. He's up in his feet now. He's not getting treatment. In fairness, the referee Mike Dean wasn't really happening. United trying to disrupt the game somewhat now and break up the rhythm of Spurs. Going to make another substitution. Manchester United now. He was coming on there, full back. So maybe that is
going to replace Jesse Lingard. Lingard saw what was happening and went right over to the far touchline, and is now going to take a little stroll across the pitch, accompanied by Mike Dean.
He's played well, Lingard, in that role. He kind of as a false nine or whatever. He spent a lot of his time in the midfield. He was back at times tackling on the edge of his own box. Then he was breaking forward from midfield, trying to get onto some of those long balls in behind the fence. Worked really hard, more disciplined in the second half in the defensive side of it, playing out to the right with since Lukaku has come on, but now he's having a rest, and that has gone on to the right hand side, so he'll be a kind of a second right back playing over on the right in front of Ashley Young.
And Ole Gunnar Solskjaer has come right to the edge of his technical area as Marcus Rashford gives away a free kick. Spurs still inside their own half, rolled forward by Trippier quickly to Eriksen. Eriksen fires it on to the chest of Kane, 25 yards out, taken away from Kane, just took too long. Brilliant play by Herrera. Now Pogba fired forward outside of his right boot, too much on that though for Lukaku to chase down. Lloris out to the left hand side of his penalty area, claims that and rolls it forward to Dele Alli. He'll bring the ball up over the halfway line. And what a day this could be for Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. It will be the first Manchester United manager ever to win his first 6 games in charge, but this will be by far and away the biggest and most important of them. Eriksen just inside the United half, rolls it to Lamela. Lamela now to Kane. Kane on the edge of the D. Again, no space at all. Herrera right on top of Harry Kane and does enough to win the ball back for Manchester United. Herrera then plays it to this near side to Rashford. Rashford goes back to Shaw, and this time Alderweireld goes through the back of Rashford, and they've given away so many silly fouls over the last 5 or 6 minutes, Spurs. It's just sort of took the momentum out of their attack.
Yeah, they're over anxious to get at the ball and to recover the ball quickly. Llorente was saying that Lamela is often inclined to give away stupid ones. That time is Alderweireld in advanced position. United taking the opportunity to slow it down. De Gea coming out to take the kick out. Be nothing fancy about this. It'll be banging over towards Lukaku's head, I'd say, or down the right hand side there. It is towards Lukaku.
Well, there's still 5 minutes left, but the Spurs supporters are streaming out of the ground. And it looks as though their title hopes are going to go up in flames. And well, if you lose 6 games in a Premier League season, you can't have too many complaints.
Well, that's it. You know, it's do or die with Spurs. No draws, win or lose, sink or bust. You can't do it like that. You've got to be more. You've got to be able to sneak an hour draw on the day you're not playing well, or sneak a 1-0 on the day you're not playing well. The game with Wolves, they could have settled at 1-1, but they went with Bus trying to chase it and left themselves open. And I call it brittle. They're too brittle defensively when it comes to it. We'll see today. They might be still able to rescue a point in this. Unlikely to get 2. At this stage, I think they take 1.
Now it's Spurs and Dele Alli over on the left-hand side. Inside the Manchester United half. Quick 1-2 with Youngmin Son. United plenty of men back. Fired into the penalty area. Comes out to Harry Kane. Kane onto his left boot. Gets a shot off again. De Gea saves with his feet. He gets good power on it as well. And the lot fires it up the right hand touchline.
Another save with his feet. Incredible. That's 4 big ones. Llorente did really well in setting her up for Kane. He had a bit to do, Kane. Shifted the ball well onto his left foot. Got the shot away. But the reaction of De Gea again. Stick your foot out if you can't get your hands to it.
Well, Lamela over the top towards Llorente. Acrobatic clearance by Lindelof. Fired forward towards Lukaku. Lukaku now putting some pressure there on Vertonghen. Lukaku wins it. He's on the left-hand side of the penalty area. He's going out wide though. And still Romelu Lukaku been put under real pressure by Alderweireld. Alderweireld just took it away from his international colleagues so easily. Spurs have the ball inside their own penalty area. They need to get it forward quickly. There's only 3.5 minutes of normal time remaining. Dele Alli striding through the centre of the pitch into the Manchester United half. Head raised, looking for options. Trippier is on this near side. Plays the ball to Kieran Trippier. Has a little bit of space as well on the right-hand touchline. Sends the cross in low to Dele Alli, 25 yards out. Chips it over the top there for Heung-min Son. The offside flag goes up. It was just a heavy touch from Dele Alli. Maybe he wasn't expecting the pass from Trippier.
Yeah, it was a position he should really have been crossing the ball into the box. You got Llorente and Kane in there, and Llorente is really decent in the air. We know that. He's not the quickest, more mobile centre forward. Doesn't get a lot of chances to play for Spurs. Played in the cup match last week and got 3 goals. So you put the ball in there. But instead of that, Trippier went for it. It was a good pass, but he's still giving it to Ali, where every Manchester United player is goal side of the ball and in a position to block him out. Tried to go over a little dink over the line of the United defenders. Ali running ahead, but he was just a half a yard offside, and the right correct decision from the linesman, and United survive again. We're down to the last 2.5 minutes, still rolling all Spurs way at the moment. Loads of possession. United not challenging up the pitch at all. Lukaku not over busy in his attempts to win the ball back. United just with a big red brick wall in front of Spurs at the moment.
Trippier with the cross, this time in towards Llorente. Llorente gets in front of the defender, but United just about do enough to get it clear. Fired forward by Jones, but onto the chest of Alderweireld. Alderweireld now to Ali, just inside the United half, lays it off to Eriksen, and they go over to the far side to Davies. Davies back to Eriksen again. He lays it off to Ali. Trippier wants it on this near side. Ali gives it to Son, 25 yards out, drifting out left, and he lays it off then to Davies. Davies dots out quickly. Heung-min Son to Dele Alli. As you say, just a red brick wall from Manchester United to Kane. Kane now to Trippier on the right hand side of the penalty area. Chance to get the cross in. He does, but his body's everywhere. Llorente with a toe poke, straight left footed at De Gea. Just not enough power behind us.
Yeah, well, Young was all over him as well. Just as you're about to take the shot, Young was down on the ground behind him, all trying to get his foot to the ball, lying on the ground. Llorente got the shot away, but couldn't get enough space, or just couldn't generate enough pace on the shot. The trouble there, and he picked it up easy enough that time. The Spurs been patient, building up the passes, playing the patient game. But here you go, United.
Yeah, Rashford on the left hand side of the area goes one way, brings it to the end line. Again, good defending by Spurs. We're into the final minute. Still Manchester United lead by 1-0. We're well into double figures now in the amount of saves David De Gea has made in the second half alone. Well, Marcus Rashford may well be the player who scored the winning goal. I think David De Gea will be very much the match winner if United hang on. They're going to bring on Scott McTominay in a few minutes. I can't imagine there's going to be a huge amount of injury time at the end of this game. They'll probably get the 4 minutes. We'll find out shortly.
We haven't had the trainer on the pitch. There had a couple of injuries, but the ref just said get up and get on with it when Ashley Young was down. Other than that, don't think we've had an injury. It'll be just sort of substitutions. Again,
Rashford gets away from Trippier, brings it to the area, lays it back to Pogba, 20 yards out. Pogba then helps it on to the lot. The lot gets chance, crosses it in there towards Lukaku. It's half cleared by Spurs, comes out to this near side, sent back in by Rashford. But it was a deflected cross, and Tottenham will come again as we tick past the 90-minute mark. Dele Alli goes long up towards Llorente, challenges and wins the ball ahead of Lindelof. Can't divert it though to Kane. There will be 4 minutes at the end. 4 minutes for United to hang on, but maybe they won't even hang on as Herrera goes through the middle. Lukaku wants it back. Chance for Romelu Lukaku in the edge of the area. He's one-on-one. Lukaku left-footed shot is blocked down back there, and it's turned out of play for a corner kick, but it'll waste some vital seconds.
It's only a throw in, Nathan, but brilliant by Herrera in the middle of the field, winning the ball, picking her up, playing a little 1-2 with Lukaku, got it back off and stuck him through, and looked like he might get a really good shot away, but Spurs, Alderweireld getting the cross, getting the block on it, but it went out for a throw. United no rush to take it. One of the players, Herrera, down doing a bit of a die job to get McTominay on somewhere, probably for Rashford, I'd say, and go for bit more muscle in the middle of the field for the remaining time and injury time. So Shaw's on the ball to take the throw in now.
A throw in deep inside the Spurs half.
Been rear guard stuff, hasn't it, from United in the second half? Been pushed back by Spurs, energy and skill on the ball and quality on the ball. They made numerous chances. The goalkeepers just rescued them time after time. We just can't forget Lloris has made 2 brilliant saves, and there's another one.
Yeah, volley from Pogba from the edge of the area straight at Hugo Lloris, brings it to the edge of his area and then fires it high 40 yards up into the air into the United half. Strong header won by Phil Jones there ahead of Llorente towards Rashford on this near side, turned out of play by Trippier, and United now are going to make that change, and it's Scott McTominay who's going to come on to replace Paul Pogba for the final seconds. So 90 seconds of the 4 minutes of injury time gone. Pogba comes off. What have you made of his performance?
I think he's played well in the match. It was a magnificent ball that created the opportunity for Rashford to go in and score the goal. He's done some fancy stuff, couple of shots in the second half, almost beat Lloris with a little lob that Lloris touched over the bar. Then he had the long range one that Lloris saved down to his right as well. He's been honest enough in his efforts to defend. He's had plenty to do, getting up and down, plenty of protection behind him. He's played well in the match.
Lamela now 30 yards away from the United goal to Eriksen onto his right foot, thinks about taking the shot, instead passes it to this near side to Trippier sends it in there towards Llorente goes up, might come to Kane, but Kane's forced out of the area towards the left hand side, been tracked by Young. Ball to Dele Alli on the edge of the area. Ali's a bit slow again with the pass, allows United to clear. Comes to Heung-min Son. Eriksen flicks it to this right hand side where there's space for Trippier. One last chance for Spurs. Oh, what a challenge flying in there by Luke Shaw. Well, it was nothing half-hearted about that from Luke Shaw, and he puts it out of play for a corner kick to Tottenham, heading towards the 93rd minute.
It's great
Spurs
stuff.
Would take
Brilliant
their
defender though from United.
They need a ball
again.
though, Spurs.
Yeah, the ball is in among the Spurs. Well, yeah, it's in the middle of the Spurs crowd and it didn't come back quickly. That's a bit of a strange one. There you go. You're playing at Wembley. There's a lot of space between the end line and where the supporters are. They're about 30 yards back from that end. Lamela on it needs a good ball in. Everyone in the box bar Hugo Lloris.
Eric Lamela, left-footed in swinger on top of David De Gea, who his right arm punches it clear as far as Trippier. Out to this near side again. Lamela will have another chance. Lamela's crossed up, blocked down by Diogo Dalot on this near side. It'll be a throw into Spurs. We're into the final seconds of injury time. De Gea just went down onto his knees there for a second. Will they test him one final time? Lamela on the right hand side, onto his left boot, couple of little step overs, decent ball in there again, headed clear by United. As far as Eriksen to Ali on the edge of the area. Ali helps it on to Son. Heung-min Son on the left hand side of the penalty area, passes it across towards Alderweireld, but it's cleared by Diogo Dalot up to the halfway line, and surely that is that for Tottenham. They still have possession. We're ticking past the 94th minute, the 4th minute of injury time. Ball forward to Llorente on the edge of the area, sends it through towards Kane. Oh, it's a yard in front of Harry Kane, who at full stretch just couldn't get there. A better pass and surely he would have scored.
It was too much on the pass. He got a lot of space to take it on his chest. Lorendo chose not to shoot, saw the run. Kane had his hand up, running into the box in behind the United defenders. Not too often he's been free and in space, tried to lob it into his path and was just too heavy and went over the end line. De Gea has the ball. The rep blows the whistle now when De Gea has the ball, and when he kicks it, it'll be fitting, because you know the way after a match a fella gets a hat trick, the ref often gives him the ball. He should give him the ball at the end of this match, because it's been his game. Rashford got the vital goal, but De Gea has been sensational, as good as goalkeeping performance as I've ever seen in any match I was at.
And De Gea takes the kick out. We're past the 94 minutes. The referee, Mike Dean, doesn't blow his whistle just yet. The ball's back with Hugo Lloris. Maybe, just maybe, there might be even one more final chance for Tottenham as Lloris fires it forward. Llorente goes up, manages to flick it on towards Lamela. Might fall out for Harry Kane again though. Phil Jones gets there ahead of Kane, comes away with the ball for Manchester United. McTominay has it up on the halfway line, and the United come maybe in search of a second. Surely though Mike Dean is going to blow his whistle. He's not. On we go as the cross is sent in to the back post towards Rashford. We're into the 95th minute now, and eventually the full-time whistle goes, and Ole Gunnar Solskjaer makes it a record-breaking 6 straight wins to life as Manchester United manager. Marcus Rashford scored the game's only goal, but Manchester United won this game because of, quite frankly, a superhuman goalkeeping performance from David De Gea. His teammates run to celebrate with the United goalkeeper. He made a dozen saves in that second half alone to give United a 1-0 victory?
Well, as soon as the final whistle went, it was at the Spurs end. The ball at the time, Herrera and Ashley Young ran from the halfway line back towards De Gea, who was on the ground at the time. He was sore. He looked hurt late in the last couple of minutes of the game. He got up and played on, but he was on the ground beside Harry Kane when the final whistle went. The two of them went and pulled him up off the ground and hugged him like their life depended on it. But he saved Manchester United today. Very good performance defensively. I thought the two centre-backs were excellent today, Lindelof and Jones. Phil Jones often criticised, but as a pair today they were brilliant. Luke Shaw steady in the left-back position, Young all right at right-back, but the goalkeeper was absolutely superb. Spurs very upset. I presume they are, you can see it, but 6 defeats, just too much. It can't be win or bust every time. It can't be no draw in the column and 6 defeats. Not good enough. That's 4 defeats at home, 3 of them against the others out of the big 6. Manchester City have beaten them here, Liverpool have beaten them and beaten one today. Played some fabulous football. Brilliant match, Nathan.
There's a whole lot going on in front of us out on the pitch here at Wembley. The United players are going to celebrate with their supporters, who are jubilant over on the far side of the pitch. The Spurs players surrounded Mike Dean. Dele Alli particularly incensed with some of the decisions towards the end of that game. And down to our right hand side, Harry Kane slowly getting back onto his feet, appeared to get injured right at the end of the match. That a further concern for Tottenham, but really you would have to say that their title ambitions are done and dusted after this, their 6th defeat of the season, but it is a 6th straight victory for Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, and they're back within 6 points of Chelsea in 4th place. What a game at Wembley. Marcus Rashford scored the only goal just before half time, but this was a privilege to be here to witness that goalkeeping performance from David De Gea. He's celebrating in front of the United supporters. He's quite simply the best in the world. That was an amazing performance from De Gea, Joe.
Yeah, it certainly was. And don't go anywhere, lads. We'll get more thoughts from you in just a second. So, as Nathan says, Spurs pretty much out of the title race now, and Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, well, he can do no wrong at the moment. More from Brian and Nathan in just a second.
Get up-to-the-minute news updates at newstalk.com and on the Newstalk app.
The Curry's PC World sale is now on, with free delivery on all large kitchen appliances. Get the Kenwood American-style fridge freezer from just $449, exclusive to Curry's PC World. At just $199, the Becca washing machine saves you €80, and save €250 on the Samsung Dual Cook Oven, a single oven with the flexibility to cook at 2 different temperatures at the same time. Sorry, other stores, these are the prices you're gonna have to match. Good luck. Sale ends Tuesday. At Curry's PC World, we help you get it right.
If you're thinking of ordering a new Suzuki 191 model, then get down to your local Suzuki dealership now. I did, and the new Vitara was there, and it was amazing, and it's gonna be all mine. Mine! Okay, deep breath, calm down, you're a professional. There's also dynamic 4-wheel drive cars through to super stylish city cars, and they've all got unmissable 191 offers across the range. So, if you haven't visited your local Suzuki dealer, then do it today. Seriously, before everyone else gets them.
At Carphone Warehouse, sticking to that resolution to save more is easy with the best deals across every network. Save up to €150 compared to the network stores and get the iPhone 6s for free or the Huawei P20 for only €49. Both on a €30 a month plan with all-you-can-eat data when you switch to 3, but only when you switch at Carphone Warehouse. Don't overpay. Switch today. Any network, any phone, any plan. Only Carphone Warehouse. T's and C's apply. Offer subject to 24-month contract.
Nailed it! And the online shopper of the month is...
You look very smug.
I've just changed my car insurance to AIG and saved €140.
I'm impressed. I thought premiums were going up.
A word from the wise, shop around. And speaking of shopping, that €140 will come in very handy. Thanks, AIG.
For a quote, visit AIG.ie. Normal underwriting acceptance terms and conditions apply. This saving represents a real AIG customer and saving. She was paid a gratuity for her testimonial. AIG Europe SA is authorised and supervised in Luxembourg by the Minister of Finance and the Commission of Insurance, and is regulated by the Central Bank of Ireland for conduct of business rules.
Start your story at the Woodies January sale with a handy 20% off all power tools. 3 for 2 on all crystal storage boxes. Save 25% on Dulux and Fleetwood interior colour paint. And all flat pack furniture and bar stools. Now half price. Woodies, we're all homemakers. T's and C's and exclusions apply. In Monday's Irish Independent and independent.ie in Health and Living magazine, don't miss Eat, the second part of our How to Thrive series. Dietitian Orla Walsh lays out the principles of a nutritious diet. Psychologist Alison Keating on how to rebuild your relationship with food and how to stop a binge in its tracks. And David Coleman outlines how to instill healthy habits in your children. Plus, Siobhan Byrne's Mobility and Flexibility series continues. Only in Monday's Irish Independent and independent.ie. Take a fresh look.
Okay, so you're off to Dublin, maybe for an Aviva Stadium event, a concert, or a show at the Three Arena, RDS or Bord Gosh. You'll be needing a great place to stay, a place that's close to the entertainment and just minutes from Dublin city centre. A place with beautiful modern rooms, great bar and restaurant, a place you can book online and get the guaranteed best rates and offers direct. Well, thank goodness there's the Sandymount Hotel. Visit sandymounthotel.ie for details and bookings.
Football Index is reinventing football betting. You can buy and sell the world's top players. Their value may go up and down, but it's not over with the final whistle like a regular bet. Football Index, reinventing football betting.
Start building your portfolio today at footballindex.co.uk or download the app now. New customers only, minimum deposit and conditions apply. Gamble responsibly.
Funny how small things matter most. Imagine if all 10 million cups of tea we drink in Ireland every day were powered by 100% green energy and not by burning fossil fuels. And imagine if all our dishwashers, hairdryers and TVs were powered by green energy too. Isn't that a future worth acting on? Go to sseelectricity.com now to view our range of switching offers and join us in changing the world, one cup of tea at a time. SSE Electricity. This is Generation Green. Terms and conditions apply.
Jack Devlin. Repeat, Jack Devlin is in the vicinity. We have a number of casualties. Suspect is armed and dangerous. All units, please respond. Suspect is believed to be heading in the direction of Prairie Field Colony. I need backup. Repeat, I need backup.
Jack wants his daughter back.
It's my daughter. Where is she?
10 Star Series 2. A Sky original production starring Tim Rock.
Give her back or we'll kill you.
Coming soon on Sky Atlantic.
Mattresses-delivered.ie. Nationwide delivery within 48 hours for free. That's mattresses-delivered.ie. Lowest prices guaranteed. Don't forget the hyphen. T's and C's apply.
Off the ball. This is News Talk.
Here come United. Trippier gave it away and now Rashford is in behind. Rashford brings it into the area on his right foot. Gets the shot off and scores. Marcus Rashford gives Manchester United the lead at Wembley. Firing low past Hugo Lloris, and Kieran Trippier's mistake in midfield this time is punished. Marcus Rashford, for the third Premier League game in a row, gives United the lead, and the revival under Solskjaer continues. A minute before half-time, it's Spurs 0, Manchester United 1.
Yeah, 44 minutes that goal came on, and it feels like a long time ago now, Brian Kerr. It was the decisive moment of the game. Ultimately, if you take that first half in isolation for a moment, the way Solskjaer set out his team, with Rashford on one side and Martial on the other, you would have to say that paid real dividends and worked very well and was a smart thing to do given the Spurs fullback's propensities to push forward. So he went with a diamond, ultimately, Solskjaer, in that first half, and it did work well.
I think the formation worked well. I don't think the formation was a diamond. Spurs are the diamond, but Pogba was to the left of a tree. Lingard was kind of like a false nine. They weren't too far away from each other in many ways. The other two were stretched wide. Rashford was to the right, and Martial was to the left. But I think tactically...
Well, I'll nudge Lingard back into what I'm going to call a diamond for the purpose of the conversation.
Yeah, well... No, I wouldn't go with that, because there was no wide players in the diamond. There wasn't a midfield diamond. The two attacking players were up the pitch but spread out wide, and Lingard was a dropped off attacking player.
So
anyway,
we'll say split strikers.
It's hard to describe over the radio.
Yeah.
Joe. I could scribble it out for you and show it to you on the blackboard or something.
No, I know that.
A whiteboard. Anyway,
will we say he split the strikers then for people listening?
Split the strikers is a nice way to say it. Yeah, but there was three of them, so one of them was dropped off
deep
into midfield as well. But I think tactically he got it right. I mean, the first thing he's obviously got right is the player management, man management type of thing, where he has everybody playing for him. Secondly, the morale within the team seems to be very, very good.
Yeah.
Thirdly, tactically they were on the ball. He picked the right team and they were on the ball, because even when Lukaku came on, he looked fairly immobile looking compared to the others who started the match. But the tactic of releasing the ball early and behind, where when they won the ball back, knowing that Trippier would already be on his way, trying to get forward into an attacking position, was very successful. Davies as well. I think there was the deliberate, when he saw the Spurs lineup with Davinson Sanchez not playing and Vertonghen back in the team, that when you would have seen that lineup, you'd have known that he was going to go, Vertonghen would go to the left of Alderweireld, and I think it was a deliberate tactic to play it in behind or down the side of him, and to use Rashford's space there, and that was absolutely crucial to the game. The ball that Pogba gave was beautiful ball, crossfield, diagonal ball, maybe 50-60 yards right into the path of Rashford, and he did the stuff from there and scored. But they had threatened that particular move several times in the match. I had mentioned it to Nathan that it looked like tactically they were trying to play in behind there. Sometimes it was a straight ball forward from Young, but then after that, the second half, they were forced back, Joe. Spurs were found their rhythm. Their passing was much more crisp and precise. They almost seemed like they got confidence. And then the other.
And sorry to interrupt. Any particular reason for that?
Well, you go in at half time. Sissoko has gone off. They brought on Lamela. We wondered what the shape would be. Manager got them in at half time and said, right, here's the shape now. Lamela to the right, Son to the left, Kane up the middle. Ali, you're still at the same position, playing the number 10 kind of position. Ericsson drops back in midfield. The wings, United have the lead, sit off a bit more, not as busy or intense in their challenging in the opposite half the pitch, content to a degree to let Spurs come onto them, and Spurs play some fabulous football, and it came down to almost a battle between Spurs forwards and De Gea at times. But I still compliment the centre backs. I thought the pair of Phil Jones and Lindelof did a good job. Good protection from Matic, a lot of last ditch tackles and blocks and pressure on Spurs players as they were about to shoot, but they still got lots of chances, Spurs, and he made those saves, 4 magnificent saves. Was Bill, and I think the first one when Kane got in at almost the same position that Rashford scored from, at the same end of the pitch, and he made that save. It was a crucial save, and it also gave the rest of the team confidence. They could rely on him, but they shouldn't have had to rely on him. They should have stopped Spurs from having so many shots, but he was just superb with the saves today. The free kick from Harry Kane coming over the wall, he saved that one, easy enough one. I thought in comparison to the others, the header from Ali down to his left, another great one. Alderweireld's one on the near post, so many of them. It was sensational performance.
No, it was a fantastic display, and not to take anything away from him, you have to kind of look at Spurs as well critically and say that they lack composure, would you say, at times in that second half, because United were on the back foot. And I mean, there were a couple of chances where really they were great saves and they were eye-catching saves, but they were within an arm's reach for him. They were within that area where he could save them, and actually Spurs were just not clinical enough, and it's part of a wider pattern. You're going to disagree with me again, aren't you?
No, I'm going to disagree because I thought Spurs played at times were very patient to build up, waiting on the right pass, where supporters and coaches would say, "Go on, shoot, have a blame, have a go," and they didn't. They waited to try and tread one through. But again, just to see Ali got through and he's 1-on-1 with him, and you look, he's like he's going to score, and he gets his body across, he gets his legs out and stops it. He was just, I wouldn't be too critical of Spurs forwards. I mean, they've scored lots of goals this year. All those front players have been very good finishers. One or two of them, Ali had won in the second half, which was probably a bit close to him. He probably should have tucked her into the corner, but they were always under a little bit of pressure. The Manchester United defenders as well.
Yeah, that's a fair point. How did Pogba play, do you think?
Well, he played well. I mean, Nathan asked me the same question just after full time. It was the most influential pass of the match that set up the goal for Rashford. So that's a fair starting point. The second half, he did his bit where they almost went into a 2-0 lead. He had the little one where he made it himself, drove forward from the middle, had a shot, spun up in the air, was forced to the second ball, little lob over Lloris, looked like it would be a goal. Lloris stretched back, magnificent save save, touched it onto just dropped onto the top of the net. Then he had a shot from just inside the box from a cutback, and Lloris saved again. But he did a donkey walk around the middle of the field. I thought he did a reasonable job of defending. Not always in the right position, not always hurried enough to get back in, but more responsible than I've seen him for a good while, and more like he plays for the French team. So I think he had a good day, but the day wasn't about Paul Pogba. It was about Manchester United scrambling a win here and keeping that run going. And now, we debated before the match, is it a test? Is this a real test for Solskjaer's management? I think it was, and I think he's passed it with flying colours. But due to his team and due to the fact that Manchester United held on to David De Gea probably 2 years ago, when it seemed to be that he was going to Real Madrid, until some piece of paperwork went down at the last moment, on the last minute of the transfer window. So they've held on to him, and by God has he earned them points since then.
I think he's 18 months left in his contract. They'll be drafting up another piece of paper if they can to try and extend that.
Well, I tell you what, he looked a Manchester United player at the end of the match today, the way he celebrated, the way the players celebrate with him. He was the last one to leave the group over far away in the far corner where the Manchester United's big support was all housed over behind the far corner flag, the way to the opposite end, and he went up there and he was the last one to leave, but he was given fist pump signs and all sorts of signs towards the crowd and celebration, as if he was relieved that the club has turned the corner and that he's a big part of it.
Yeah, I suspect he might well be. If you had to sum up the big change under Solskjaer, Brian, what would it be? In terms of the play, we can tell the players are happier, and that must, infuse the whole performance. But actually, just in how they're going about their business on the pitch.
I think everything's been done a bit quicker, faster, more intensity. I think the stats up to now have been that there's more sprints and they're running further and faster than they did under Mourinho. I mean, one of the worst records in the Premier League in terms of the running stats, which was amazing. But sometimes you could say, well, maybe good players don't have to run so much with the ball; they make the ball do the work. And I'd be a little bit sceptical at times on some stats. So I'd say I can see it better with my eyes. Someone will only tell me after what the stats were, and I said, well, that's no surprise. But some of the stats are so they're so detailed that you have to accept it and say, geez, there's a bit in that. Now, the one I heard him saying was that he thought it was remarkable that they'd run harder and run faster than the teams they were playing, who are allegedly low teams in the league. Newcastle, obviously, Bournemouth not so bad, Huddersfield and Cardiff. That he said, well, you think that those teams would be scrambling for their lives, but we were out running them. That's fair enough. But today you're playing against a team who make you run, because when they have the ball, they're good at passing it, and they make you get about quicker to try and retrieve the ball. And I think they passed that examination day. Was that the difference? I think the difference today was just that their goalkeeper was fantastic, but there was a great spirit about them and the desire to get the result. And they had the quality. Who knows, if they hadn't scored in the first half, they might have scored in the second half and got the lead goal, because they were probably slightly the more dangerous team in the first half. I think in commentary you would have got the feeling from Nathan and myself that we felt Rashford looked a likely scorer, and Martial looked a likely scorer, and even Lingard coming from the deeper position. So it was no surprise. So I think the game changed with them getting the lead, and Spurs been desperate to get the equaliser. But a good performance by Manchester United, and it keeps the thing on the roll, and it keeps the magical the idea of Solskjaer being some sort of a magic man. He keeps that on the roll as well, but there isn't any doubt he's had an impact.
It's true. As you know well, it won't last forever, but he's enjoying it while he can. Listen, I know you have a flight to go and catch, so we'll let you go. Thanks a million.
Great stuff, Joe. Thanks for being with us today, and I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did here.
No, I certainly did. It was a great game. Thanks a million. Brian Kerr there alongside Nathan Murphy. So Manchester United 1-0 winners against Spurs at Wembley. We're going to take a short break. The other game today, of course, was Everton. They played Bournemouth, and Seamus Coleman played. We're going to bring you an interview with Seamus Coleman next.
Off the ball on News Talk.
At Sky, we're on a mission to thank our loyal customers. So, we've assembled a crack team of actors, sports pundits and comedians. Okay, guys, ready? 3, 2,
thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Oh, a bit early, Jamie.
I thought we were going on one.
Who goes on one? It's always after one.
Idris, one more time.
You know what, guys? Forget it. We haven't even got to the reward stuff. Amelia, could you just finish off the ad, please?
Love to.
Sky VIP, your loyalty programme, rewarding you for your time with us. Sky, believe in better.
The ultimate January sale is now on at Frank Keane BMW. All 2018 registered ex-management BMWs are reduced to clear, with savings of up to €14,500. Low rate finance, up to 5 years service inclusive, and up to 3 years warranty. This January, exclusively at Frank Keane. Book your test drive at Nace Road or Blackrock. See frankkeanebmw.ie. BMW Financial Services Ireland is regulated by the Central Bank of Ireland. Warning, you will not own goods until final payment is made.
New year, new laptop. The Curry's PC World Sale is now on, with the largest range of home appliances and technology. Get our lowest ever price on the HP 7th Gen Intel Core i5 laptop at just $479. Save up to €400 on Windows laptops, up to 30% on tablets, and 10% on selected gaming laptops. Nobody beats our prices fact. So sorry, other stores, these are the ones you're gonna have to match. Good luck. Sale ends Tuesday. At Curry's PC World, we help you get it right.
If you're an Irish passport holder, the new online passport renewal service is the fastest, easiest and safest way to renew your family's passports from anywhere in the world. The application process is simple, and at just €75 for adults and €25 for children including postage, it's far and away the cheapest way to renew your passport. So save time and renew online. Check in today at dfa.ie/passport online, an initiative of the Government of Ireland.
That great feeling when you go to the pub and bump into old friends.
Cheers.
When you order a pizza and an extra one gets delivered. Or Emirates with special fares. Make 2019 even better. Enjoy gourmet meals, up to 3,500 entertainment channels and exceptional service. All with our special return fares starting from €469. Book by the 22nd of January 2019. Limited availability, terms and conditions apply. Visit emirates.com/IE. Fly Emirates. Fly better.
Mattresses-delivered.ie. Nationwide delivery within 48 hours for free. That's mattresses-delivered.ie. Lowest prices guaranteed. Don't forget the hyphen. T's and C's apply.
Looking for a beautiful kitchen at an outstanding price? Well, at B&Q, we've got 21 styles to choose from, all at everyday low prices. You can even book a free design appointment in-store to get access to our interactive design tool, B&Q Spaces. So come to B&Q for dream kitchens at everyday low prices. You can do it when you B&Q it.
It's not all fun and games being the dog in this family. The excuses I get when it's time for a run. It's lashing out. The beach is miles away. The dog ate the car keys. They've got nothing to worry about. They've got AA car insurance. They can drive any car. Newsflash for you, listen to me. I only ate the keyring. And I'd do it again.
With AA car insurance, our members get fully comprehensive insurance to drive other cars too. Go to the AA.ie. Who's got clever car insurance? Excludes value product. Acceptance criteria, terms and conditions apply. AA Ireland Limited Trading as AA Insurance is regulated by the Central Bank of Ireland.
For when life feels a little squeezed, Ulster Bank has a wide range of low mortgage rates that could really help. For when you're moving house to get more space, or switching your mortgage to get more breathing room. See what you could save. Search Ulster Bank Switch or Move. Ulster Bank. Help for what matters. Warning, if you do not keep up repayments, you may lose your home. Warning, if you do not meet the repayments on your loan, your account will go into arrears. This may affect your credit rating, which may limit your ability to access credit in the future. Maximum loan to value is 90%. Security and insurance required. Product fees may apply. Over 18s and residential mortgages only. Lending criteria, terms and conditions apply. Credit facility subject to repayment capacity and financial status. Ulster Bank Ireland DAC is regulated by the Central Bank of Ireland.
At Carphone Warehouse, sticking to that resolution to save more is easy with the best deals on TV and broadband bundles. We've fantastic offers from Sky, Air, Virgin and Vodafone, saving you up to €480 over 12 months across home broadband and TV bundles. We do it all, even the hard work, so there's no need to go anywhere else to find the perfect deal just for you. Don't overpay. Switch today. Only at Carphone Warehouse, home of all the TV and broadband providers. T's and C's apply.
Off the ball. This is News Talk.
So if you're just tuning in, a 1-0 win for Manchester United away to Spurs in our first live game of the afternoon. It was a 2-0 win for Everton against Bournemouth. Kurt Zouma with a goal on 61 minutes at Goodison Park, and then Dominic Calvert-Lewin in the 95th minute making it 2-0 for Everton. Seamus Coleman has been dropped/rested of late for Everton, but he played today, played the full game, and afterwards he caught up with our
Have had their feet up at a training camp for a week, although that's a slight contradiction in terms, while you've been playing a really tough semi-final.
5 days on from his 250th game in charge at Spurs, Mauricio Pochettino.
Have had their feet up at a...
United every time they won the ball. Manchester United get the break. In Rob, we've seen the fullbacks from Spurs.
given what happened to you at Tottenham, the way the players... Games before he first back in. Now, at that moment, like I say, he's got everyone eating out of his hands, especially Daniel Levy.
This is Larry King. Tonight, my guest is Dean Graziosi. He's a multiple New York Times...
Simply magnificent from Manchester United. De Gea.
Played fantastic.
One thing.
Ahead of us now.
Simply magnificent from Manchester United. 0161 236 1968 is the number for you to dial. I'm with Wes. And
feet up at a training camp for a week, although that's a slight contradiction in terms. While you've been playing a really tough semi-final.
5 days on from...
Have had their feet up at a training camp for a week, although that's a slight contradiction in terms. Have had their feet up at a training camp for a week, although that's a slight contradiction in terms. While you've been playing a really tough...
Premier League half-time, presented by Volkswagen, with you here on NBCS. Let's get to those Geico first half highlights. 12 minutes on the clock. A chance for United already, Robbie.
Yeah, I mean, it was fascinating. It really was. And Lingard here just can't control his shot there, but opportunities United every time they won the ball and it turned over in transition. Again, a great example right here. There's a lot of space for Martial. The fullbacks are out of the picture for Spurs. That's the story of the first 45 minutes. We know about United's ability to break, the pace that they have, and we saw that multiple times in the first half.
What about this effort, Anthony Martial?
Same situation, fullback for Spurs, giving it away, out of position. And then Martial here fancies his chances, good little bit of a quick few, but just can't get enough power on that strike.
38 minutes. 38 minutes on the clock, key moment. Musa Sissoko goes down injured.
Yeah, and it's a key moment, Rebecca, because he's got the size and strength to match Paul Pogba, which looked like it was a big role of what he was doing today. Wasn't able to stay on the pitch. Eric Lamela came on, there was a reshuffle, and then Manchester United get the goal, and Trippier gives it away. Lingard's in a false nine position, which is new. He wins it, and because the full-backs are high, Rashford now has a one-on-one with the centre-back. Exactly what Solskjaer is set up for his team, to get his centre-forward from a wide position running in. Pogba knows it, he gives the assist. Rashford's in, and in the form he's in right now with the confidence he's got, he finds a back and let United 1-0 up at the break.
We came into the game. Scoreline at Wembley. Those Geico first half highlights. 12 minutes on the clock. A chance for United already, Robbie.
Yeah, I mean, it was fascinating. It really was. And Lingard here just can't control his shot there. But opportunities, United, every time they won the ball and it turned over in transition. Again, a great example right here. There's a lot of space for Martial. The fullbacks are out of the picture for Spurs. That's the story of the first 45 minutes. We know about United's ability to break with the pace that they have, and we saw that multiple times in the first half.
What about this effort, Anthony Martial?
Same situation, fullback for Spurs, giving it away, out of position. And then Martial here fancies his chances. Good little bit of quick feet, but just can't get enough power on that strike.
38 minutes on the clock, key moment. Musa Sissoko goes down injured.
Yeah, and it's a key moment, Rebecca, because he's got the size and strength to match Paul Pogba, which looked like it was a big role of what he was doing today. Wasn't able to stay on the pitch. Eric Lamela came on, there was a reshuffle, and then Manchester United get the goal, and Trippier gives it away. Lingard's in a false nine position.
Talking about this being a test for Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, asking whether or not in a big game.
We've on the right-hand side, 3, marking the... And what that's meant is the middle... There was a goal that was... Pickford and you might, and that's what we've seen.
And they win at the back. Strange sort of situation. Would Marsh
continue this?
Then looking for this win for Manchester United.
In the midfield, you have to wait and see. But Solskjaer, that's good stuff.
Okay, so both.
Simply magnificent from Manchester United. 0161 236 1968 is the number for you to dial.
Stuff.
Okay, so
simply magnificent from Manchester United. I'm with Wes and Danny. And I'll start with you, Wes.
Marcus goes out on the left because he's probably a little bit more responsible than Martial going backwards as well. And it's so, but you also know he's got a threat going. He did
236 1968. If you do want a
difference to the game.
Okay, we're going to have a
made a difference to the game.
Okay, we're going to have a...
Very good substitutions that made a difference to the game.
Okay, we're going to have a...